I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. If you can't see me to begin with, I'm right here near the podium. I'm sorry I just got a bad hit in the morning, but I get to promote this at least. So let's make use of something. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to day 2 of the inaugural edition of BW Marketing World's Festival of Marketing. After mass success of day 1, what we learned is that marketing is already a function where CMOs are becoming businesses and growth master. And with that, we continue the journey for one more day. That's today. Spread over 2 days, this forum looks to celebrate a discipline, an industry, and leaders who understand the consumer's pulse and are therefore the growth engines for their brands and businesses. This edition's theme focuses on transition. Whether it's the old debate of digital becoming mainstream, or the growth of TV and print in India, despite that, or the more recent conversations around generative AI, regulations coming in, or the push and pull between privacy and personalization, change really is the only constant here. And creativity is the sutradhar that weaves its way around code and chaos to transform people, businesses, and society at large. The sessions today hone on several aspects with the single intention of understanding what drives businesses' outcomes while making a positive difference in the world. The marketing industry is all about the people, about our audience members today, the talent, the creative and strategic minds who are restless to make an impact, and of course, to drive change. After a grand celebration of top 100 marketers yesterday, tonight, we will carry that spirit forward by celebrating the future marketing mastros of India with BW Marketing 40 under 40. But before that, may I please request my team to show us a video about all that we are heading in today. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the... Hello? Oh, I thought my voice also went. You're good with that? Okay. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, please subscribe to all the BW Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your professional quest for knowledge and insights. Also to add, there are exciting offers for all our attendees of the event today. For more information, please contact Vinod Kumar at the registration desk. Our latest issue talks about India's most enterprising women leaders and also the change agents who are pushing technology forward. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwmarketingworld.com. As you flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to please join in the conversations and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Festival of Marketing. And most importantly, I take this moment to also thank our partners for making yesterday and today happen. Our digital transformation partner, HCL Software, our education partner, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad, our associate partners, Star Sports Ad Solutions, Neil Patel, Digital India, our agency partner, Havas India, our strategic partner, MIQ, Media Mantra, Mob Avenue, Dainik Bhaskar Group, our exhibiting partner, Power Ad Spy, our data science partner, Chi-Square, our news partner, Bharat 24, our growth partners, 299 Marketing and PTC Network, our media barter partner, OneUpTrade, India's most trusted barter company, our social impact partner, MASH Project Foundation. And our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. May I please request my team to play the partners' AVs?
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
Just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
Finishes off in style. India lift the World Cup.
Welcome to the ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup, feel it.
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud to lead the growth. With 17.2% YOY growth in ad revenue and 154% YOY growth in PAT, Dainik Bhaskar Group, committed to growth.
I'm about to go bigger and better. If I ever lose, set it on faster than ever. If I ever lose, set it on bigger and better. Hit roller coaster come bigger, bolder, faster. Bigger, bolder, faster. Good. Bolder, faster.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our Advanced Media Solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. With high impact creatives that also give you the brand focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
Introducing OneUp Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with OneUp Trade, fully to barter experts.
पूरे देश में इस चैनल के 4000 संवाददाता होंगे जो एक रिकॉर्ड
Bharat 24 boasts of strong network of reporters and bureaus across India and is here to disrupt and lead the news environment with the most trusted names in broadcast journalism. First to introduce augmented reality-enabled news studio, backed by new age broadcast technology. The channel is presented across all major DTH, MOs and online platforms and has quickly gained more than 100 advertisers within 100 days of its launch. Bharat 24 is touching new milestones every day. Jahan tak Bharat, wahan tak Bharat 24.
Thank you to all our partners. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's commence this day filled with valuable insights and enriching lessons. To sort of give a brief about what all happened yesterday, please join me in welcoming to the podium our Group Editorial Director, of course, of PW Business World, Ms. Noor Fatima Varsia. Oh, there she is, yes. Thank you, Noor. I love how you added pressure on both the names in the end. I'll also come on to the spotlight with limping legs. Okay. With that, let's move ahead with the first panel discussion for the day. It's on purpose, passion, possibilities, marketing with a purpose. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Anika Vadera, Marketing Head, Sirona Hygiene, Mandira Kalra Kalan, Purpose, Senior Director and Head of Office, India, Payal Rajpal, Project Director, BBC Media Action, and this session will be chaired by Harshita Jain, Director, MASH Impact. Let's please welcome all our four panelists with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first one. Thoda to josh se Saturday, everybody, come on. Thank you.
When most of us hear marketing, we instantly think of ads, brands, and pushing sales. But isn't marketing a lot more than that? What if we see marketing not just as a business tool, but as a tool for social good? I mean, look around the world. There's no dearth of examples where marketing campaigns have helped us go beyond, think about social good or talk about taboo issues. From the profound influence of initiatives and campaigns like Do Boond Zindagi Ke to fight polio, as well as campaigns like Bell Bajao against domestic violence, brands have played a tremendous role in driving social conversations. So what if we today talk about marketing for social good? Today I'm joined by a very illustrious panel who comes with extensive experience in marketing and communication. So join me in welcoming Anika Vadera, Marketing and Brand Communications Head at Sirona. Anika is a highly motivated, result-driven marketing professional with over 17 years of experience in developing marketing strategies. She has spent over a decade building and driving teams that led digital transformation for some of the top brands in India like Samsung, Maruti, Airtel, Reckitt, amongst others. Currently at Sirona, Anika is working on building brand identity and brand awareness through social media, product packaging, product content, and more. Thank you, Anika, for joining us. Next, we have with us Mandira Kalan, Senior Campaign Director and Head of Office, Purpose India. Mandira brings 17 years of experience in strategic and creative communication and narrative and behavior change communication work on a range of issues. A social anthropologist by training, Mandira has a strong commitment to working closely with communities to leverage participatory and storytelling approaches. Her role at Purpose involves overseeing the strategy and implementation of campaigns on gender, public health, climate change, youth, and urban informal settlements. It's great to have you with us, Mandira. Finally, we have Payal Rajpal with us from BBC Media Action. Payal is a social strategist with over 16 years of experience delivering impact for corporates, non-profits, foundations, and social enterprises across India, the US, Southeast Asia, and East Africa. Payal currently heads global projects at BBC Media Action, where she works at the intersection of digital and behavioral consumer communication strategies, health, adolescent rights, WASH, and climate change. Thank you for joining us, Payal. So without further ado, let's chat about this other side of marketing, which is not just about selling products and services. So I would like to start the conversation with a broader discussion on the evolving landscape of marketing. Do you think that brands are now looking at financial profit and social profit going hand in hand? Payal, if you would like to start on that.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the short answer is yes, right? Can purpose drive profit? And I think as someone who sort of comes from the social impact space, like 100% completely believe that. I think we've seen that in several ways already with brands in India. So we've seen that through cause-related marketing. We've seen sort of, a rise in cause-related marketing that's been happening recently. We've seen that with, brands like Tata Tea or, P&G start to bring more authenticity in that cause-related marketing, linking it to their CSR, linking it to, behavior change, around education or climate change. So, and I think consumers are asking for, social purpose. I think I read something like 75–80% of consumers, have more loyalty or brand loyalty to purpose-driven brands. And, the sort of consumer behaviors are changing. They're looking, they're less price sensitive. They're looking for brand value.
We do believe that in the process, brand love is created, brand loyalty is created. Consumers like to be associated with brands that have a purpose, and if that purpose aligns with their beliefs, it just in the long run it will turn into some form of brand love and hopefully sales as well.
So yeah, completely agree with both Anila and Payal, but just to add, I think it's also about beyond marketing. So it's about purpose being built into all aspects of the work that corporates or brands do. More and more you see conversations around how can I build purpose with my teams? How do I drive it at my factory floor? How do I drive thinking about these things from start to finish in the way I'm thinking about the product I'm selling or the service I'm selling? What is the impact I have on the world around me? And as those conversations become more and more important, it becomes, dare I say in this group, more than just marketing, but really about the social impact that you have on the world around you. And I think that's really critical.
Yeah, no, very rightly said, thank you panelists. And, Mandira, purpose, I think, brings a very interesting mix, because while it's a social impact agencies, you work with a lot of brands, like you've collaborated with Lego, Ben & Jerry's and such, to see how can brands take up more purpose-led and cause-led marketing. So I would like to ask you, in your opinion, do you think brands are, looking at marketing as a behavior change tool, or is it still more about, the sale of products and services, or about, brand affinity?
So just to clarify as well, because I know a number of people were wondering, not only do we work in purpose and purpose branding, but we are also called purpose. So just to clarify that. But Thanks. That's a really interesting question. I think as we've worked with brands and we work across the globe with different kinds of brands to do very different kinds of pieces of work, and it's across the sector in terms of CSR, more close to CSR, all the way into marketing kind of projects. What I've seen is more and more brands taking a behavior change, narrative change approach. And it's actually really interesting to see, because I know Payal would also agree that those of us from the development sector have used marketing strategies in that sector for years. We've liberally applied marketing strategies to social impact and change for 20 plus years across the globe. So it's nice to see it happening the other way. I hear more and more brands not talk to me about things like marketing, but really talk to me about doing things like narrative change, doing things like engagement. How do I get somebody to do more than buy a product, but actually change how they think about that product, or change how they behave and how that links to the product or the service. And I think that's the change that we've seen over the last couple of years.
Very interesting. Anika, you represent a brand, and I think Sirona Hygiene has, changed the game when it comes to talking. And, the vision is not just about selling your products, but also driving more conversations around feminine hygiene. So how do you think is that shift happening? And, as Mandira talked about, that brands are now also looking at a behavior change narrative. So how is that helping more with brand affinity?
I think it starts from the top, right? So our purpose as an organization is to improve period care for women, to change the way menstruation is looked in the country, and that flows across through all our communication, through products that we want to sell, through content that we want to create, through conversations that we want to change. So the top purpose is to change the way menstruation is approached in a country where there is so much taboo around this topic. So, and that then just flows into everything else that we do. So the content that we create is going to change the conversations that are happening. The products that we are selling is going to change the way menstruators approach menstruation, making it better for them. Our social activities are aligned towards reducing period poverty. So, it just, everything flows from the top of the purpose that we're trying to, the change that we're trying to bring in the category that we're in. So I think that's how it just flows through, because the belief is one, it's common, and we're just trying to bring change in as many ways possible across different channels and across, translating into our business goal as well as marketing objectives.
Yeah, thanks, Anika. That's very interesting. And Payal, I would like to bring you here. The work that BBC Media Action is doing is, you're working on various governmental and social causes, and also supporting government in various initiatives like Swachh Bharat Mission. So, if you could talk a little bit more about unbranded marketing, and that's how is that contributing to demand generation, especially for products. While Sirona is building a brand, and there is menstrual cups, but how does your work help in demand generation and norm change?
Sure. So I think I want to unpack two things that you sort of mentioned. First is this concept of unbranded. So, as Mandira rightly pointed, we've been using traditional and commercial marketing tactics, for years. But essentially, what we're doing is creating big ideas that, and we say they're unbranded because they're not affiliated with companies, they're not affiliated with products. They're essentially affiliated with people and what we want people to believe in, we want people to own, we want people to relate to, right? So we are creating brands, but they're just not, company aligned, right? And the second thing is demand generation. So we're in the business of social and behavior change. So our end goal isn't always necessarily demand generation. It's about how we're contributing to the category, right? So in the case of menstrual hygiene, it's not necessarily that, as BBC Media Action, we want young women to uptake of, sanitary napkins. It might be that, our end goal is we want to increase conversation around menstrual hygiene, or we want to, make a dent in destigmatizing, taboos, of young girls. So, I think that it's important to sort of understand that we're looking at the entire change process and the continuum of change, and our objectives can be anywhere along that continuum. So, having said that, yeah, we work with governments and we work with the private sector, and predominantly we're working with those two entities as routes to scale, and to move away from point solutions into sort of market shifts, and look at breaking sort of long-term stigmas and long-term social norms. And, we've done this through entertainment first narrative storytelling. We've created dramas that sort of integrate social purpose messaging, creating alternative realities that can give people a safe space to talk about these issues that otherwise they may not be able to talk about in real life. We've done this, with girls' rights. We've done this with menstrual hygiene, maternal health. And yeah, even with Swachh Bharat mission, we've, helped the government create campaign playbooks that, can help increase people's understanding of the importance of sanitation, the importance of septic tanks, the importance of cleaning septic tanks. Doing this by sort of creating a visualized personification of what fecal sludge is, right? So we created this property called Malasur, which is essentially the demon in Depika. So it very nicely sort of identifies the germs or the harms that fecal sludge has, and it's essentially living under your feet, ready to sort of bubble up and, potentially harm you if you don't take care of it, if you don't clean your septic tank. So, these are the sort of ways in which we're trying to contribute to demand generation across various social issues.
Very interesting. So I see, we're all working with similar objectives, but our sort of approaches differ. So in that perspective, I would like to ask, when, traditional metrics aside, how do you measure behavior and behavioral and social impact? Because I feel like that's kind of a gray space, right? So Mandira, if you would like to start.
I can start. I don't know how good I'll be at talking through this because this is a perennially difficult question. How do you attribute behavior change? Where did that change come from? But I think it's changed and it's become better. Digital platforms, things like social listening tools have allowed us to not just track brand recall, but they've actually allowed us to track how conversations change, how people might be searching for something different because they've heard or they've been exposed to, for instance, an entertainment education program, or they've been part of a campaign. And that shows us beyond just a simple brand recall, but it actually shows us how they might have engaged further. Traditionally, I know many of us who've worked in the space have used things like markers. How can we find ways not to just, again, moving away from remembering the brand, but actually how is the community I'm working with, the audience I'm working with, actually bringing that brand into their daily lives? Is there some adoption? Is there some, what is the right word? Kind of almost, are they adopting it into the way they talk or the way they do things? Bell Bajao is one of the best examples of that traditionally, and there've been more subsequently. But I think how we measure and moving away from, somebody said to me recently that behavior change should be measured by a series of bicycles rather than a Cadillac. And I think that was a really interesting kind of metaphor for it. It's about small pieces being measured, lots of different levels of measurement, rather than that traditional big size measurement of how the brand has been recalled across masses, because that's easy. How has that changed is the hard part, and that's, I think, how things have changed.
So we obviously there are no direct ways to measure purpose-driven actions at business, but we do it in two ways. One, if we have to look at, if you're meeting our business or marketing objectives, we have like Mandira mentioned, check brand love, brand recall, brand retention, brand uplift studies you do, organic sales. what is the sentiment that the brand is getting. These are some of the metrics that will help you understand that, whether the brand is becoming more popular or more people are looking for the brand, more people are searching for the products or not. And the other direct matrix that we keep for ourselves is through the foundation-led activity. So the Sirona Hygiene Foundation, whatever activities we do there. So we have a target there that we have to reach out to 1 lakh menstruators, give them free cups, educate them on how to use the cup. So that's a target that we keep for ourselves, that those are the lives that we are directly impacting, aligned with the goal of reducing period poverty. So that's one goal that we have, to actually check, whether the purpose that we're going out at the grassroots level, how we're reaching out. And the other is at the brand level matrix that can help us understand that how are we growing and how frequently and how often are consumers searching for us. So yeah, that's how we look at it.
So I think for us, we borrow heavily from the development sector in terms of how you measure behavior change. And we do this through experimental research, pre and post intervention surveys. So yes, we're looking at how well our brands do, what the likability, relatability, the brand recall of the properties that we're creating, or the big ideas we're trying to put out there are doing. But we're also looking at, or asking ourselves the question, have we reduced the knowledge, action, intention gap? So, we do look at asking questions around, have people's knowledge on a certain issue changed, or have their awareness on a certain issue changed, or is their intention to, purchase a menstrual hygiene product increased? And so this is the sort of thing that we invest in, rigorous evaluation, so that we understand that the behavior change that we're trying to make, is actually contributing to shifts, and, then can ladder up into demand generation.
Interesting. Thanks. It's good to see that there's also more, wants from the industry across, brands and agencies to measure this in the first place, while we come up with different, ways to do that. And on that point, I would like to, it's very interesting to see, like I mentioned, that we're all working with similar objectives. So how do we collaborate? How do different agencies and brands and, even the government and the public sector come together to see that how can we use marketing as a tool for greater public and social good? Anika, if you would like to start.
So for our foundation-led activities, we go out and reach out to NGOs, to corporates, to governments, to anyone and everyone, because everyone has a social side to them. They want to do good. So that's those are all non-profit initiatives that we make, so that we can collaborate on resources, on funds, to actually impact lives at the grassroots level. That is something that we strongly believe that should go parallel to everything else that we do as a business. So Sirona Hygiene Foundation does outreach and collaboration with anyone and all entities that who are willing to, that believe in that cause and want to do something about it. And yes, the scope is immense. There are, I say, millions of women out there who need these products. We're a big country with a huge population, so the need is definitely there. And if we believe in the cause, then we should definitely go out and do something about it. So yeah, at the foundation level, this is what we do, and seek for help from other collaborators. Partners or consumers having the same kind of, if you have the same purpose in mind, it just becomes
I Thank you. Thank you so much. From here, we move to the future marketer track, which is how a marketer is embracing change to maximize impact. And for the spotlight session, it's on authentic storytelling for Gen Zs. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Amit Tiwari, Global Head of Marketing Demand Center, TCS. Ashish Mishra, Executive Vice President, Marketing, ACU. Karthi Marshan, Communicator, Marketer, and Learner. And this session will be chaired by Noor Fatima Warsia, Group Editorial Director, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them collectively, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning again, everybody. As you can see, I have a very, very disciplined and obedient panel. And I'm just telling you up front, it might not be a very, very peaceful panel. They were already fighting with each other when we were going through the sessions. Ke, aap kya bol rahe hain? So I encourage that we keep that spirit over here and none of you lose it. Our session is an interesting one. Authentic storytelling for Gen Z. Now, just to put it out there, Gen Z is pretty much anybody who's almost 26 years of age right now. A little over 8 o'clock, a little over 8 years, so maybe 9 to 26 is what we are now looking at the Gen Z audience. This audience is important for people such as myself because that's the next set of your consumers and next generation of consumers. What they're going to tell us is, do we know enough about them? Why should we know about them? And what should young marketers especially know about them in your everyday decision making? So I'm going to just, put it out there. Everybody over here is already introduced, and thank you for that, Aditya. But then let's just talk about Gen Z a little bit because आप लोग बहुत ज़्यादा इसके ऊपर passionate थे, for want of a better word. So let's go. Kati, why don't you go for it? Now he said that you guys already have certain mindsets about what Gen Z is. So go ahead and just give us a sense on what how you think people should look at this consumer group.
All right. So I'll start by trying to slay some of these, tropes or myths. So there is this trope that on the one hand, Gen Z is very self-centered and self-obsessed because they're always taking selfies and so on and so forth. But I can tell you that I know people in their 40s and their 50s, and my mother who's 80, who's equally self-obsessed about taking selfies and whatnot. So trope number one, let's slay that. On the other hand, we see lots of research which talks about how the Gen Z folks are the ones who are super socially aware and they're super conscious and they want only sustainable products and they will not support brands who are not authentic. There may be some truth in that, but I think even that is a lot of BS because the same kids also want to order 70 things on Swiggy all the time, and all the stuff coming on these quick delivery systems are also creating lots of garbage, non-biodegradable, etc., etc. So just like all of us here, I think Gen Z is also full of contradictions and confusion. So painting these very singular stereotypes, I think, is pretty dangerous. So that's the thing I'd caution us about.
Thank you so much, Karthi. I didn't want to do a death by panel kind of thing, but they're already sitting like that. But Ashish, I remember when we were doing the discussion, you were like, "Lekin zaruri kyun hai? Matlab, who are they important for?" And we were looking at different consumer groups, and they're like, "That's not where they will become important." Do you just want to take us through? We already discussed that there are certain groups where they definitely make sense. But do you just want to take us through how you look at it right now as a massive marketer from that audience's perspective, your own take on them?
So I'll talk in reference for ACO, right? So we are a digital first insurance company and we're designing for this generation. Okay. So let's say in another 4 years time, the Gen Z will be 30-year-old, and a 30-year-old when he wants to buy insurance, he's going to want an app first approach. Okay? So they have a strong purchasing power. They might not be relevant to a lot of audiences, a lot of markets right now, but I think what's really important is for certain segments they might not be profitable right now, but they are definitely going to be very profitable in the future. So that's how we look at it. And to design for them, it requires a completely different mindset. I'll be honest. I have a 25-year-old cousin. His phone, the apps on his phone are completely different from my phone. Okay. Yeah. The music he listens to is completely different than I listen to. So he introduces me. So I wouldn't even say that, we understand them very well. You really need to be in the shoes to really get to them.
Fair enough. I got it. I have worked too much with Dr. Batra, so my patience levels are exactly like him. And to my dear team at the back, I can almost hear all your complaints and concerns like all the way to here. So let's just keep it low, please. Thank you. Amitji, up to you now, right now, and then we'll, kind of move on from this. Again, wahi Gen Z wali baat pe, overall, I don't want you to speak on that because I think between the two gentlemen, we have kind of discussed, it's a very broken down audience, but during our discussion, you said, and because our topic today is authentic storytelling, I'd like to move in that direction eventually. You said even the word authentic kind of needs in a particular way. Authentic for Gen Z kya hota hai?
See, hi, good morning, everyone. I think, Noor, what you and Kathy said, I have a different take on that. And I'll tell you, and then we'll come to this particular point to build it. See, either we are actually, it can't be two sides of the same coin. Either we are saying, is it a demographic bifurcation, as you mentioned about 8 to 26 or 9 to 26, whatever it is. And what Kathy said, it is more of a behavioral bifurcation. If a 50-year-old guy also have a same attribute, then obviously he can be considered as Gen Z. You can't bifurcate because he's a 50-year-old. No, you can't be a part of it. So I think the first thing that we really need to define whether it's a behavioral segmentation that we want to do, or it's only a demographic segmentation, we call, because that's classically we have actually put in across. Now coming to your point on authenticity, it's very important about three things, and which are primarily defined from 3 T's: trust, transparency, and technology. Because if you actually see the gamut of all the three, they actually combine to provide what is actually today a Gen Z or a behavior of that particular Gen Z looks for. If they don't trust on the brand, they will never even able to go to your particular, even for an experiment also. If they don't feel that you are transparent as a brand to anyone that you're actually transparency in the dealing with, transparent in the messaging that you actually transparent, they will never be able to. Most important is technology. What is the value that you're actually trying to make a difference in their life? What convenience you are actually trying to provide, whether it is the app first, whether it is experience first, doesn't matter. There are many traditional brands which have nothing to do with app, but still they are considered as the most favorite brand on Gen Z. As an example of Philips trimmers, sold maximum in the India, 26 lakhs trimmers sold every year. They don't belong to Gen Z as a community. Their basic target audience starts from 30-35. So that is what I want to rest my particular point in case on this.
Thank you so much. Impossible for us to speak about Gen Z marketing and not talk about generative AI right now. Everybody seems to be obsessed with that as a concept. But just Ashish, I'm going to bring this, throw this back at you again. From your standpoint, and we have a lot of young marketers today who are watching between the room and will be reading our reports on this. What is your advice? Some of the tools that are available to them today where they can understand this broken up, elusive, slightly fragmented TG a little better and do a slightly better job, more efficient job in reaching out to them. What do they have today that probably we didn't have last year?
So I think ChatGPT changed the world, right? Everybody woke up one day and they said, okay, aisa bhi hota hai. So I would just say my advice to even to my team and marketers is have fun, enjoy these tools, but don't forget the fundamentals of storytelling. The fundamentals of storytelling and fundamentals of communication will still apply. You can have fun with it. You can, we've also done a lot of stuff, but that's the most important part. This is a tool. It's called a tool for a reason, right? So use it, have fun with it, but don't forget the basics.
All right, excellent. Amazingly, it's coming back to you. But because we're saying authentic and storytelling, we discussed there are certain restraints in India at the moment, right? Not just India, various countries, but we are here, so we'll talk about India. Whether we look at some of the shows on OTT platforms, some of the advertising, and we talked about Tanishq from a couple of years ago, there is a certain mindset out there where it is very clearly now defined that there are things you're allowed to do and things you're not allowed to do, irrespective of how creative you want want it to be. And Kat, I just want to take your take on that. How much can you still remain authentic when there are many filters and rules and regulations that you must follow that we didn't have so much some time back?
See, my observation is that rules and regulations and filters come for two sets of reasons. One, because of bigotry, and we are seeing a fair amount of that happening today. But second, equally important, also because of mayhem, because we get access to new kinds of tools, which to start with end up being toys. So that journey from toy to tool, I think, is a bit of a journey. And in the same context, in this context of storytelling, the journey from gimmickry to gravitas. So frequently, we are ourselves responsible for being irresponsible and playing on the gimmickry side. We are trying to, do this whole look at me thing. And like Amit was saying earlier, we are trying to make things which are targeting Khan. They're not targeting the consumer. They're not targeting this country, but they're targeting something else altogether. If we are irresponsible, we deserve to be wrapped on the knuckles. Our windows deserve to be broken. Having said that, do we have a responsibility as marketeers to mold attitudes, to drive new and fresh conversations so that minds can be opened in the context of our brands? However, yes, we do. So the trick is that the word authentic, I think we also deal with it very shallowly. It has to be authentic to your consumer, to your context, but equally to your brand. Does your brand have a responsibility and opportunity and a reason to be telling that story, to be in that conversation, is the first thing to examine. If you're a cola, for example, maybe you're already poisoning people with sugar. Are you going to be lecturing them or telling stories about health? Maybe not. Maybe you should just be responsible, saying when they want to pamper themselves and feed themselves sugar, that's my role. And uske alawa mere ko aur jo karna hai main karunga. So I think the balance is required and gravitas is required in examining the opportunities as well.
Staying true to the brand. Amity, I want to throw this back at you again. We had seen a lot of, especially with the intention of targeting millennials at one point, and now that kind of has gotten, the legacy of moved forward to Gen Z, purpose. People were talking purpose and sustainability, and their storytelling had to have this big picture. वो थोड़ा कम हो गया. Now, from your perspective, where is this conversation really headed? Are we going to see more of this purpose driven and all those big statements? Are we going to see like a shift? Where is this going?
See, if you actually see today, Noor, two things when you talk about purpose, when you talk about authentic storytelling, I think most of the, and I'll, since I'm representing the vertical of marketing, keeping the hand to that, everybody is very confused today. And let me put it very straightforward and very honest, because what we are trying to do everything at the same time, but your audience doesn't have that attention to actually grab the same time. There are many marketers, there are many conversations that I've been part of it. It says, I myself don't know whether the X particular communication is right or the Y is right. And the reason being because we actually want to do in a shorter time span, we really want to do things which are much more higher. Also taking a step back when you and Kati was talking about in terms of from ages, and we all remember from dinosaur ages when we actually have a lot of regulations, and everybody remember, but if you really want to go something to advertise on India, Pakistan, on Doordarshan, then you have to have a storyboard approval. That was a dinosaur age to look for, and everybody followed that, and everybody looked for it. Why the entire particular question about you have some regulations? Regulation is fine, but what is the intent of the brand today? If your intent is right, you understand that you really want to do something, because you also need to look into the cultural nuances of the country itself. You just can't do something which is very obnoxious. It doesn't give you the entire coming again back to your particular question, it's a very confusing state today. What you want to see, what happens, there are a lot of people who talk about, let's say that I'm very conscious about environment, but the products doesn't support that. So it is, you're actually trying to create a mistrust in the mind of the consumer, whether it is Gen Z or any particular consumer that you look for. Be authentic in what you actually do. Communication is just a medium to actually help you to reach out to your audience. If you're not authentic in providing the product or the services that you do, then irrespective you do whatever in terms of advertising, communication, it will never make a mark in the minds of any of the consumer that you actually look for.
All right, perfect.
So I generally believe purpose is a luxury some brands have, some brands should not have. Okay. If you are Tom's or if you are Patagonia, when you are founded with a purpose, that's fine. Otherwise, I think purpose is, and I know, I'm sorry, the last panel was on purpose, but if you are a startup brand and if you're trying to build up something new, please keep purpose aside for the next 5 years.
5 years.
Try to focus on building your company. Okay. And I don't know why marketers feel that I need something higher purpose than selling. Right? If you are selling soap, why are you not happy by selling soap? Why does it have to be that I'm changing the lives of million people? Right. So I think I genuinely believe it's a luxury that certain brands have, and unless you're founded by it. So if you're founded with the fact that I'm a Patagonian, I'm going, that's my job, then great, perfect. Otherwise, please keep it aside for.
All right, excellent. We spoke toys to tools right now, but there's another problem with generative AI, especially ethics. To ek ho gaya, security is another. These are some real problems. I would like to get some advice from you for the younger marketers who are coming in. For them, these things must be too native. They are just pretty much getting into it. They're riding the AI age like we wrote the web age. I don't want to talk about it, but anything over here in terms of advice, let's talk the ethics part of it first. What should they keep in mind? Amit, you want to take it on? You were giving us an example also where you were faced with a situation.
See, I think first thing that we really need to draw is that let's not jump into, and I agree with what Ashish was saying, let's not jump into things which just for the heck of doing it. If everybody is doing it, I should also do it. What is the need? And I think that's where in terms of purpose-led marketing comes into place. What do you really want to achieve from doing it? And when you actually do, and today what has happened is, if you see the age in which we are, and specifically the development that has happened in AI globally in most of the places, it's only content and creative development. It's not gone something which is remarkable in terms of we can actually do a customer service, which has not reached to that level. But the challenge today is we want to do a lot of shortcuts and time crunch to look for. If an artwork takes 12 hours, how can we actually deliver it in 12 minutes or half hours to look for? And what is happening, that is actually trying to lapse a lot of processes, a lot of quality checks, and a lot of ethical checks, whether it is actually been applicable or not. There was one particular case, without naming the brand, there were two particular brands who actually gave the same prompt, and 94% of their particular creative outcome was the same. And both got published on one of the social media platforms. And there were a lot of users on the platform started posting was, is the creative agency same, or they're actually using the same particular guy to deliver the same messaging was different, the entire artwork was the same, the visual was absolutely fine. So you have to be very, very clear in terms of, and I would not blame any particular marketer with the young, old to actually talk about, because it is not their fault. It is, nobody has actually guided them, told them what you need to look for. So there has to be a guiding principles about what you need to do ethically, as well as in terms of security, what you can actually do. Maybe somebody else would have seen this particular picture somewhere and started developing the same because it was a nice, attractive visual to look for.
So, if you're as old as me, you may remember there was an era when we used to use stock images also. Now, what Amit has just described is pretty similar to that, right? If your search for that stock image is going to be a generic search,
on the full page ad that they actually put in. Same agency, they've started using the cost cutting and everything, and exactly same. So these things used to happen before. The only thing is you have to be very careful in terms of what are you actually trying to attempt and how are you actually trying to move. Fortunately, I think the best part is the way in which the era in which India is today. We have a lot of rules, a lot of guidelines and frameworks which are already there for the budding markets and for everyone to actually know what is right and what is wrong in using whatever you're actually trying to do on this new technology to build it.
All right, excellent. Let's move to the tenets a little bit. I see we still have 14 minutes. Is that right, people? I have Yes, exactly. So yesterday, both Karthi and Aminji had made this request, if we can, and it was my role to come down on the floor and see some of you. I see Samir sir is here. I see Mohit is here. This is a heads up to you people. I'm going to walk up to you. And our idea is to get some perspectives from you, and then they would like to also kind of weigh in on that. So I am going to be, what is that, late night show? Which one it is, where they're walking between the audiences? So that's going to happen now. I'm coming. Mohit, I'm coming to you first, and I have a reason for that. Yesterday, Mohit spoke to us about meaningful brands. And I think, that, and there's a Gen Z cut in it, isn't it, Mohit? So Mohit, just take us through, we're talking about storytelling over here. Anything, any kind of a takeaway you had about that particular audience on this aspect?
Thanks, Noor. Yes, you're right. There is for them, as they said, it has to be absolutely transparent. So they are not looking at winded smart and short, which delivers what they want. So I think the
These guys are watching 8 hours at a stop, and so are we, of course. So the patience is also contextual.
brand communication. They want a very, very, quick.
Country, if you do a poll, the top two brands that Gen Z love is YouTube and Google. And the reason is YouTube is they want authentic responses, reviews from people who are like them. So there's no, there's no marketing spiel over it. Same as Google. So that's where the your point lands.
Yeah, that was Mohit Joshi, the CEO of Havas Media in India, and he has a presentation later today. I invite the panelists to watch that, because yesterday when I was watching it, for me also it was very eye-opening. Of course, I'm coming to Mr. Saxena. Just to kind of get your sense also on this. You have heard panelists today. Gen Z is an important audience overall, but I'm guessing not for you. So, but who did this to me? Oh, yeah, somebody from my team. But how are you looking at it from an audience perspective? Do you equip yourself with this? How do you look at it?
To equip ourselves, because it's quite different from what our narratives are. We are technical, we are B2B. So the challenge for us is the attention span. How can we create a narrative for them on for the attention span? A simple thing like a door phone now. For the first time, Legrand went into a door phone for our Instagram 30-second storytelling, which we would have never imagined 2 years or 3 years back that Legrand would do something on Instagram. So I think for us, the challenge is always the attention span. We as a company want a couple of hours to do our B2B sales pitch, but to do that in 30 seconds is a bit of a challenge. Yes.
I think the point of attention span is back. You know, the point of attention span, if I have to listen to Mohit, my boss will also belong to Gen Z, because that's exactly his attention span when he's speaking with us at least. You have the chance to ask questions right now. So if you raise your hand, I will come to you. I don't know if it's still showing 14 minutes, is it? 10 minutes. Oh, amazing. But then, so that was Mr. Samir Saxena from Legrand. He's also one of our winners of Top 100 Marketers, and he has a session later today. If you have questions, somebody will get a mic to you. I'm lying, not really, because we don't have time for audience Q&A. Aapke paas abhi nahi hai, toh the chance is gone. I'm coming back up. All right, gentlemen, we have got a couple of perspectives from our audiences over here. I'm going to bring it back again. What Ashish was telling us in the beginning, they're not really important for everyone, but we do really need to know a little bit about them. As we are winding up, let's discuss what we talked about, advice to young marketers. Have fun, do your thing, don't forget the fundamentals. So Ashish had told us to it in the beginning. Somebody yesterday, Ashish, were you also speaking about, you know, how you've seen these some work lately that was just short of business insights, etc. We end up seeing sometimes where the fundamentals of marketing is missing. So I think the first advice, even to, let's go with advice right now. Ashish, you go for it. Any first, second, third advice that you have for young marketers, especially those who are 2-3 years old in the business?
I fundamentally believe that where you spend and which brand, which leader you spend, you between the ages of 27 to 37 decides your career after that. So be very cautious on where you're working, under whom you're working. That sets you up for future roles, leadership roles. And nothing gets built in 2 years. So learn to stick around for 3 to 5 years to be here. So I come from my last job, I was 14 years, I'm 3 years. So I don't think you can make meaningful changes in 2-3 years, but that's the problem. This generation wants to move 30%, 20% in every 2 years. So that hurts in the long term.
But that is so true. And this generation and the generation before them also, one of our takeaways when we were doing the top marketer list was the churn and the stint. Amitji, you know, you wanted to say something, go for it.
Sure. So I will only say, you know, 3 things which I always believe, that's what I tell most of the people in my team and most of the people whom I mentor is, there are 3 R's basically. Reskill yourself. In our times, people say after 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, but I'd say reskill whenever you get an opportunity to be relevant in what you actually do. Recalibrate yourself. What are you actually trying to do? It's most important today, because you can't think after 8 years ago, I have not been able to do what I really need to do. And last but not least is basically reboot yourself. Just reboot in terms of take a back step. It's not about job, it's about career. You have to find a difference between job and career, and that is the right time. Otherwise you will become very irrelevant in a very short span of time.
No, correct, that's true, that's absolutely true. Lekin ye bahut ho raha hai fir bhi.
All right. So this is clearly targeted at the young marketer. 3 things I want to say. One, yesterday there was some talk about marketeers aspiring, the CMO aspiring to the CEO seat and so on and so forth. I will say to young marketers, don't bother. Why? Because this job is the most because you get to get away with murder in this job. You don't get to get away with murder in the CEO's job. So focus on having fun. The second thing, Peter Drucker, function of business. And this is absolutely true. Why? Because it's the marketer's job to crystal gaze, to mold attitudes, to drag the brand, the organization, and arguably society forward. So you get to change the world. Why the hell would you give that opportunity up? And on the issue of revolving door, which Amit also referred to, and so did Ashish, I agree 100%. Average tenure we heard is 30 months. I came very close to trying to do 30 years. So, and I can tell you that every single day of it was fun. So dig your heels in and you will find lots of meaning, and you will really be able to effect change only if you stay around for a long time.
All right, excellent. We still have 6 minutes on the clock. I have a couple of last questions here. Lekin aapko pata hai na main patrakar hu. Matlab, how do I give it up? How will I let it go? I'm in a shock that I have that much time. Lekin I just want to ask, you know, I know that there are some young winners that we have with us today. I also know that we have invited some people who are looking at marketing as a discipline. So if there are any young marketers in the room, and if you have any kind of a question, query, need not be related to our subject, you are very welcome to ask at this point any young marketer who may have any kind of a query. But I'm taking the cue exactly from that and broadening this just a little bit and bringing it to young marketers overall. See, the churn is one thing. The second thing is literally they are undergoing these conversations where they are hearing whether the role of the marketer will remain relevant in the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years, right? You put it beautifully that marketing is the only function that is the differentiator in the company. How long will that continue to be true, especially given the way we are looking at technology, the way we are looking at other functions that have a say in consumer engagement, or how they would want to treat the consumers? How long will this remain true?
So I'll respond to it in two ways. One, in my 17-year journey at Kotak, I have seen marketing go from a department to a mindset, and I was part of enabling that also. So I saw the analytics team embracing marketing. I saw even the compliance function embracing marketing in their context, HR, etc., etc. So what I have seen, have enabled, and I'm very happy about is that once the company gets, so for example, in Hindustan Lever, that doesn't need to happen, right? Everyone is a marketer. Every single employee in some form or the other is a marketer. In a financial services company, that didn't used to be the case. It is so now. And I think that is one reassuring factor for me, that marketing, it's not just about the fact that the marketer has a job, but if the company thinks of itself as a marketing organization, which is what Peter Drucker says we are, then there is no worry at all. And let's pull much more back fundamentally and go to the title of this talk, storytelling. Storytelling is what distinguishes us as human beings. Storytelling is what will distinguish us from generative AI as well, is what so far they are saying. Of course, things can change. We don't know. I don't have the crystal ball to be able to tell you what will happen 10 years into the future. I was in a conference room like this in Bombay 2 weeks ago, where one of the top 10 AI scientists of the world was telling us about how by 2030, the ability of computers to process multiple variations of a question, for example, will outstrip our brain's ability to do that by a magnitude of, I can't even remember the number, by 1 trillion times. So in some things, AI will be way ahead of us. But my suspicion is that in being imaginative, it's highly unlikely to be, because AI essentially is based on everything you fed it, which is everything in the past. The one skill and power that we have as humans is being able to be imaginative and conjure up stuff that never existed before in our heads, and therefore into the world, manifest it into the world as well. And that is the marketer's job. So I don't see the marketer's job ever going away.
Yeah, I think in any organization that doesn't value marketing or doesn't, then it's the functions problem. You have not done a great job. If you've done a great job, I don't see any organization, any sector that doesn't appreciate what marketing brings to the table. And that will continue to happen no matter what now, 6 years down, 10 years down the line, because we are, if you think of yourself as a growth generator versus cost center and not a balance sheet, then you will drive that respect. You'll earn that respect from the organization. And whether you're not going to lose your job to AI. You're going to lose your job because your fundamentals as a marketer are wrong. You are not a great marketer. You are chasing the wrong KPIs, and that's why you. So AI is not going to take your job. You need to, as Amit said, maybe reskill yourself, reboot yourself, and learn how to do it better.
Thank you.
I think, Noor, I personally believe marketing is not going to change. It will just evolve, and it'll have much more better place what is happening today in the next 4 or 5 years. And I'll tell you why and what is happening today. It will not be a generic marketing in future. It's an era, and we can see right now it's going towards micro specialization. Technology may come, it will only add to the entire value that marketing is generating. It may not be a chief marketing officer role. It may be chief experience officer, chief digital officer, chief data officer. But the fact is that marketing will actually evolve in a much more micro specialized, and it will actually take much more bigger roles what you're actually doing it today.
All right, perfect. We are on the last minute. I got a couple of cues as well. Believe it or not, that was pretty much how we are ending this today. I want to thank the audience, and I would request everybody to please put your hands together for my wonderful panelists. They didn't fight. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Noor, for moderating that. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we move on to our next panel discussion on the ethical marketeer. As ESG, authenticity, people first, purpose become regular words in the marketing jargon. What does an ethical marketer mean and entail? Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Gauri Malhotra, Chief Marketing Officer, Bombay Shaving Company. Samir Saxena, Director, Marketing, Lee Grand. Shamik Banerjee, Chief Marketing Officer, Apollo 24/7. Shivam Ranjan, Head, Marketing, Motorola Asia Pacific. And this session will be chaired by Raghav Maheshwari, Chief Business Officer, Mob Avenue. Let's please welcome all of them, ladies and gentlemen, to the stage. You know, we can be louder. It's only the morning. I know it's a Saturday, we can be. Yeah. Thank you.
Everyone settle in, and thank you all of you. I mean, it was an unusually gloomy morning in Delhi today, and still so many of us are here. That's a testament, and on a Saturday morning. So thanks a lot for that. So yeah, we'll kind of kickstart. So the ethical marketer, you know, that's a topic, at least I'm personally very, very passionate about. I kind of volunteered for it. And if, you know, we have 100+ marketers in this room, you know, if I ask what is ethical marketing, what's your take, you know, I'm going to get 100 different answers just to get their understanding. What does it mean to you? Because it will mean different things to different people. And, you know, we are going to just take this panel and take this time to just evaluate and, you know, to discuss, debate that, okay, what exactly is ethical marketing? How are we going to go about it? You know, how is it being driven? Is it driven by the management? Is it driven by the consumer? Is it being driven by the employees? And then, you know, the future aspects of it, what we have done, how we are going about it. So I have a very, very rich and esteemed panel here, rich with experience. And so I'm just going to throw the question to you guys. So what in your definition or in your mindset is ethical marketing to you? How are you currently tackling it and how are you going about it? So, anything.
All right, great. I think, like you said, Raghav, ethical marketing is something that's a very broad topic and may mean different things to different people. But I think just to summarize in few broad categories, I think it definitely encompasses sustainability. It encompasses social responsibility. It encompasses transparency, authenticity, that we are able to communicate, you know, about the organization's products out to the consumers. But I think where is it driven from? Like you said, right? I mean, that's another question that you had. And I think it's important that the business drives these aspects. Otherwise, if you don't have that as a business, there's no way that a marketer can communicate that. And I think communicating something which is not there, it's in itself is unethical, right? So I think it stems from the organization's desire to be ethical, for the organization's desire to be socially responsible, sustainable, transparent. And I think as the organizations builds those principles into everything that they do, whether it is their products, whether it is their services, or it is their employee policies, that is where as marketers, we can communicate that to consumers and take it to consumers. And of course, it's a philosophy that has to cut across. It's a mindset that has to cut across functions. Marketing definitely will be the one that takes it out to consumers and communicates that. But the mindset has to be something that cuts across the organization, is a core aspect of the business. And that's how the marketers will be able to take it across. Yeah.
This topic is interesting. So first of all, it's about who defines what's ethical, right? Is a point that I was thinking. And why is it all of a sudden become so important in today's marketing world that it takes a topic, right? So how I look at this is, you know, we marketeers, or we, you know, the part of this consumer industry, we are facing a very important decade. I think 100 years back, this world has seen a big change where we have seen industrial revolution, right? Where there was a problem called speed, how fast we can make things we need. And that problem was solved 100 years back. What happened after that is the entire industry was changed, right? We saw all new companies come in. The East India companies of the world went away, and we had new companies which built on a different way, right? New ideas, new thoughts. Classical economics played the way. Supply creates its own demand. Keynesian came much later, right? At the start of this century, something happened. Another problem got solved, which was distance. Now we are very close to everyone, right? The distance is gone. So that's what's happening. You can see all the old companies again going away. We have new ones. If you see the top 10, they're all made 10 years back, 15 years back, because supply again creates its own demand. And with this transitional world, right, to define what's ethical, I think without a standard norm, it's about if you can go in front of a mirror and see your face and look at it, it's ethical, right? So it's very subjective to be ethical. While you can put up environment, transparency, sustainability, right? So I would rather say, can we create a world of standardizations, ethical standards, so that we can go by it? But at this point in time, I think it's quite wide open. It's upon us to decide what and how we should do, right? Because at the end of the day, we might be leading one brand, but apart from our brand, we are a consumer to everyone else in this country. So we are all same. It's not that we are different, but we have, right? So all of us are consumers. All of us are facing this challenge, and all of us need to sort this out. So that's what, when I was coming with one of our colleagues, and I asked him, he's a fresher. He just joined us from one of the premier management institutes. I said, what do you think about ethical marketing? Why do you need it? So he said a very interesting thing, that we need it because we need to do it. I said, why? Why do you need ethical marketing? He said, so what? You will put a gun on someone's head and say you buy it. I said, yeah, what's the problem? He said a very interesting thing. He said, no, if you do that, you will not live for long. They will not keep buying you, right? So it's not for the consumers, it's for yourself. You have to be ethical, right? And that's a very interesting thing. Thanks, Adnan. It was a very interesting point of view. And I think that's where ethical I look at. So it's a way of living. It's going through a transition because of new norms, and we have a lot to do. That's where I am.
Interesting perspective. Coming to how we manage, so the question he raised was, what is ethical and how do we manage? I think I will put it into three buckets. First is the governance. I think today, if you look at the financial statement, the quarterly results, ethical things, the sustainability is becoming an important part of it. 10 years back, maybe even 2% of the financial statement which come at the end of the results would not have a para even on sustainability. Today, all the companies would have one P&L, but two paras on a sustainability. So one is the pressure coming from the stakeholders purely on the board, whether who manages, how managers will come to it. But clearly there's enough pressure from the board to have sustainability in your balance sheet. So that's point number one, is the first bucket. The second bucket is the regulations. So company do sign, and they have their own internal CSR KPIs, whether it's internal or for the customers, I will come again to it. But clearly there is a regulation. You sign a UN charter, you sign something relevant to any country, the plastics, the EVs, the policy, the guidelines, and you've become a part of those regulations. How nicely you do it, how much is it for the consumers? Again, a point. So these two frameworks is clearly driven by our internal, which is your own governance, and external, which is regulations. Most important as marketeers is what we call is now ethical consumerism. Whether it is coming or not, maybe I'll finish with you and then I will come back. But I think that's where the key is for us as marketers, and I'll come back to on ethical consumerism a bit later.
So super interesting perspectives. And, I was thinking to myself whether it's just the coinage of the term that we've done now, and is it something that's always existed? And for me, ethical marketing has taken different shape and form over the years. I think if I look back to 50 years, and I worked on the brand Parachute for a few years, I think the problem it solved about 30, 40 years back when it launched
was that of impurity in products. And impurity in product at that point in time used to be such a big challenge, right? And was that ethical marketing at that point in time to take a stand and to solve a real need by doing the right thing? Absolutely, yes. I think as we've evolved, as the consumer has pushed us more, as the society has pushed us more, as there's more voice that we have today through social media and greater conversation, the dimensionalization of ethical marketing is now changing. We're talking a lot more about sustainability because that's what's happening around in the environment for us, right? 20 years later, this might be as basic as it would get, and we move to another challenge basis what the environment presents to us. So I think as the fundamental discipline of marketing, marketers have always, or businesses have always tried to solve something which is a real world problem in an ethical manner to derive business results. To me, the manifestation of it has been changing over the last few years. And it's most successful, in my view, when ethical marketing along with profit comes together. Because otherwise, it's just honestly a page in the annual reports versus genuinely the business or the company doing something about it. So yeah, that's my view.
No, I think those are so exactly why we opened with this, because four very interesting, very different, but yet similar segues, whether it's the stakeholders driving it, whether it's with profit, whether it's, why has this become a need right now? I think that's very, very important. So this just brings me to maybe, that thought process that, how are we incorporating? I mean, you guys, how are you incorporating ESG, this environment, social governance principles in your daily marketing activities? Are you discussing it? Is it a common topic in your boardrooms? Is it a common topic in your marketing meetings? When you're planning campaigns, are you planning with keeping that in mind? So how deep and what level of thought process is actually going, and how is it then coming out towards the implementation?
No, absolutely. I think at Motorola, this is a very important aspect of what we do, right from the stage when we design our products to the services that we are giving to the consumers and how we communicate to them. So, for example, I mean, let's just talk about the category and first to give that perspective, right? Smartphone in itself is a very, very personal device to everybody, right? I mean, it's one of the most personal devices that that we own, and it's key. So, hence, for consumers, privacy, data security, privacy, all of that is also very, very important. What is being served to them on the mobile phones is very important. Whether they are aware of what data is being collected from them, etc., is very important. So I think at Motorola, that is definitely something that we really work hard on. And in fact, we've built differentiated software experiences or services for consumers, which are taking care of that aspect extensively. For example, we've got something called ThinkShield for mobile. We've got something called Moto Secure. Now, this is like a 4-layer security that we're providing on the mobile devices. We are providing consumers the options to optimize what other users or people can access on their phones, what is secure, what is not secure, set policies, define that, and also choose what is installed on their devices. So you might be seeing there's a lot of debate that happens on the bloatware that is there on some of the devices that people have, and there are applications they don't want, and then they can't remove it. At Motorola, we've always believed in giving consumer the option to decide what he wants on the device, what he doesn't want on the device, he or she doesn't want on the device. And if there is something that we preload also, we give consumers the option to remove that. So that is one aspect which we are taking care of from the core product experience perspective, which I think is very, very critical to how the consumer makes the decision with respect to the product itself. I think a very important point that Gauri made was it is very important for you to look at ESG along with profitability for the business, right? So just creates a good sense of doing good for the society, but also is able to make a differentiation when it is with respect to driving preference or purchase intent for the product. So I think this aspect, which is with respect to giving consumers the full transparency and giving them the privacy and security options, is actually helping us drive preference for the products and help drive more sellout. The other ways in which we are doing this, at least in our business, is with respect to giving focus on sustainability and social inclusion, which is also going to drive preference for us in the long run. It may not be immediate with respect to a particular product, but that is definitely building an association with the brand. And the Gen Z, at least what we are seeing today, has a strong preference for brands that are showcasing responsibilities beyond just product experiences. And hence, over a long period of time, if you build that association, it helps. Now, just to give a couple of examples with respect to that, when it comes to sustainabilities, we've moved to eco packaging and reducing single-use plastics. So we are using 60% of recycled materials in our packaging, which is reducing the carbon footprint. We're also incorporating that in our product design, in ensuring that we use recyclable materials in our supply chain. We're looking at various ways in which we reduce the carbon footprint. Packaging is one of those. Now, again, I think like people said, it depends. What is the optimal, right? So there are some brands who've decided to remove charges in the name of ESG. A lot of consumers don't like that, right? At Motorola, we've not done that. But what we have done is reduce the plastic in the entire packaging. We've looked at the entire product design, reducing the use of plastic and increasing recyclability. And while we're giving the charges, we're giving Type-C charges, which can be used across devices. The last but not the least, I would say, is something that we are doing for social inclusion, right? Most recently, we actually, so this is an initiative we are doing at a global level, which is, protecting endangered languages, right? And this we are doing in partnership with UNESCO. We're actually taking endangered languages that are spoken or written across the world and putting that in our smartphone experience. So the smartphone UI supports that. So for India, earlier last year, we supported 2 indigenous languages, which is Kuvi and Kangri. And these are spoken by about 1 million plus people across India, but still a very endangered language. And we enabled that in our smartphones. Now, this is pure play social inclusion. And this is something that we're doing to ensure that we're doing something which actually is good for the society from a prevention of culture, from preservation of culture perspective. And we truly believe that this makes a difference when it comes to the overall brand ethos and how consumers perceive the brand. So these are some ways in which we are sort of living the talk that we do on ESG. We'll hand it over to the rest.
Thank you so much. It's a very interesting question, right? So how does it apply to your business? It's like when we were kids, my parents used to say honesty is the best policy, right? So being ethical, I represent a healthcare company, a very sensitive space, right? And if you know Apollo 247 and Apollo hospitals, it believes on health data more than anyone else in the world, we can proudly say, because this entire group is built on a data lake, which actually has the depth of data of over 90 million Indians. And we know about their health much more than their family member knows about it, what himself knows about it. And I'll touch on that, right? Now, it is our only way of living, because we believe that we are responsible for it. We have been doing it for 40 years, and we have the responsibility of making sure that it is not leveraged wrongly, and people trust us. So ethical way of doing things is a way of living. It will always be there, right? So let me take some examples. How do we use these data for the betterment of the world and stay ethical, right? So when COVID just hit us around the 20th of March 2020, so Shobna Kamineni, she's our chairman, and she called me one day in the morning at about 5 o'clock and said, "What are you doing?" It was around 7th of March, and we were setting this company up in Hyderabad. So me and Vijay, our CEO, we used to stay in a guest house, and she called at 5 o'clock. He said, "Get up. It's a Paytm moment for us." I said, "What does it mean?" He said, "It's a pandemic. It just got decided it's a pandemic. You know what the impact of it is. One guy in Kerala having COVID, what is the big deal about it?" He said, "Just come and see me at 6 o'clock. I said, "Okay." And she cycles in the morning. So she cycled from Masaptang to Banjara Hill, and she came to our guest house and she sat with us and she said that I need to create a COVID scanner. Get into the database, get your analytics guy. I want to make sure that we create something that people uses it to see how much risk they have, right? And I don't know if you all remember, but when just COVID came, we had a COVID scanner from Apollo. It got 15 million people used it in the initial days. It has to answer a few questions. It was scientifically done. Now we have used health data. We have used health data to do that. But did that help mankind? Did that help everyone? It helped, right? Government himself took, various government approached us and said, we need to put this in our apps and our webs, right? So different ways to use data and things. What we can also do is we can take the data of some person and saying that, hey, you have got this ailment. I am pushing you this product. That's also a way of using the data. Now, what stops us from doing one and letting doing us? It's a nucleus of the company. So let me give an example of us. How does it work, right? So every Friday we have a business review meeting. Every Friday when we do that, so in between that, first 10 minutes, we actually have to give a thing that how many lives we saved this week. And people actually has to prepare and case studies and say that 10 minutes, how many lives you saved this week. It's simple. And that's one of the currency on which everything is measured. Because if you are not saving lives, then you don't have reason to exist in this world, right? So what I feel is that we can keep on speaking and giving examples, but to me, ethical marketing or honesty in your life, these are core. These are absolutely center of your existence, right? So that's what I said. If you should be able to look at the mirror and see at your look at your eyes and say, I'm doing good, right? Because it's at the core of you. And that's what we see. That's how we practice in Apollo. In Apollo, if we have to choose between and saving lives, no one blinks. No one blinks even for a second. No one blinks. Even the junior most member of the group has the authority to take a call. No one blinks, no one questions. If you have to decide between profitability and saving lives, you just save lives. That's it. Simple. In any ways, be it on online platform, do a consult, sending a medicine, someone saying, I got the medicine, my son is not well, but this medicine looks bad. Can you send someone? We'll send someone. A few days back, just one small example, a couple of days back, I was in office. I got a call from someone from DLF Cyber City. We don't know him. He got some number from someone. He said, I am having diabetes. I ordered for an insulin shot at 10 o'clock. It has not yet come. It's 12 already. My sugar has shot up to 350. Do you know how important this is? You guys have failed. I said, yes, it's 2 hours delivery. We actually sent someone from our office to him straight away. I said, forget about it. When the thing comes, he's in danger. So we sent an ambulance. We took him to our clinic and made sure that he's stabilized because 350 and he's shooting up. He's in distress. So we took a call. We said, just do it. Forget about it. So while process, efficiency, cost, profit, they all have its place. But I represent the space. I represent the industry where it's not to do with your heart, and ethical, non-ethical comes from your within, because that's where it's a part of us, right? Yeah, I think I have so many examples. I don't want to keep on repeating. Yeah.
Maybe I'll ask you to participate, each one of you, for ethical marketing. I just use the word ethical consumerism. I will take an example. Here is a bottle given by a hotel, and here is a consumer business word who is taking this. But from a regulation point of view, single plastic can be used. From an ethical perspective, who is responsible? Is it hotel's duty to say, no, we will not serve plastic, we will only give you glass bottles? Or it is business world saying, in our conference, we will not accept plastic bottles? Question to you. Okay. Why not the hotel? Correct. So this is the question. She said, does it suit the business? First, for the hotel, if they insist that, or they say that it would be glass bottles in my hotel, it might cost a couple of lakhs every month to have this ecosystem of serving water in a glass bottle. They could have asked business world, we will charge you 10,000 rupees more and we can serve you a glass bottle, correct? So what does a consumer decide? This is where the ethical consumer is come. So it's not whether the hotel is right or whether the business world is right. That's one example. Let's take an example of yourself, each one of you. You book a taxi going back to the house. There's an EV car which is showing half an hour late, and there's a petrol car which is immediately available. Whom will you book? Exactly. So this is where exactly the marketeer's role come. Correct? Can Blue as an EV manufacturer, one, they have to increase as a business model number of cars, but can they bring in a sense of purpose to each one of us or each one of their consumers that is good to have a discomfort, if any, either on the price or on the cost or on the inefficiencies to have sustainability. She said, no, it has to be married by the business. And she's absolutely right. It has to be married by the business. This is where our marketeer's role come. How can you be efficient in sustainability and giving your proposal to the consumer, which is not diluted, correct? Is it clear? So I'm putting you in this spot, and I put a B2B in this spot of the hotel and the business world, and you as a consumer of a EV. So we deal with EV. So we are in a part of an ecosystem. Does it make Legrand sustainable? Maybe on paper, yes, but are we contributing enough to the ecosystem? We have to put in a lot of work. B2B is slightly easy because if a Taj or a Hyatt or a Novotel is building a hotel, they do ask us, can you give us sustainable products, less plastic, recyclable, blah, blah, blah. Because, you know, in the CSR, there's a scope 1, scope 2, etc. It's relatively easy. Do we ask our vendors to supply our goods only on EV? They say, yes, we can do it, but it will be a bit costly. What does the CEO do to its vendor when the vendor says, we are building up a EV fleet, we need some money, some funds. Can the company, Legrand, support its vendors to make their fleet 100% EV? Correct? So these are the questions which we need to ask when we look at ethic on a sustainability basis. I think the challenge is on both sides, on the consumer sides, on the marketer sides, and on the company sides. This is where I think the compliance and the shareholders are right to push the companies. Now it's up to the company to decide whether it's on the paper or they actually do it. But somewhere if we engage a customer in a truly honest fashion, the consumer will get engaged and they know there would be some hardship in it. So I think that's my take on ethical consumers.
That was a bit of a dig on me as well, but but nevertheless. So, you know, I think as brands, what is it that we can do, right? And we started off with that. I think as marketers, our role is how do we get the consumer to pay the additional cost of the sustainable or environmentally friendly you know, products that we are making. I'll give you an example. We at Bombay Shaving Company, we just launched a bunch of razors. There are some which are with your regular plastic, and there are some which are slightly more expensive with 100% recyclable plastic, ocean recyclable plastic. And this is a big challenge, right? Because it's not just about building products which are more sustainable, but it's also an entire ecosystem which is developing. You go to plastic manufacturers and look for alternatives, the cost is a 2x. And of course, it's a call that we need to take on whether the business can afford it or not, but it's also a call that we take, that is the consumer going to be willing to pay the additional price for it or not? Because ultimately, we're all here to run a business, right? And build a profit. On a certain part of our portfolio, we actually said, okay, we're getting into this category. Let's be aggressive. Let's try and charge the consumer an extra amount. But to be honest, on the large part, we've just failed to negotiate with the vendors to give us products at a great cost. And no matter how much we want to kind of, you know, be 100% sustainable, there are realities of how much one can kind of get the consumer to pay a premium for it, and how much the back-end supply chain or the you know, alternative plastic vendors are able to do a great job on it. So I think while we discuss some of these things, it's not just about marketing. It's about how the ecosystem is developing and gearing towards giving consumers more sustainable solutions at a great cost. I'll give you another example in my view, which is not a marketing focused example, but a great way in which sustainability was built. This was back in the days when I was at Marico, and one of the challenges we had was um, supply of coconut oil, right? Commodity prices going up and down, and those cycles kind of continuing. So we said, okay, now this is becoming a problem. The farmer is unhappy, we are unhappy, we're not getting supply in time, the consumer is unhappy because we're not able to control prices. So why don't we actually go and teach the farmer how to cultivate coconut in a manner which is a more sustained crop output? We did that. The farmer was very, very happy because he got better quality output. He got a more sustained output. We were very happy because then we had a relationship with the farmer directly to get procurement at a great cost. And the consumer was happy because we were able to package a better quality product at just the same price that he was used to giving. I think that's the power of what happens when the ecosystem comes together and we don't look at sustainability or doing good in silos of either marketing or of supply chain or of production or somebody else's problem or the vendor, right? It truly happens when everyone kind of comes together. And I genuinely believe that's when it makes sense for the business because you're able to kind of put the best foot forward to the consumer without kind of asking them to pay a 200% premium because you asked for or you had a voice on climate change. And therefore, and EVs are working today because the price premium that the consumer has to pay is very, very pocket friendly. It is that 20% premium, but it is not the 200% premium that, one would have imagined a few years ago. Blue Smart works because when I book it, I'm like, okay, 10 rupees suits my pocket. But if it was 2x the premium, I'd say, boss, matlab, मेरे को भी तो अपना घर चलाना है थोड़ी मैं 2x amount देके I will keep booking a taxi. So I think that realism is important to have, and I think it's gradually getting built as the full ecosystem is getting more aware of how we can take these solutions to the consumer.
I think definitely a lot of insights, and me being a consumer of almost all 4 brands here, we're not hearing these stories out, like especially the stuff on languages. I mean, Apollo starting the meetings, how many lives have we saved? But I don't think we as consumers know these at front. So probably, I don't know, someone needs to communicate these at much larger forums, and with sustainable packaging and putting ourselves in the spot. I think very, very important. But ultimately, I think the theme that at least I could take out of was this. There's no such thing as ethical marketing. Maybe there is ethical business, that if your business ethics are right, marketing will naturally flow to that front. Cool. I think we're entering our last 1 minute. I mean, we had a lot more to discuss, but
I'm going to take a stab, like just this thing at one of the things you said. Otherwise, it all becomes about marketing campaigns in which you're going out and planting trees at 5 places and then saying we support plantation of trees, right? That's really not ethical marketing. And I think we need to stop fooling ourselves at marketers that's something that's making a difference to the world.
okay, guys, before we wrap up, any questions from the floor? Anything you would like to ask these guys, everyone? Any ethical questions in anyone's mind? Anything? Cool. I think if there's nothing, any closing words from anyone?
No, I'll just echo what Shruti mentioned. I think it's very important for us to, as businesses and as marketers, to find the right balance in what we offer to the consumers. While consumers will be willing to pay a premium, they will not pay exorbitant premiums. And secondly, I think another factor is that the ecosystem of recyclable materials is still evolving. So the quality or the durability of the materials may not be the same as the materials that we use currently. So for example, the frames, the metal frames, the plastic frames that we use in our smartphones, while there are options available, one is the cost optimized. Second is it the same quality, the same premium look and feel that they expect? I think both the things have to be addressed for the adoption to grow significantly. Yeah.
I think as a closing remark, this is, I think I was speaking too much philosophy today, but this is an era where the challenge is not scarcity, right? It's a challenge of abundance. Now, I think that will bring ethical, right? Because the amount of transparency or the information that gets shared and everyone consuming, no way you cannot be unethical. You will not be able to do it, right? And so I think it's a way of life, and we should, as all of us, facilitate more and more uh, sharing of information. But at the same time, I think we all marketeers has a role here to play to make sure we educate our consumers as to how they should manage their data, how they should manage their what they want to share. Because while we are all consumers, that's a big challenge I see, because there's a knowledge gap with the new change in the way we are doing things, so much of social media things and all. We shall also invest, apart from planting trees, putting plastics. Uh, we all have families, we all have friends. It's very important for us to actually focus towards teaching people how to deal with this new world, right? And that's another way of looking at things from my perspective.
I think how we consume is becoming sustainable. I think that's a irreversible process was already started. We as marketers can fast track it, build some accountability to it, and bring some credibility to it. But I think this process has started as to how anybody is consuming whatever is becoming sustainable for sure.
I think it's just a beautiful place to be, because there are consumers pushing us as companies more, there are communities pushing us more, there are stakeholders pushing us more. And I think all of this will take us all to a far better place in terms of both sustainability and being ethical. And for all of us sitting here, I think charity begins at home. We should ask ourselves how strongly we believe about the age-old Indian practices of eating in the steel ka thali or drinking chai in the kulhad versus the plastic cups that become so convenient for us every day. Because I think all of these steps make a huge difference, both to the larger sustainability and how we kind of contribute to it every single day.
Yeah, I think we'll just wrap this up. Times we are already over. I think in the end, just a couple of takeaways. I think definitely incorporate in ourselves sustainability and ethical. I think we will be more ethical going forward. Move beyond tokenism, that you've rightly said, and ultimately who pays for sustainability and who pays for this, because there is still a slight premium. But in all the conversations that we've heard, I mean, I think it's just good business to be good. And I think things will move positively, profits will flow, hoping for the best. Thank you for the time. Thank you, panelists. And yeah, have a great day. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And very quickly moving towards our next panel discussion, which is on CMOs on the hot seat. Supermarketers face questions in an open house format in an attempt to take away lessons in everyday marketing decision making. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Arvind Saxena, Senior GM and Head, Marketing and Corporate Communications, NEC Corporation India. Deepika Deepti, Head of Marketing, Metro Brands. Harshvardhan Chauhan, VP, Chief Marketing and Omni-Channel Officer, Spencer's Retail and Nature's Basket. Madhura Acharya, VP E-Commerce, Lenskart. Raj Rishi Singh, Chief Marketing and Business Officer, Make My Trip. Vikramjeet Bhayana, Head, Marketing, Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director, IMT Ghaziabad. Let's please welcome all of them. Ladies and gentlemen. A slight change. It's going to be the senior editor from Business World, Rahel, going to be sharing this session. He doesn't know. आपको भी नहीं मालूम ये बात, but all the best.
Thank you, Aditya. And So this is a little different, it's not what do you call the regular conversation about numbers, number crunching, all of that. We are not doing. This is a human conversation about marketeers, the human beings behind the CMO and the human behind the CMO. We want to understand what they go through. What is their day like? How do they manage, they navigate challenges? It's not easy. We see you sharing insights most often, but we haven't seen the other side. Like us, like all of them, we too have a personal life. How do we balance that? How do we keep fit? How do we manage the people part? So all of that, I think we deliberately kept this panel in this way, so we know more about the marketeers that are moving the bigger numbers. So let me start with Arvind. Let me start with you. Being a marketing leader, having spent time as CMO at many places, let me first begin that how do you define your leadership style? What is effective leadership for you? If I want to understand this first from you.
One word: people. By the people, for the people. For any marketer to be a CMO or even at any level, think about the people within the organization, people outside the organization. People outside the organization are your customers, partners, lot of third parties that you deal with. And then people inside your organization are your employees. Very often, you will come across marketers who are not really responsible for the internal reputation management within the organization, or responsible for the customer engagement, employee engagement. I think that's where it begins. It is the first step towards being a marketer, is to think about people, be a people's man. You cannot be somebody sitting in the corner and trying to drive everything and somebody else is working. That's my 2 cents for.
Of course, a people business. We are in the people business, not in the numbers business, right? Deepika, if I want to ask you the same question. Yeah.
I actually would absolutely agree with him. It's irrespective if you are into marketing or not, but it's really about people you work with. And I think what matters is how you get together, how you build a team with different talents coming together, different capabilities coming together to address the need of business. So in fact, when I'm hiring, I always look at different qualities in the team, which are soft skills too, which are very important in marketing, because the right brain cannot be numb about this. It's just not numbers. So.
Right. Harsh, every day, so many things to deal with, Harsh, I'm coming to you. Yes, yeah. So many things to deal with. Of course, the people part you heard about. So what keeps the leader, the marketer on top of his game every day? What is that one thing that you would like to share? Like they said, people, they focus on people. So that leaders, marketing leaders need to keep in mind every day. How do you approach your day, for example? Let me ask you like that.
Thanks, Joel. I think this is one of the most difficult questions when you ask somebody what leadership means to you and who's a leader. The nostalgia goes very soon. I was at IT Powai with a bunch of very young kids. And the biggest question we asked in that session is, who's a leader? Essentially, to me, everybody is a leader, should you choose to be. Situations creates leaders, opportunities creates leaders, risks create leaders. If you're somebody who's risking it before others, you're a leader. And that happens every single day, every time you're doing a decision making. If you're nurturing more than being nurtured, you're of course moving towards a leader. If you are self-sacrificing in terms of achieving a bigger goal for the larger unit, you tend to step into the shoes of a leader. Having said that, I think from my standpoint, one of the biggest things that I really look forward to is how do you add value to every person that you're connecting with as colleagues, as partners, as people outside your ecosystem also. I think that ability to create and add value within the journey is what is very primary to me when I look at it in hindsight as a leader.
Wonderful. Madhur, balancing numbers and people, and you heard the panelists before you, what is your approach on that front?
Sorry, just give me a bit.
Numbers, people, leadership style. How do you look at it as a marketeer, as a leader?
So everything is being pretty much stitched to each other, starting from what the other speakers have mentioned about people. Yes, initially as a typical marketer, I've planned a very big answer, which makes sense about people. But you clearly, summarize it in one word. So having said, all these numbers and everything will start falling in one place when you have a very strong intent-based team. In addition to what Harsh mentioned, the only thing I would say is a person with a vision has a strength and power to become a leader. Someone who understand and has a lot of confidence in what he's been preparing to, and then listen to everyone and keep taking those initial feedbacks from what numbers are showing, what your people are telling you, what data is telling you, what your consumer is telling you. At the end, marketer is also a part of some part of a salesman also. When a salesman is trying to sell you a product, a marketer is selling you an emotion. So we do have to carry. The only additional job we do is to make sure everyone is with us and they believe in us. So in this room, if everyone believe in all of us, we are the good marketers, I would say.
Wonderful. Raj, of course, Make My Trip, the success story is not about the great marketing and the great, what do you call the campaigns and all of that. It is, of course, it boils down to the leadership. What is that leadership mix that has worked for you and that you have really, practiced all through? If you could share briefly about that.
Sure. The thing is that today marketing is a very, very loose term. I mean, what does a marketer really do? You can get completely lost because there's brand marketing, then there's Google, there's search. I think what's worked for me, and actually what works for me in this role per se as well, is to keep it all everything on first principles. See, on first principles, we are professionals, and my professional job is to build demand for our offering. Now, when you keep that clear, that okay, the ultimate role of the person who's leading marketing in a company is to finally build demand for the product or the platform or whatever you are selling or whatever you want traffic on. So I think for me, what's worked is to always keep it in first principles, because leadership is by the way. You become a leader because of the context, because of circumstances you are in. You learn, but ultimately you're here to do a job. As long as you're clear on that okay, I'm the custodian of consumer in the company. My job is to build demand. I think leadership is by default, and you learn by the way. The context teaches you leadership. The interesting thing about Make My Trip is that Make My Trip is a leader brand per se. I mean, you will not find a category in which there is such a dominant brand in the category. So I think what I've learned because of that is that how do you not just, how do you just not imbibe leadership as a person, but how do you ensure that your brand, your company, what you do. There was a panel before us talking about ethical marketing. I think that how do you overall depict your brand as a leader versus, yourself as a leader? Yeah.
Great. Vikram, all yours. Tell us about your leadership mantra, leadership style that has really worked for you.
To begin with, I think no matter what position you hold, it's very important to understand the essence of the product that your company sells. I come from Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. We sell insurance. Now, unlike a lot of other CMOs that you see here, Lenskart, Chashma Liya, you get an instant product, right? In my field, when I sell a product, it's the insurance that I'm selling. The actual product is the claim. And claim tab hota when something bad happens with someone and you have to be there with them. So if you understand the essence of what you're selling, and if you curate your team around that, it'll always give you success. So in our company, a lot of people forget we spend maximum waking hours in an organization, a lot more than what we spend with our family. So we try and at Bajaj Allianz and in the team that I handle, try and create an environment where you want to wake up and come to work. We inculcate these habits in them where they realize that every day that they spend in the company, they are helping millions of people. We're probably one of the only insurance companies with 14 crore customer base. So we know that every waking hour, somebody could have a claim, somebody could have a mishap. And that's when we have to jump in. So if I don't associate with that sentiment, with the tagline, which is caringly yours, the team will come in as a transaction, do their job and go back. But for them to be relatable, we try and create an environment where they wake up and they want to come, of course, to make money, but that is incidental, but primarily to know that every waking hour that they're spending, they're helping people out there in whichever way possible. So in our line of business, I'm educating people about what all they can claim, what all insurance covers, and hopefully create a world where people wake up and say that apart from lens card specs, insurance is also cool, right? So we're trying to create that. So that's the whole motive that we're trying to build. And so
wonderful. You know, I mean, in our daily lives now, we are inundated with information, and then you have emails, you have messages, you have meetings, and then you have to find that time to innovate, which is critical part of your marketing game. Somewhere the back end will give rise to that great marketing, you know. Amidst all this, Arvind, how do you, I mean, tackle with it on a daily basis and then find that time to innovate and give that, add that secret sauce to that marketing campaign and make it impactful? How do you do that?
Be the first person to wake up. Be the first person.
It's a 5 a.m. club.
Huh?
Okay. I mean, you mean technically like literally wake up early, or it's like the other way, metaphor?
No, I'm saying literally, physically. Be the first person to wake up and try and be proactive in every possible way physically. Leave aside mentally. First, be physically proactive, even if it means you reaching your workplace 15 minutes prior to even the receptionist coming to work. Trust me, it works. That extra 15 minutes of your time before you get surrounded by phone calls, WhatsApp, emails, messages, meetings, calendars, back to back. Oh, I have a conflicting meeting. Okay. If you want to get rid of this, take time for yourself, which is, I am an early riser. If some of you understand Brahmakal, subah ke 3:40 is the time when my day starts. Believe it or not. 3:40 a.m. And I've been a golfer for about close to 15 odd years. So that's a, another addiction, but trust me, staying away from staying away from the rat race that will begin at 9 o'clock or 9:30 as the situation may be, take out time for yourself. That is the time that you have for yourself. Second thing, first thing that you do, or maybe the initial part of the day, listen. Listen to where your brand is being quoted, either internally or externally, which is the pulse check. These are two basic things that I do. If I can be that 15-minute prior or 15-minute in advance to anybody else walking in, I think that does a lot of wonders to me personally.
Wonderful. That's great. And finding time to wake up at 3:40 a.m. despite all that, I mean, hats off to you.
Also, to keep things intact, I have a son. I get him ready. I drop him at his football at 5:45, 6 o'clock. I come back. I do my little bit of household chores. Shadi shuda insan, aam aadmi. So please do that so that you can also maintain a little bit of balance between the domestic as well as your professional life. So
Right.
don't negate that.
So essentially, you're saying that those hours in the morning when there's least interference are the best hours to innovate. That has worked for you, and that's how you do it, practice it. Deepika, what is your story of staying innovative, finding that time beyond those daily, getting caught up in the routine and then really not finding time for that blue sky thinking? How do you manage it? How do you practice that?
So I come from a bit of an artistic background. I was an artist and then I got into design. And while studying design, what I understood also was psychology and how that plays a very significant role on how the society is getting shaped, how culture is getting shaped. And I think I've always stuck to that. Whatever, even if I was in a business role, I think it's very important to understand what next. I mean, if you look at COVID, how everybody got into food. And that was a moment. And I at that point of time, I was heading a business in retail where we were selling clothes and shoes. So I need cash flow. Let's start something around a cafe kind of a thing, associate with Zomato, Swiggy, get cash flow going. So very important to get the pulse of the cultural shift that is happening. So I spent time going to galleries, anything, try to spend time on Instagram and now Thread, and don't enjoy it so much, I think, but it's very important for us to view what's going on. I mean, how influencers can be used in a good scenario or can be in a space where there's just enough noise. So I try and learn from that. The other is that I've started talking to young kids in their teens a lot because they are creating a cultural movement. Like, for example, every kid today in India is talking about Korean influence, be it B-pop or even food. Are you stocking Korean food? So that's one of the things, and I'm sure that's going to play a very big influence. And I've been trying to get Korean influence in our brand wherever possible. So that's how I keep up, and it's an inspiration. And one day I'll wake up at 3:40. I hope it's this year.
Great. Yeah, I mean, it's like being a hands-on leader, actually going out, not an armchair marketeer. Yesterday also I was talking to Mr. Sunil Rana, and he was telling me that he goes out, meets people in person rather than depend on that report that comes to him, which makes all the difference.
Absolutely.
Mr. Harshvardhan, so are you also 3 a.m., 4 a.m.? What is it like for you?
No, Arvind has raised the bar for lifetime, not just for me, for everybody in this room. So we know we can't reach that bar for sure. I'm a natural riser, which means that that's a more decent way of putting it. Like whenever sleep ends, so you can't really put a
That's
time
luxury.
to that. Yeah. So a natural
Right.
riser will remain a natural riser.
Right.
On that context, I think we're sharing like how exactly your day goes about, right? I don't know. And I'll be honest about it. I really do not have a very planned kind of an outlook saying that this is what you would go ahead and achieve. Sounds nice, but I have to be candid here, especially when you're sharing. I think one of my biggest learnings is to be in the present, which essentially means, uh, yes, you will plan out for everything, but having no plan is great too. Uh, and that allows you to be open to a lot of things that come your way, which also makes you prone to making mistakes, which is great learning also. And admitting them too is also great. Like one of the learnings that I got today is to, especially, of course, drinking water is great. Everybody should drink a lot of water, but not really good when you're getting late for your session. And that makes you accidentally enter into the women's washroom. So, which I did today morning. Uh, so that's how life is, right? Uh, you would not really plan for anything. and you would discover and have an experience. But those are the experiences that make you who you are. And it is not about reaching a destination, but I love the fact that I'm discovering and I'm engaging and I'm creating a lot of things during the journey. And that allows you to not just have your own experiences, but co-curate these beautiful things with a lot of other people. And that's what life or profession would be about for me.
Right. Different approaches, different styles. It's not one size fits all. I mean, everybody has their own style. But one thing critical, I think, which is common is that great marketing is linked with the back end discipline of the marketer somewhere. They are intertwined, you cannot escape the two. They have an interdependence. Your discipline is your marketing somewhere. Madhur, how do you approach that innovation part in the mix of your daily routine and find time for it?
I'm sure it's gonna be quite different from everyone here. I am also a 340 person, but on a different way. So I sleep around 3:44.
Okay.
So that's how it works. But a very simple process which has worked for me, and I'm gonna continue this for the rest of my life, is going to be I plan my next day in advance. So, like I said, team, people, and the surrounding you have should be so robust and such a aligned to your vision. So it's as simple that my job is that if I face and if I'm being feeding something, my habit is writing. I have a WhatsApp group with myself. Whatever I see, I feel could be a use and an idea, I write for myself. And then whenever there's a right time, I know where to go and I send it to my team that this is what I thought of, this is how I visioned it. And if you can have something to add up, let's do something around it. And rest of the day-to-day work, which you have said, today was is not going to happen today. I'm not going to waste their time and see what happened today. It's already been advancedly prepared and planned, been given to the task team that this is how it's going to happen. If you fail something, issues or something, we can definitely have session. But let me just plan it out for the next. Second, I have never been able to plan innovation by thinking, okay, now this is the time I'm going to think about innovation. It can come anytime, any day, anything you're doing, any idea you got. A very recent example, I spoke to Vikram 15 minutes back. We met for the first time, and I made him mention Lenskart twice in his first session. So my marketing is working pretty well, guys. Yeah. So a senior person like him have mentioned Lenskart twice. So please go check out yourself. Something is really good happening in the brand.
Rishi, sorry, Raj. Yes, Raj Rishi, right. So yeah, I mean, your mantra of finding time to innovate, reflect, because I mean, there's so many things to be done, but when do you analyze them? When do you get into that deep end of, am I doing it right, wrong? How do you kind of untangle from the pattern of your daily routine and look at it? Yeah.
I think the first thing is slightly broad that
Mic closer.
sorry. Like first thing is slightly broader that I think no matter what time you wake up, what time you sleep, I mean the thing is that you like I've started imbibing actually that time is the most precious resource that I have. I mean it's the most precious asset, and it's taken me some time to, because initially when you're younger and you have a young family, you keep on thinking that you're juggling balls, and you say, okay, I have to make all balls work. But now I've come to a phase where I think, okay, now time is the biggest commodity or the biggest asset I have. I have to use it meaningfully. So what I try and do now, and it's quite satisfying, that I don't let anything fall. Like I'm focused on work, focused on life, focused on family. I train for an Ironman, so I have to take a lot of time out in the week to just train for an Ironman. But nothing seems to give away because what I've realized is you have enough time. We all sleep for 8 hours. The remaining hours we're always on, and if we remain focused, then and to remain focused, there's obviously caffeine hits and all, but it started working for me. So my request to everyone is, I mean, not to this panel, maybe to younger folks, is that try and build the importance of time in your mind, and it'll start paying off. That's number one. Number two is for me, what really works is that like what you were saying. I think it was brilliant. that remain, as marketers remain always focused, because you can get consumer nuggets in every interaction. I mean, you're meeting new people, you're talking to someone, just, I mean, that's marketer's job to ensure that he understands the consumer well. And personally for me, my long runs are my time when I zone out and I can think far more clearly about my day. I can think far more clearly about my business. So long run zone outs work brilliantly for me personally.
Wonderful. Vikram?
Okay, firstly, I come from an industry where helping one another is a no-brainer. So if it takes to take names a couple of more times, I'll do that. But what he didn't realize is tomorrow when he's renewing his policy, he'll think about Bajaj Allianz General. So I'm absolutely certain about that. My subtle marketing has worked. Insurance only works on subtle. It can't be the way these guys do because it'll never work. In my case, honestly, one, create a team which you don't have to micro and they work really hard. I travel 15 days a month. And to your point, so I landed at 1:30 last night from Pune. I drive inspiration, innovation by traveling. I meet a lot of people. I love interacting with people. A lot of times what we don't realize is the right innovation is from the pantapris, the cab drivers, the person who's getting your luggage to your room. If you talk to them for 5 minutes, and I kid you not, any city you go to, if you want to know the pulse, newspaper is not the place. Talk to the cab driver. He will or she will tell you so many interesting tales that are happening that in that 20-30 minute shuttle to the hotel, you know what's the pulse and what really needs to work. Without self-boast, in the last 1 year, I would have traveled a lot. I've converted at least 10 cab drivers to become insurance advisors. Now, the beauty is the more you talk, the detailing, a lot of people say God is in the detailing. I think it is in conversations, because the more you talk, the more you understand the other person's sentiments, what they really want. And when you give them the right solution at that point in time, so if you talk to one, I learned what didn't work with them. I innovated. I spoke to the other guy. And then I try and bring that in my marketing, because as an insurance, my marketing is for cattle, for farmers, for dogs, cats, cyber, health, cars. So I'm catering to the entire universe. And we were having a discussion. What worries me is all of you sitting here, well educated, doing good for yourselves, are all underinsured. And I can guarantee that. That's where my problem is, right? So how do I reach to the masses and tell them that this is the place to be and to be insured? So I think that's what really drives
And
me.
I like it. Great sales pitch as well. I mean, I like it. Great sales pitch, you know. Well, I mean, that's a true marketer. Okay, I mean, we have 3 minutes, so we'll keep it to maybe 40 seconds, you know. Arvind, starting with you. What is the secret sauce to great marketing? What is the idea? How do you enable great marketing? Sorry.
It's a marketer's curse. And trust me, it's a marketer's curse to cannibalize and destroy his or her own creation that would have earned laurels till yesterday. Destroy it today and recreate a new one. That's the constant innovation and recreation of the same brand, the same messaging in a different flavor. And let's talk about, I mean, very quickly, maybe a small campaign that would have won an award at a business world platform, for example. I mean, I cannot live with it beyond a certain time. I have to go back, destroy it, create a new one, which is constantly looking for coming up with something new. That's the secret sauce that at least I have seen in a dull, non-glamorous, non-sexy world of technology, B2B space.
Deepika, how do you create impactful marketing? I mean, of course, the same question. What is your, I mean, how have you pinned it down to certain steps that look, these lead to this? What is that? What has worked for you?
I think a very strong balance between data and doing the new, being creative. I mean, one of the best examples that if I look at and among the work that we all have done is how Make My Trip caught an eye with Ranveer and Alia's campaigns. And I was recently briefing one of my agencies. And so one of the, you know, it was it was perfect for the commercial space and also for the cool Gen Z. I think it just struck that balance and it was beautiful. So I think we have to constantly be innovative, but data driven and have a staying relevant, right? I mean, you can be in a very premium luxury space. How do you make that happen? How do you reach out to that consumer? And that's where the data helps you understand. But at the same point of time, you constantly have to be creating the new because people don't want to see what has been done. So I think it's that balance that matters, and that's what I try and keep it true to
Balance
myself.
between data and
Yeah,
creativity, right?
absolutely. Thank you.
Harsh, what makes you feel that this campaign is, wow, that is like, you know, I do believe that this is going to work. How do you get that feeling and what makes you think so?
I think being consumer centric, you don't have to be the marketer, you have to be the consumer always. As I say, we've heard about a lot of these brand names and we've got that validated. I think a lot of this work is really great that we've seen from a lot of the brands coming, especially from a consumer standpoint, and also when you see from a marketer's lens. I generally say that I have one of the most difficult jobs in the world, which is like keeping your wife happy is difficult, but in a grocery business, you have to make sure everybody else's wife is happy. Yeah, because the aisles are not neat, the products are not being kept in a right place. So the ability for a marketer is to step into the shoes of the consumer and say if that's right. So at times you're thinking like a homemaker, at times you're being the homemaker. And I think that's the recipe when you ask me that question, that what makes a great campaign is saying that, can you be the consumer? And if you can be the consumer, I think you'll take good decisions for them.
Absolutely. Madhur? So what does a great campaign, I mean, how do you curate a great campaign and that really works, that really impacts? How do you build that?
So certainly in Lenskart, we have a very profound definition of what campaign means. Like, what is an objective of this campaign? If we are trying to create a certain category altogether, okay, so the campaign medium is completely different. The approach is going to be completely different because we are not competing with anyone. We are coming up with something which delivers a problem which no one was able to solve. That is the best approach for me when the objective is this one. If the objective is that I have to compete and fight and take a share from someone and give the best solution, then adding that value to the consumer and selling that particular commodity at the right time, understanding the consumer sentiment, market sentiment, product values, our vision, everything should marry each other. So I feel as a company altogether, I won't say it's my alone job. It's as a marketer or as a e-commerce person over there, it's a whole company. We all sit, we figured out that this is something which we see a gap in, and we will take that ownership. We will solve it. It doesn't matter if no one have ever done it. We will find a way, and that's how the company's been doing. If you see, a lot of things we have done have changed in the entire eyewear business. So that was the approach from the day one, and we're going to continue that.
Rishi, I mean, Deepika also referred to that campaign. We've also seen, what is the secret to building impactful campaigns according to you, impactful marketing initiatives according to you?
See, I think, first of all, marketing is actually a series of events. You cannot really call out one campaign or like one thing to drive it. Like the best example of successful marketing is, maybe I'm going to give you from my past life. Like, I used to handle the cola category in India for PepsiCo. Now if this bottle had only black liquid in it, which was sweet, will the consumers buy that bottle of black colored liquid? The answer is no. When you put a label of Pepsi on it, he pays you almost 3x the cost of goods sold. So I think the way we have to look at long-term value of marketing. Is that how much premium does the consumer pay you for the trust on the brand? So I think again, it's very difficult to kind of point out what campaign work, because the consumer himself is, I mean, the consumer also moves on. So marketing, I think, is a series of investment. We as brand marketers or CMOs, we handle a brand at a particular period of time. What you have to assure is that the campaigns you do, the creatives you create are additive in nature and add on to the long-term health of the brand. And they do not talk a story that the consumer does not understand. So I'm going to just take one more minute here. And from a campaign point of view, if you become too performance led, you say, okay, this is a campaign I've done, this is how the consumer has responded, and this is the money I've got back. I think that's the end of marketing, because you have to see it as a series.
Insightful. Vikram, you earlier spoke about how you speak to people and how it leads to those insights, and how do you marry those insights into a campaign and then not just marry, but then have that impact that you desire?
I'm glad you brought this up. So in insurance is a conversational sale, right? So in many conversations, a lot of people said that pizza 30 minutes deliver ho raha hai. Amazon is delivering in 24 hours. When can we get claims really fast, right? I don't know how many of you know this. Back in the days, if you met with an accident, आपको bumper office ले आके दिखाना पड़ता था कि गाड़ी ठुकी है. From there till a few years back, claims were being settled in days. So when people told us it has to be in minutes, we went to our MD and CEO, Mr. Tapan Singhal, and told him that, 24 hours, the best we can do. He said it has to be minutes. Today, we settle motor claims in 20 minutes. It's called MOTS, motor on the spot. So that's why it's important that you communicate, you talk to people, understand their pain points, and specifically in an industry like insurance, where people feel that nobody's paying claims and we're just paying premium. It's important to let the world know that 20 minutes flat in your account, and let's say if the amount that is given to you is 11,000 and you go to a garage and the garage guy says 9,000 bucks, car is sorted, 2,000 are for you to keep, have pizza, do what you want to. So we are creating a world where we trust the end consumer, knowing that what they've given to us holds true. Of course, we backed it up with AI to understand. 22 years in the industry, we have a lot of data to know the kind of damage and the kind of severity it can be. So that's the benefit of communicating, and then not just listening, but also implementing it, so that otherwise that conversation is futile. The travel time, this time spent with all of you, if I don't take something from you, imbibe it and create it in my products, then those conversations have no value. So that's how we do that.
Wonderful. So this was the pre-lunch, takeaways for all of you, from 3 a.m. to keeping your day a little open to other things like listening and talking to people. So it's up to you, whatever you choose. So everything works, but one common thread is empathy. I think seeing it from the other side, I think that was really common. Thank you so much, listening to CMOs from a different perspective. Thanks for joining on this panel.
Thank you so much, Rohil, for moderating that. I'm going to try and act like the voice of God from here, do a voiceover. Thank you so much. It's 1:20. It's time for lunch. Let's try and be back by 2. We'll start traveling at 1:55. The lunch is being served right at the back of the hall. Thank you.
I just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
This is open style. India lift the World Cup.
Welcome to the ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup, feel it.
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud to lead the growth. With 17.2% YOY growth in ad revenue and 154% YOY growth in PAT, Dainik Bhaskar Group, committed to growth.
Better go, we're doing better. If I ever lose, set it on faster than ever. If I ever lose, set it on, we're doing better. Hitting more goes again. Bigger, bolder, faster. Faster. Going to the max. Bolder, faster.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our Advanced Media Solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. With high impact creatives that also give you the brand focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge, and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
Introducing OneUp Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with OneUp Trade, your go-to barter experts.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on
the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Introducing OneUp Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with OneUp Trade, your go-to barter experts.
this as the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
Just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
India left the World Cup.
Welcome to the ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup, feel it.
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud to lead the growth. With 17.2% YOY growth in ad revenue and 154% YOY growth in PAT, Dainik Bhaskar Group, committed to growth.
Better go, we're doing better. If I ever lose, set it on faster than ever. If I ever lose, set it on, we're doing better. Hitting all the goals again. Bigger, bolder, faster. Faster. Bolder, faster.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our Advanced Media Solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high-impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. With high-impact creatives that also give you the brand-focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge, and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
Introducing OneUp Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized
A request to everybody, we'll start in the next 5 minutes. So kindly take your seats. Once you're done with your desserts, I believe.
Get in touch. And
if you're still with your main course,
with OneUp Trade,
you do buckle up.
To barter experts.
5 minutes more. Thank you. We shall begin.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Also be chaired by our senior editor, Rohail Amin. Can you please welcome the ladies and gentlemen?
All right. Hello. Aditya, it felt like we're in a big boss house. I was like looking, where are you? So thanks for making it interesting. So yet another panel. I just did one before the lunch and I'm really enjoying this. And post-lunch panels are actually interesting because you're relaxed. There's no need to rush, you know. And when you have marketing leaders with iconic brands on this side, of course, is gonna be an insightful, fun conversation. So the topic is, the sunrise sectors and how, despite even legacy brands at times, they need to have that cutting edge to stand apart, stand out of the clutter. And how do you do that? Let me start with you, Sumanji. You represent a brand that we have heard so much about. I mean, some iconic names like Roo Afza, Sinkara, or kitne sare, naam. Even a legacy brand at times needs to compete with challenger brands and innovate. You cannot rest on the laurels, as we say. How do you approach your marketing game plan to ensure that the brand stands on top of the recall factor? How does it work at Hamdard specifically?
Okay, thanks. Let me make an attempt to at least answer this. I think to begin with, any legacy brand has the advantage of two things. One, that it doesn't wait to be recognized, because I think the name of a brand is well known and most people know it. And in my case, if I were to talk about Hamdard, it's a 116-year-old company and it doesn't need any introduction. But one of the challenges that any legacy brand would really have to go through is the fact that you really can't be pushing the envelope on the brand in a jiffy, because this is a brand that has been built on goodwill, trust, a lot of love of the people. So, to walk the tightrope, one has to be very careful of what we are doing. So looking at innovations, if you were to look at it, I mean, can we really change everything overnight and make it into a very yo brand? No, it doesn't work like that, because we are end of the day a medicine brand, and a medicine has to work keeping the medicine in mind, right? So there are certain challenges in that sense. So I think, one of the best examples that always come to my mind is that when the D2C brands came and usurped the market 2 years back or 3 years back, when they was becoming the game changers, I for a moment thought this is an opportunity for all of us to do something that has never been done before. Because, natural products are on the rise. People are crazy about it. The young generation is buying organic, natural products. And just when we thought, this is the time that you can pivot and change a lot of things, you realize that while you have the ingredients, you don't have the formats. So it's a very difficult thing to really overnight change a lot of things. And the other thing that I think hasn't worked in our favor is that Hamdard was not a digital company. It wasn't in the digital sphere at all until the lockdown happened. So if you really look at the journey of the brand in the e-commerce, M-Pharma space, it's only 2 years old. So in those sense, I think we have miles to go before we reach that game. But what works for us is this huge trust that people have, the love of the millions that we have, of the people who believe in the product. and they believe in the services of maybe the Unani clinics that we run and stuff like that. So I think each of these things have a lot of, history to it. There's a legacy to it, and one has to keep that going. So I think more we can talk once, we
Absolutely.
all
No, I think
introduced.
also for a 100-year plus brand to be open to innovate, I think it's not an easy thing to do, right? I mean, there's so much to think about.
Right. And I think, while I don't know how many people know that in the Ayush system, we stand to represent the you. And Unani itself is different from Ayurveda because the method of treatment is so different. Same size doesn't fit all. The treatments are basis your mijas, your temperament. So if you don't understand that also, it doesn't work. So, it's only when you have experienced the journey with a Unani brand and a Unani clinic and a Unani Hakim that you start appreciating the point of difference. So I can only say one thing, that in the Ayush system and in the Unani system, we stand tall because we are very differentiated. So there's a very unique space that has been occupied, and that makes a lot of difference. Otherwise, if it's not in the DNA of a brand, you don't survive this many years.
Right. I want to make a small announcement at the back. Can we have lesser noise and that tinkering, because that background music, is kind of interfering. Gaurav, so I was looking at startups, and I mean, there's so much being talked about around startups. And when I analyze the startups, what do? They don't do earth-shattering things, but there's an approach. So entrepreneurship is an approach, okay, right? It's not just that you have to stay away from the clutter. That is a challenge. It's also for a new brand, like Hamdard has a 100-year legacy. But for a new brand, making loyal customers is another challenge, right? Because loyalty is not, the way it used to be for brands. There's so many, consumers have the choice. How do you navigate the part of loyalty and building that recall that they come to you despite having so many other options like noise or, lesser than that?
Thanks, Rohit. I think if you've been in a part of the startup ecosystem, your DNA changes. You start looking at things very, very differently. And you made a very pertinent point. It's not necessary that you're always like creating something which the world hasn't seen, or there's like a true, like an innovation that nobody had imagined about. You're looking at the industry, the consumer behavior, and finding a little need gap that the incumbents haven't been able to address very well. I always say that for any online brand that we see today, there was always an offline precedent. For a Policy Bazaar, there was an LIC agent. For a Make My Trip or an OTA, there was a travel agent selling tickets and all. But the distribution was hastened when the online or digitization happened. And this is where startups started to take root. They identified some need gaps, and then they obviously got the right product market fits. And with the VC capital that flowed in, you induced people for a new consumer behavior. But to answer the second part of your question, Ruhail, maybe I'll just go back to my an earlier digital stint when we started off OLX in the country. I was the chief marketing officer of OLX, joined in 2013, started it off. And in a C2C marketplace business, loyalty was going to be the only reason because of which you could actually make money. If you didn't have 70 to 80% market share, there was no way you're gonna make money. And OLX and another company were in a dogfight at that particular point of time. But loyalty won't mean that we are like the typical way. Brand loyalty, one would think is that आप कुछ points there and so on and so forth, the loyalty mechanism and all. Every particular digital company has a different way to induce loyalty. At OLX, it was all about liquidity of the platform. If there are more sellers, there'll be more buyers. If there are more buyers, there'll be more sellers. So it's a virtuous cycle that started kicking. So if you had to sell, say, this table, really, really quickly, you will go to a place which was a very liquid marketplace. And thus you would go to OLX to sell rather than any other platform. If you had to take a cab in the next 5 minutes, you might go to an Uber or Ola, depending on your city's liquidity, because you want it in the next 5 minutes. You might go on Instagram because that's where your friends and family network is, and so on and so forth. So depending on the business model that you had, the loyalty inducing methods were very different. So at OLX, we just focused on inducing a lot of liquidity, which meant getting a lot of sellers on the platform, which got a lot of buyers, and the virtuous cycle started. But at Car Deco, something else happened. Zoopy, Noise, something else has happened. So I'm like, there's not a single thing that induces brand loyalty. It's not necessarily the brand loyalty means that if I, in the traditional sense that if you look at a brand and say, hey, I love this brand, maybe in the digitized era, like which brand does the job for me as per my need state? And that to me is like the little bit of shift of loyalty, at least in the digitized era.
Right. Yatnesh, of course, I mean, I remember watching campaigns, Greenply. Of course, I mean, I think that has been my top of recall, you know, for the brand. But how do you stay cluttered? Of course, when you are a leader, you have a certain following, but how do you maintain that, add new customers, you know? What is the mantra at Greenply that has worked for you?
Okay, so my category of brand is operate not only into the consumer home, but into the consumer heart also, because people carry their home in their heart. So it's a category where you have to do the lot of saliency build exercises, which you remember it in terms of the communication. But beside this, so many activities we need to do, like in terms of the so for this category, it's not only this communication which we do. Beside this, so many things which we do. And the one of the white space is the consumer does not have a much awareness. Like we were talking for buying a 1,000 rupees, any digital or electronics item, consumer do the lot of search, but buying a 1 lakh rupees building material products or the any home interior product, they don't do the search. They only just see the designs and style. But there's a lot more go beside the design and style. So we have to feed them in terms of the what are the new trends are there. We have to feed them what are the materials going to happen. We have to update them, educate them where they can make it. We keep getting so many vague requests. People find something somewhere in some European side or somewhere some Italian side and they want something there. And they ask us not about our material. They ask us which applicator can develop this piece of furniture for us. So these are the things which we keep doing it. The communication is one of the part, and there is a challenge for us in the communication also, because this is long purchase cycle. People don't buy the interiors of furniture just the 1 or 2 month decision. They take it the more than 6 month time to decide about this thing. So you have to make your communication so fun, entertaining, so that they should able to consume your brand, keep it into the top of the mind recall. Maybe or may not be, they will take the feature awareness, but at least the brand saliency should remain. So it's not only communication, entire ecosystem to help and educate the consumers we need to do for this.
Can I request the people at the back to please not talk and please sit down? It's really interfering. Yeah? Okay. Ajay, in a category like yours, breaking the clutter, I mean, मैंने जो देखा है, Zung free cement, I mean, all of that, I don't know how right I am, but I mean, how do you stay, you know, away from being categorized as, you know, in that bulk and are visible? What all do you do in that category?
So I think when I joined the company about 6 years back, we started possibly looking at.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry, but who's talking at the back? It's really interfering. Okay.
So I think we took a little bit of a different approach, I think oftentimes we obsess too much with our problems, right? How do we stay different? How do we stay relevant? How do we kind of what media vehicles, etc. are we are too obsessed with our own problems. I think there are times where you need to step back and possibly, and we are very type A people, right? Very involved and very passionate about our brands, about our categories kind of stuff. Oftentimes, I think there is merit in possibly stepping back and looking at the consumer and asking the question why. Just to give you, and I think HR people within my company had a little worry in the first 2 months, because for the first 2 months, I was asking people the question, a fairly dogged question as to why do people make homes kind of stuff. And I actually couldn't get an answer, right? I had a sheet of paper on my table. I had 20 reasons not to make a home. And one reason, I couldn't find a single reason which could go beyond a second conversation why people would make a home kind of stuff. So I think oftentimes, if we get to, and these are these are age-old problems for marketers.
Old age ke liye humdard.
No, I'm not so sure I'd classify that, but that's another conversation. But I think stepping back, if you ask and spend enough time, because we think of consumers as consumers of cement, of consumers of Hamdard, or he's a buyer of consumer. We think of them, that term, I actually viscerally hate that term consumer, because we are talking to people, right? Understanding their context, understanding why they are doing something, understanding the jobs to be done that they have unfulfilled, and they might not be able to articulate it really well. But understanding their context and figuring that out, if you do that, I think then your job is far easier, right? Not many people would possibly, I don't know, very many people, because this is a metro audience, don't get as close to cement and don't understand. And most people believe Ultratech is a B2B brand. We are, I think last year we finished at about 63,000 crores. 70% of that is B2C, of people, individual people making their own homes. Now, once we had reams and reams of research which talked about why people make homes. There was talk about financial stability, financial security. I make it for my kids. I make it because I can't put together a nail in my wall. We had all kinds of stated reasons which reputed research agencies had put together, because we were asking a certain amount of questions, certain question to consumers. And because consumers want to be logical, they give you a certain answer. But if you step back and understood their context as to why, first of all, a 35-year-old person, why first it has shifted from in a generation, it has shifted from a retirement project to a project that a 35-year-old undertakes. Why, if I read all the business press, they would say people are experiential, they don't like to own something, subscription economy, and all that, I think we'd hear. Why a person like this would go ahead, get into a complicated project which they don't have the money, they don't have the expertise, they don't have. I think once you get to the core of trying to solve
understand
their
the why
problem,
of their
trying to solve
mindset.
their problem rather
Right.
than solving our problems.
Right.
We get too obsessed with our categories that we've got to sell this much and so on. And once you turn the tables onto that, I think it actually becomes easier.
Right. So really going out, taking pains to understand why people are behaving in a certain way, what is driving the behavior, that really helps. That's essentially what you're trying to say, right? Right.
First is most times when we even go out as marketers, we go out and very frankly, the first thing that we attack consumers with, talking about our category,
perception,
right?
of,
Our category,
right.
per se. I can say I've spent 6 years in cement. I don't know cement chemistry at all. I can't talk about cement more than for 5 minutes if a civil engineer were to sit across with me. And that's the same with the consumer.
Right.
I think once you understand their broader context as to why somebody is making a decision the way they are,
Right, right. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I think the emotional context has to come through, which is a marketeer's job to understand that. So while we are talking at staying away from the high clutter and building that brand loyalty, of course, there are mediums that are at work, you know. So you deploy a medium to reach out. So Sumanji, which medium has worked the most for you? Which medium is your holy grail in that sense?
I think I'll answer this question a bit differently. I think, with times, people have changed. With lockdown, people have changed. The COVID experience changed everybody. So during the COVID time, I mean, for the last 4 years, we went into huge amount of investments in the digital platform. So the brand stories, the narratives that we churned out were mostly digital first kind of things. And it was fantastic because that's when you start getting the feel of what data can do to you, how are you really laser targeting the audiences. So digital now is a very much a part of our so-called mix. But yes, like I said, when you're a traditional brand, you also don't want to give up your traditional marketing. While it's expensive, the other is inexpensive, but it's catering to the Gen Z that we really want to be talking to. So the tonality, the pitching is very different when we are on the digital part of the world. So yes, today if I were to really look at which is the mix that's working for us, it's a 60-40 on which we are working, and I'm sure in times to come it will become a 40-60. But yes, this is how it is.
Wonderful. Um, Gaurav, regarding the channel, the medium that you choose, what is working? Where are you placing your bets mostly?
So, Rohel, I think so. Media fragmentation, consumer, I won't say disloyalty, but consumers not sticking to a particular platform in the recent past has become like the whole media selection an arduous task. The second thing is that there's no common currency across all the mediums. So you can't even measure A versus B versus C and the news mediums all together at once. Having said that, I think depending on the need state of your business and the life stage of your business, different mediums work really well. Like right now for noise, marketplace, which is your Amazons and Flipkarts, the retail media, the e-tail media is a very big factor in how we have grown this category. But when I was at OLX, we had to induce this category. We had to establish this category, which is where TV became like huge for me. And so it depends on what kind of life stage your product and your category is at. But if you were to say that with all the 3-4 different startup experiences that I've had, while people do talk about that the linear TV is going down, and it is going down in numbers, I'm like in some shape or form, if you have to build like base effects, if you have to build like long-term tendencies, I think linear TV has always worked regardless of the life stages of the company. But you might use it lesser or more depending on what you want to do. But that's been one constant. And any marketing medium will give you some throughput. But I'm actually basing my argument on the base that what gives you sustained base effects. And that's why maybe one of the common denominators across the 3-4 experiences with startups has been linear TV. But yeah, as your business demands, you go over index or under index.
Depends on the life cycle of the business, and that's how you choose it, right? Essentially. Yatnesh, what has worked for you the most that has built the top recall for the brand?
So the TV communication is the one which the outside world sees, and everyone see the brand is more visible, more entertaining, fun, and very good commercial doing. So everyone plays for this thing. But inside what we know, it is a product experience and perspective of the product experience. what the customer shares, that's works for the brand. So this is the one way he consume the story, he bring this consideration for the brand. But what make him to go toward the brand, that is the perspective of the experience. So that flows through the either through the digital or through the influencer or the applicators. Once they share about this product experience, that's make the customer to take some call toward this thing. But yeah, the most obvious one or the most prominent one, which give me the top of the mind recall for the brand in the audience mind, is the television, or maybe the video storytelling through the television or through the other digital media.
Ajay, before I come to you, I just want to make a small announcement. There was a gentleman who asked me that why don't you let audience ask a question? I will after Ajay. I'll definitely come there because so many thought leaders on that side. I would definitely like to get two questions. But Ajay, of course, news pay I have seen a lot of ultra tech. But what has worked for you? Which genres, which mediums have delivered the most for you? Which mediums and genres do you swear by at ultra tech?
If I were to take a little bit of your language, it's like asking what medicine works, right? And if you do that and ask that to a doctor or go to a chemist and ask that, he will turn around and ask the obvious question, कि आपको बीमारी क्या है, right? What are you trying to treat? Now, you have a certain context of what you're trying to achieve. We had at one place of our time, we decided what is the problem we're trying to solve for the brand. We had over close to, for among home builders, about 98% salience in terms of awareness. We had 8 out of 10 people saying that they consider the brand when they're trying to purchase. The problem that we were trying to put together in a category where it's not a low involvement category, it's a very high involvement category. In fact, people spend as much time thinking about how to build as much they spend about building and spending time in construction. Our task was being the number one brand, and it's a different category. Most times the number one brand typically is the lowest common denominator, right? Pricing is by par. Our category is where we are number one, and we also are a premium player, right? So you defined your task as to, the task is to generate preference rather than anything else, right? That's the brand task. Second piece, like I said, it's a fact, while there's a lot of talk of data and big data and AI and all of that stuff, there was a simple insight that was sitting on the nose, and everybody maybe knew, didn't know, but it was just obvious sitting on the nose that here's a fellow at 35, he's trying to build his home, okay? For that fellow, he does not know, leave aside the answers, he doesn't even know the questions, right? So he would go to his neighbor, how did you build, right? He'd go to his friend, family, he'd go to the mason contractor, he'd go to the dealer, he'll ask nearly 20 people how to build. Now, there's a question of trust, there's a question of expertise, and both are not found at the same place in our category. So I think we use digital in that particular scenario. We use TV for a very different reason of trying to build preference, like Maruti taught people, right? How do you choose cars, right? We all know the phrase. We are teaching, and we've taught the category, why spend money on structural bit, why spend money on buying the most premium cement, because how many times do you build the home, right? It can't go wrong. It's a irreversible
It's awareness, basically. Building that awareness.
It's
part,
framing
right?
the question for the category, right?
Right.
You are defining, not just saying that I'm better than the rest of the brands of cement. You are defining the playing field itself, right? If I have to beat Messi, I'd rather play cricket with him, right? If I define the playing field, that's how I win, right? And once we frame, and Maruti defined that mileage was how you choose cars. We are defining why you choose India's #1 brand and the most popular brand and the most recommended by architects, engineers, because you can't go wrong in this game. Digital we've said that there is no checklist in a process where it is akin to a process of marriage or getting your father's heart operated, right? You can't go wrong. And if you go wrong, the cost of doing that is very, very large. If you go through our social channels, we don't use them for advertising. Our social channels talk about how to build a home and how do you are just hand-holding and navigating the person in terms of going beyond. And we barely talk about cement. Now, our task there, we define the task for ourselves as a strategic task of becoming a thought leader and helping the consumer in the task that he wanted to do.
No, I got it. Absolutely. Let me go to the other side of the panel. Anyone has a question? Here is your chance. Okay. I did my fair share of asking you. Great.
I just wanted to add one more thing, that while we spoke a lot about TV and digital, in my business, we also run clinics. You know, the Hamdard clinics, which has Hakims, and prescriptive medicines are sold only when a Hakim has prescribed it. Now, this is not something that we do as a television or a print ad campaigns. So we do a lot of on-ground promotions, and they are fantastic. They're closest to my heart because, you know, when you set an objective that you need to have increased walk-ins, you need to have connect with the consumers, and it's also a great way of judging the brand love. So we do a lot of work in that sphere, and I think that's one of the most exciting part of the job that I do, because I feel that this is when you are so in front of the consumers and you know exactly, you can feel their pulse for the brand.
It's a fascinating example because oftentimes we treat our budgets and our mediums as stuff that we have to shell out money for. Ultratech prints 150 crore, more than the number of Indians that are there, 150 crore bags, right? That's visibility for me. If that talks the right proposition, rather than just looking pretty, right? One thing for packaging is just to look pretty.
The vanity metrics.
Yeah. One thing is if it talks your proposition, that's a medium.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
Maybe the applicators also, like his category, or maybe what she's saying about the clinic through the prescriptor, those things. Same way in the other category also, those applicators, because they bring it forward, what the brand is going to deliver. Because consumer has generally the dream or the aspiration of the what is the house or what the product is looking, but to bridge the path, or to give him that path, so that this is from this brand and this product, so you are going to meet this dream.
Right.
They are also play the important role.
I have time for 2 more questions. Let me, you know, when you run a campaign, when you run a marketing initiative, when do you decide the time to revisit it? I mean, how do you decide? How do you go out and listen to that listening part of it? I mean, I just want to understand that part.
Like I said, a medicine is never out of fashion. Just like diseases don't disappear, or ailments don't disappear, we are always in business. But we also have certain OTC products, like, you know, the Safi and whatever, Rogan Badam, Shireen, Jushina, they all have a seasonal cue. So the moment you have a seasonal skew to certain products, you know exactly that just pre-monsoon, you know, your skin gets into eruptions, so you need to have a blood purification story to do. So there are seasonality for all the products of the OTC kind, but where the medicines are concerned, there is certainly no timing for it. We just decide which are the products that we are gunning for, and we need to promote them. So you find, like you mentioned, that you see a lot of ads in Urdu newspapers. So those are there. And otherwise, for the main big campaigns, we do come back once a year for sure. And digitally, we are present almost every 24/7. Yeah.
Gaurav, you don't have seasonality to this. So how do you, even if you're running a campaign and you want to now have a version 2, so I mean, when does it expire and when do you decide that now is the time? How do you decide that part? And how often does that happen?
Just to get the question right, are you talking about the media choices or
The
maybe
campaign,
the messaging?
expiry date. How do you know that this campaign has expired and now, because you must be getting some cues somewhere. So how does that bit work?
So, I mean, digital is a 365 understanding of what's happening and how to stop, when to stop, pause, or accelerate. So that happens on a daily basis. The TV or the offline campaigns, because the data keeps on flowing in on a secondary basis, we are analyzing campaigns on a daily basis. So there are a lot of times when a new campaign doesn't do well and you have to take a corrective action within say a week of launching the campaign. It might be the content of the campaign, or it might be the media vehicles that you're choosing to deploy. Then Rohil, there's like a post facto analysis, which is where you would do your media mix model and so on and so forth to understand the next campaign. Even if you're running the same content again, how would you actually take it to the market? Maybe it will be the same, maybe it will be about 20-30% different from what you deployed earlier. So, and then that's maybe the advantage and the curse of being in a digital business. You have to be agile because you have the necessary information and insights coming to you very, very rapidly. So being a growth professional in a digital company, I mean, it's not that it's a digital campaign and it's an offline campaign. So offline ko 30 din baad dekhenge ya 60 din baad dekhenge, and then we assess. It happens on a daily basis. So even like a big TV campaign, you're looking at, on a 4-hourly basis, server pe kya pings ho rahe hain, everything. So, and then you take corrective actions.
No, I have a slightly different point of view on that and on this stuff. To me, I think a lot of marketing is what is called marketing is masqueraded, whatever, sales per se, right?
I request you to keep it closer.
Sorry. Yeah. It's what masquerades as sales aid kind of stuff. I'm not so sure if we've got to talk about mental availability of stuff, if you've got to establish something in people's heads, I think constant tweaks at that frequency make sense per se. Because if you are treating the only dial as, look, am I switching on the tap and does the water flow increase or low? Yeah, that's only a, I think, small part of the.
No, I never mentioned the sales bit. I mean, even if I'm looking at my top of mind awareness matrix, I'm like, there are ways by which we can track that fairly rapidly. And because of the models that we'll make, we'll have a fairly good understanding at what point does it start to give me some green shoots. So maybe it's a 7-day post that I need to look at what those green shoots, and then I press or pause, not pause or change.
Right.
So not only about sales, but even like, say brand building or top of mind awareness matrix. I think there are enough and more models that we can track fairly
And there's
rapidly.
also a category, different categories at play and different go-to first platforms like digital is your
I'm not
go-to.
so sure. I'm actually not so sure about that, because I think people who are consuming her category or his category, or I think either one of our categories, we're finally talking to human beings, right? If today I told you my name was Ajay, and tomorrow I told you my name was Vijay, and third day I shifted my name was something else, I think in a very cluttered space where somebody has a bad mother-in-law, somebody has EMIs to pay, somebody has a crying kid, in that clutter, if we have got to deposit mean something to people, a very rapid change and lack of consistency
Against it.
Goes against building long-term mental availability, right?
Right.
Can I
So
just
Yeah,
Sure,
sorry.
sure,
Please. Yeah.
sure. We have just,
I
just
just
have
wanted
1
to,
minute. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring in one human element. Like in Hamdard, we always say that we are one company that contributes to nation building, because Hamdard is a trust and it gives away 80% of its profits to charity. Now, when you have that stature, sometimes it helps to tap into the time, the moment marketing and really make it big. So we did something which was absolutely loved by the world and we ourselves love it. It's post the second COVID. You know, we ran a campaign, the master idea of the campaign being Sehat hai to Watan hai. And I think that was so ownable by a company whose mission is to provide affordable medicines for all and see a healthy India. So this campaign that we ran was so emotive. It was so powerful in its emotion. I think we connected a lot at the grassroots level with people, and we went all out to give 75% off on MRPs to people who were buying the medicines, and it was for the keepers of the nation as well.
Right.
So that was a very, very different way of looking at it. It had nothing to do with sales. It had nothing to do with anything, but it was just, you know, building on the love of people, love of the company, for the medicines that it wants to reach out to people. So it was a very large thought.
And I actually think that's a fairly beautiful example of, I think, carrying on an arc, which carries on maybe for decades, right? You stick on for a theme for decades. What you might have a manifestation of, you might need to change, tweak things from a day-to-day basis, depending upon what's current and what's the context.
I'm
and
sorry, I
what's
have to
the-
intervene. Just last comment I'll take from Yatnesh, from you. Around the campaigns, you know, how often do you tweak them? When do you get the cue that now is the time to put in? Because also, I mean, how does it work in your case, in your category?
No, I think we also belong to the category which is a very planned purchase category. So we try to stick, we try to be the consistent. There is a change of the content or the medium based on to the what kind of the sentiments we are getting it. But we generally try to stick for a little time, not to try to make it so fast thing. And as he mentioned, we also see them as a more as a human and as more as a what the context they're trying to consume it, rather than just the certain researchers or certain sentiments coming and then trying to decode the creative rather than trying to decode the overall the campaign message.
Right. I wish we had more time, but we are really out of time. Thank you everyone for sharing your insights on this panel, and thanks Ajay and Yatnesh and Gaurav and Sumanji for your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next from the panel discussion, it's now time for a spotlight on meaningful brands. Welcome to Me Economy. And we'll have someone talk, or probably the man who loves to take pictures. You know, I love how you know, and you already walked half the way. And to talk on the same, to talk on meaningful brands, welcome to the Me Economy. We have with us the CEO of Havas Media Network India, Mr. Mohit Joshi. Yeah, please, absolutely, sir. You'll switch it on, don't worry.
Thanks. So thankfully today I have more time than yesterday, so I want to go through it. Can I have the... Good afternoon, everybody. Some of you might have seen this yesterday because I presented a crunched version of this, but today I'm going to be going through it in detail. Before that, let me just give you a perspective about Havas. At Havas, and it is H silent, Havas, because it's a French organization and not what you think it means in Hindi. Meaningfulness is something that is at the core of everything. And we speak about meaningfulness for our employees, for our clients, for our brands, for our media. And this whole ethos about meaningfulness has come over a period of a decade and more, because we have invested in a very unique research called Meaningful Brands Research for the last 13 years. And that tells us why brands and consumers are not talking to each other. Or the larger way of looking at it is, we came to know that close to about 80% of the brands could disappear tomorrow and consumers would not even care. And this is a statistics of about 13 years back. And imagine putting in zillions of dollars behind advertising and promotions, and still not having the consumers connect with the brand. So that's what made us delve into it a little more deeper. And why is this showing 10? I think I have 30 minutes, so please can you change this? So delve deeper and see why and what essentially is meaningfulness. And we've been doing this research for the last 13 years. I'll take you through this whole concept in more detail and what it means. As I said, not 13, actually 15 years. In India, it is 13 years, but globally, we've been doing it for 15 years. And it explores the proprietary metrics of brand strength of business. According to us, the most important metrics of brand strength is meaningfulness. It's not about awareness, consideration, because meaningfulness is something that comes even before that. And that's the reason why we do or believe this research, in this research and this concept and this philosophy. So it's a fairly large research that happens. So this year, which is 2022 end, is when this happened. 91,000 people were interviewed. In India, 7,000 plus. So it's a huge research. Close to about 1,300 plus brands at a global level. In India, about 155 brands. And every year we keep increasing the brands, because it's something that is not paid for by clients. So we have to invest in it. Close to about 15 categories is today in India. So it will not have all the brands and will not have all the categories, but still gives you guidance on where we are going. Obviously, we do it for those categories where we have our clients or where we have our potential clients, and every year we keep on adding to it. So what is meaningfulness? If you were to define meaningfulness for a brand, or if a consumer interacts with a brand, what are the key expectations that a consumer has from a brand? Obviously, in earlier days, it was about functional equity. If you're buying a car, you're expecting it to do the function of the car, which is taking you from point A to point B, not breaking down, giving you a mileage, efficiency, all those things, which is the functional equity, which still remains important, because if you're buying a brand, functional equity is critical because you're buying it for that. Then came the importance of personal equity. Is that brand giving me happiness? Is that brand giving me satisfaction? Is it making me feel proud? Is it making me feel happy? All those slightly higher level, I would say, emotions that were there. And these became important for brands. So, for example, soaps were sold on, aspirations. So obviously there was a lot of personal equity that came in over there. Every person who used Lux thought that she would aspire to, be a beauty queen. So they were selling beauty. They were not selling a soap at that point in time. And then finally, over the years, as information grew, as consumers became more aware, a third and a very important thing, which was spoken about even today in the morning in one of the panels, collective equity. What are the company initiatives, behaviors, actions that respond and connect at a social and cultural level? Consumers are very, very smart. They want to know, is the company transparent? Is the company ethical? Are they using the right methods? These have also become important. And we realized that consumers are ready to pay more for a brand which has a better collective equity. So they don't want to buy a brand which does not have a good collective equity. So these are the three parameters on which meaningfulness is evaluated. More about it as we go along. Functional, measure the, so we look at evaluate the functional and personal and collective aspects of the brand. We measure the gap between the people expectation and where the brand is. And also we identify the greatest areas of opportunity for brands. So, this is what the consumer is expecting, and this is where you are low. So you can increase your indexes on this specific aspect. What comes out of the study is meaningful brand index called MBI, and also a meaningful score. It's a, obviously a detailed mathematical solution that comes out of it. So there's a lot of math that goes behind it. But what we are interested is not math, but what it tells you as marketeers and as brand custodians. Last year, when we did this research, after a gap of 1 year because of COVID, what came out was that consumers they were cynical, very, very cynical about brands. And that was coming out because of the fact that 2 years they had been, they had seen the worst times of their lives, and they were very, very critical of the brands. This year, there is a very different, I would say, trend that we are seeing, which is a me economy trend. And I'll tell you more about it as we go forward. Every year when we do this research, we realize that trends are changing, because it's not that one brand which is meaningful will continue to be meaningful over years. There are changes that happen, and not just societal changes, but also geopolitical changes that happen, because of which things change, brands change, and also the consumer's perspective about brands change. No matter where you look, people feel that life is becoming more challenging. That's clearly coming out. And this is India data. I'm not talking about global data. This is clearly India data that I spoke about. And it's obvious, because 43% of the people who were interviewed, they are saying the world is going in the wrong direction at a global level, and which could be a result of many things that are happening. Some of them are over here, COVID recovery, government's response to COVID. It could be climate change. We're all seeing, climate hazards happening every second day in our country itself. Social inequality, Ukrainian war, which has been there and doesn't seem to be ending, and inflation, recession, which has already started. Recession, which has already started in the Western markets. Thankfully, India is not so bad. So, and there's so many geopolitical tensions. So the consumers are worried that that we are all going in the wrong direction. And why is it important for the brand? Because this is what makes them make a decision on buying a brand, because finally it's the same mind which is thinking about these things and also thinking about which brand to buy. The climate crisis has now been acknowledged globally as the most important issue that we face. So it is becoming very clear everywhere across the world, and in India, people think this is how they feel about it. But people are also reporting feeling the effects of crisis within their day-to-day lives. It's not just about the fact that there is a crisis, but it is affecting their lives. And this is all coming out of the survey. 1 in 4 people report being personally affected by at least one crisis on an everyday level. So one of these crises, whether it's a political crisis, personal crisis, and I'm sure you'll agree with it, because that's where we are heading. 62% of those personally affected by crisis feel it is impacting them in a multitude of ways. So we are living in a difficult world, and obviously these things never came up before the COVID or the pandemic. These are all new trends that we are seeing now, and we know the reasons for these trends. After COVID, health crisis has become significantly important, and there is no surprise on that, because we all realize that health is wealth when COVID first wave, and most importantly second wave, happened. And as a result of all that, people don't think businesses are doing enough to help. And this is the cynicism that I was talking about. They feel that businesses should help more, they should do more. 58% don't think companies, brands are being transparent about their commitments and promises. In the morning, we were talking about, tokenism, purposeful communication, and you're just taking a purposeful route and just doing a token communication around it. So consumers are aware of that. Are you really doing something, or are you just ticking the box over there saying that I'm also in the fray of doing something for the society? 65% are tired of brands pretending they want to help society when they just want to make money. So they're very clear. Many times brands do it. They try to camouflage a regular communication in a more meaningful way, when finally the result of all that is making money. Yes, they have to make money, but then that should not be the only objective. Consumers are trying to see if those meaningful or purposeful communications are really valid or not. And this is important. An active choice architecture is emerging. Very, very active choice architecture. 67% prefer to buy from companies with a reputation for having purpose other than just profits. So this is what was coming in the morning. People are ready to buy. At the same time, they are very ROI driven. But if they know that a company has a reputation of being purposeful and not just profitable, they are ready to pay more. They're really ready to buy from those companies. 68% will stop buying from companies that do not respect planet or society. Again, very big numbers, right? We can question the number. 68 can be 67, 65, all those things. But the point is, direction is very clear. It's 60% plus who are saying that they'll stop buying from companies if they do not respect the planet. And that's the reason why we are talking about green, eco, and every company in the morning was talking about the initiatives they are taking in this domain. And that's clearly reflecting over here. Most brands are just not measuring up according to the consumers. This is their feeling, not our feeling. This is the feeling that the consumers have. And in India today, I was talking about 73% of the brands could disappear and consumers would not care. This is what our data says. Again, I will put an asterisk over here because it does not capture all the brands in India. It's impossible to capture all the brands, right? But the number of brands that we have captured, which obviously is a good, I would say, assessment or a representation of the market. Sorry. We feel that consumers are clearly telling us that do something about the way you communicate to us, or not just communicate, but the way you connect with us. Otherwise, we'll stop buying you. However, there are some brands which are still being meaningful, and those meaningful brands, we try to assess them. It's not just that the meaningful brands are doing well on the meaningful brand index. Actually, if you compare the meaningful brands, more meaningful brands to the regular brands or the less meaningful brands, they are performing higher on all the marketing KPIs. So a more meaningful brand, overall impressions, which is your awareness, advocacy, premium price, a purchase intent, repurchase intent. On all these parameters, a more meaningful brand is performing significantly better. And this is out of the maths that's behind all the data that the data that I shared with you. In terms of the share of wallet, again, a more meaningful brand has a much higher share of wallet. Again, very logical, but then this is data that is giving you a clear direction that meaningfulness is not just about feeling good and having a meaningful brand index for a brand, but it is resulting in clear results on your brand KPIs, on share of wallet, and most importantly, on the value that the brand is delivering to its shareholders. So meaningful brands are performing significantly better than the non-meaningful brands in the share market. So that's something, and this is a global trend. This particular data is specifically for India. So this is something that we have seen across the world, which makes us feel that obviously there's a logic to why we call a brand, why meaningfulness is important for a brand. It could be called something else, but in Havas, we call it meaningfulness. What It means to be a meaningful brand in 2023, because 2023 is a very unique year. We've just come out of COVID. And that's where me economy, where purpose is getting personal. So what it means is that, I told you about the three, core verticals that are there, the functional benefits, the personal benefits, and the collective benefits. Now, there was a time when collective benefits were becoming very, very important. And over the years, when suddenly the COVID happened and people realized that there is a health crisis, they are becoming more important. And if they don't exist, what is the point of, the brands being there? The personal aspects of the brand are becoming more important. And that's why we are saying that it's becoming a me economy. People are turning inwards because of the COVID, because of the way things have developed over a period of time. Today, people are connecting the brand's sustainable behavior with their own quality of life. So that's very important. So on one hand, they are evaluating the brand. And on the other hand, they are evaluating or they're comparing it to their own quality of life. These are some of the collective attributes which are ranking on the quality of life front. So invest in innovative, sustainable, and ethical solution. This is the consumer says that, this is important for me if the brand invests in innovative, sustainable, and ethical solution. It's important for me if the brand supports healthy living and promotes well-being. It's important for me if the brand offers sustainable brands and products. It promotes and inspires sustainable, responsible behaviors and consumption. It is committed to making product services more sustainable. So again, sustainability is coming out very clearly over here. But this is more towards their own quality of life. That's the difference. They also expect brands to really help with their health and well-being, whether it's physical, mental, and spiritual. 69% believe that companies and brands should be doing more to improve and support my health and my well-being, because obviously they've gone through a bad time, a bad patch, and they feel that brands have a responsibility to improve and support their health and well-being. So it's not just these are the general trends that are coming out from there. And look to the brands to bring optimism and energy into their lives, because there's a lot of pessimism that has happened in the last few years. They look forward to brands that bring in optimism and positivity and energy into their lives. So helps me feel energized and live is the number 2 attribute across all pillars to contribute to our quality of life. So these are the things that they want from a brand. Now, why are these important? Because all this is what will make the communication for the brand. Finally, the consumer is going to be communicating with the brand or understanding the brand through the communication that we create, the marketing people create, or the advertising agencies create. And that's the reason why all these indices are important. Today's most meaningful brands perform 66% better on attributes than the average brand. So that's clearly showing you that if it is a meaningful brand, its performance on attributes is significantly better than the rest of them. There is a small section on Gen Z. I don't want to go into it detail because Gen Zs are it's a very wide and a very detailed topic in itself. But we also looked about optimism and happiness, and realized that the Gen Zs, they claim to be the happiest, obviously, because they are in that phase of life. 71% claim to be 71% of the Gen Zs said they are happy and they are optimistic. 70% of them said this. 54% said they are the most willing to ask brands to put their needs first. So 54% agree that companies, brands should satisfy my individual needs, and that's what is important first before taking a wider role in the society. So that's the me economy, right? Before you start talking about saving the planet, you talk about satisfying my individual needs. So that's the difference that we have seen over the years. While it was tilting towards collective benefits, now it started coming back to more personal benefits and even functional benefits in certain cases. I just want to come in. Yeah. This is a very provocative slide, and I want you to spend some time on it. I'm not giving you the entire data, but over the years, we did this research. we realized that, different brands score differently on the meaningfulness scale. In 2010, obviously there was Google. It's not that Google was not there and all these tech companies are not there, but I'm sure they were not as relevant and as important in our lives as they are today. And the first year, LIC came out to be the most meaningful brand in India. And everybody started questioning it globally because insurance as a brand is not seen as a meaningful brand because, it's a very transactional brand. Then we looked at the data, spoke to the consumers once again and realized that in India, LIC is not an insurance brand. It's it's a life product. It's the way of life. And it's so meaningful to consumers that they feel that it's the most meaningful brand. As we progressed, as the technology overtook our lives, Google became the #1 brand. And I'm 100% sure, and if somebody disagrees, please raise your hand. You would have used Google today at least 10 times. And if tomorrow suddenly you realize Google does not exist or none of the Google products exist, I'm sure you're going to be shocked and it's going to be very, very difficult for you to navigate life, which is very clearly being seen over here because that's what it is showing. People cannot live without Google. It's become such an important and integral part of their lives. And this is India data. Globally, yes, Google is still #1. See, in 2019, WhatsApp was #2, YouTube, Amul, Amazon. And in 2023, you suddenly see Amazon coming from #5 to #2. While they tell us that you should not be comparing the different years data because, some of the parameters do change. But for the sake of generic comparison, why do you think Amazon came from #5 to #2? Anybody? Any guesses? Absolutely. Because of COVID, people were buying from home. And for them, suddenly, more than WhatsApp, Amazon became a more meaningful brand. And this, why I'm showing you this is because this tells us that this research that we are doing is actually showing you a correct guidance. WhatsApp went down. Why? Because between 2019 and 23, there was a lot of negative news of WhatsApp spreading negative news, bad news, creating chaos, all those things. Still, it's very important for us. Flipkart came in over there. Flipkart was not in top 5. Again, because of COVID, because Amazon came in over here, Flipkart would come in. There are many, many cuts. So, there are cuts by age groups, there are cuts by SECs. So you'll realize that the numbers would change if the cuts are different. Quickly, I'll take you through some of the categories that we have analyzed, not all of them, but this is the restaurant category. So this is latest data, and here you also see the cuts by the various age groups. So Domino's is the most meaningful brand, followed by McDonald's, Pizza Hut, KFC, Burger King. Of course, it does not take into account all the brands, the many more brands, but the ones that are there, they have been compared. What you see below that 75, 74, 72, that's the meaningful brand index that I was talking about, MBI. And for our clients, we actually take MBI as one of our KPIs. So we tell them that, if you work with us, we will increase your MBI from A to B. And for doing that, you will have to invest in the right media, meaningful communication, and take into account all the learnings that we've just been speaking about. In the consumer durable category, Samsung followed by LG, Voltas Beko. So that's how it stacks up. But again, in the this is the split by income. It is different when it comes to the various income groups. Yesterday, I was asking people in the panel which is the most meaningful brands, and many people said Apple. So Apple, of course, is one of the leading meaningful brands, not coming in the top 5, but it is still one of the most meaningful brands, and many brands aspire to be an Apple. Among the auto category, Tata Motors, Maruti, Hyundai, Kia, Jeep. Again, it is not covering all the brands. So the ones that we have covered is what we are seeing over here. Delivery platforms, Big Basket, followed by Swiggy, Instamart, Blinkit, Zepto, Super Daily. on the home care, Harpic. So, this is what essentially it gives you. It gives you a lot of data. And why I'm showing you this is because if you want more information, you can go outside. There is a Havas a booth. You can scan and download the details of this presentation from there. Much more than what I can share with you over here. Entertainment category, which became very important during COVID, and it's become and it has still stayed with us. Many of us were not into OTT. Connected TVs were not so important, but suddenly they have become very important. Why? Because over the last 3 years, your consumption behavior has suddenly changed. You're watching all of these on a large TV or on your smaller screens as well. So that's where Prime Video, followed by Disney Hotstar, followed by Netflix, Z5, Lionsgate. Again, it does not capture all the OTTs, but the ones that we have still gives you a sense of how it is. Internet and media company goes without saying. The first is Google, YouTube, WhatsApp, and the other usual suspects that one would have. So that was about the brands. Now, if you as a brand have to grow in this me economy that I just spoke about, from the research that we have done, we've identified 8 ways that businesses and brands can take directions, or probably they need to behave in a particular way to become more meaningful to the consumers. Because we feel becoming meaningful is a requirement. It's no more something that is a should have, but a must have. So how do you navigate in this environment? The first thing we would say is make mental and physical wellness universal. So that's something that we have seen from the research that we've done. The most meaningful brands perform 39% better in inspiring me to take healthier approach to life. So, if you take that as a direction, you will obviously become more meaningful. 7 out of 10 people in the survey declare making real effort to be physically and mentally healthy. Again, coming out of the COVID, people have become very, very health conscious, and they are doing that. 69% feel that companies' brands should be doing more to improve and support people's health and well-being. All giving you a clear direction that physical wellness has to become universal. So if a brand, if physical wellness is something that you are is being communicated, that is important. Enable people to do and feel more. So this is the second, I would say, second directive that is coming out from the meaningful brand research. Because the people's expectation of brands, it's time to expand what benefits and the brands can give you. Because as people's life is also changing after the COVID, their expectations are also changing from the brand. The most meaningful brands, when it comes to that, they perform significantly better than the average brand in providing that creative spark. 41% inspires me with new ideas and possibilities. Now, they feel that the brand also needs to be creative. They feel that the brand should allow them to do more. And that's what essentially this says. On the personal part, they also say that, it should simplify my life. It should give me a good feeling. So these are some of the attributes that the consumers are talking about. The third tenet is that respect and celebrate difference. It's something that we all know is becoming important, and consumers are expecting the same from the brands. 7 out of 10 respondents agree it is important that we coexist harmoniously with different people around us. So if the brand communication, brand ethos, brand philosophy is also around this, your brand communication is also around this, they will latch onto it better. 4 out of 10 feel it is important for them to express their true thoughts and opinions. So, how things have changed over a period of time. Inclusivity has become absolutely necessary, and we are coexisting in a very, very diverse society, and that's what they expect the brands also to follow. So what is happening in the world, they also expect the brands to follow. Let the joy shine through. More brands through product messaging or activation are trying to inspire optimism, joy, and escapism to consumers as they grapple with uncertain times. That's a reality because there are uncertain times, but 75% of the people say they are optimistic about the future, which is a positive thing, So if your brand is also giving an optimism to the consumer, then it is scoring on this specific aspect and connecting with them. Some of the attributes that they spoke about: helps me feel good about myself. This is important for them. Gives me a sense of happiness. Helps me feel energized and alive. So these are the aspects of the brand that they are interested in. Make it all super seamless. I think this is important. Life is very complicated. They want it to be seamless. Meaningful brands perform 31% better on CX. And my next panel is about consumer experiences only, and that's what is becoming absolutely important. Simple and easy purchase digital experiences. They don't have the time, they don't have the bandwidth, they don't have the energy. Respect my personal data, again becoming important. And now with the data bill passed, that's a different ball game altogether. Exclusive experience and individualization in an age of they want individualization and mass customization, as we call it, for them. So they should not feel that this communication on this brand is for everybody. It is for me. So but at the same time, they want it absolutely seamless. Unlock accessibility, affordability is a new inclusion. So affordability is still important, but at the same time, they're ready to pay for brands which are ethically doing well. So here 36%, sorry, I think I'm running out of time. The seventh one is become a platform, enable people to make purpose personal. 6 out of 10 people, according to our study, are being the change that they want to see in the world. So they are starting from themselves. So that's where, or that's why we say that purpose is turning inwards. They want to, as they say that charity starts at home, they are turning inwards. They want to start with themselves. If they feel that environment is an important thing, they are starting to do small things in their own right towards, improving the environment, and then they're expecting the brands also to do the same. Do good without drama. As they say, don't carry a camera when you are doing any charity, and that's what they expect the brands also to do. So this is something that I had to share with you. So welcome to Me Economy. Please, you can go out and download the entire report. And any questions? I don't think I have the time, but I'm around. We can chat on this later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. You can leave it here. Eventually, the next is yours. The next panel discussion is yours. We very quickly move on to the brand Mavericks track, which is building brand that move people and businesses. Our next panel discussion, it is still all about the experience. Experience continues to be an important battleground for companies as both the opportunities to delight and consumer expectations grow. कांच टूटना शुभ माना जाता है ना, अच्छा ही होगा अगला वाला भी. Okay, while they clean that up, I'll introduce the panelists to you. Rajesh Jain, MD and CEO, Lacoste India. Rajesh Mohata, CEO and Executive Director, Jindal Lifestyle. Rakesh Kaul, MD and CEO, Live Pure. And this session will be chaired by Mohit Joshi, CEO, Havas Media Network, India. We'll give them a second to just set this up. Oh yeah, that's Rajesh, Rakesh, and Mohit.
Thank you very much. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And Mr. Jain, Mr. Mohata, Mr. Kaul, that's how I'll, I'll address you. Otherwise, I'll go wrong with. Great, great, great. So, now welcome to this panel. A very interesting panel about which I was just mentioning. It is still about the experience, consumer experience becoming more and more important day by day. So I was just scanning through some of the reports. Why is this showing 10 minutes? Please, can somebody change that? ऐसे मत करो यार. You scare me. Sorry. So I was going through some reports, and obviously it's a fact, and we'll hear it from each one of you. One bad experience can drive your customers away. According to the PwC research, more than 30% of the customers are likely to walk away from a brand just after one bad experience. That's how bad the world has become, and that's how unforgiving our customers have become. You know, an AWS sponsored report on customer experience states that 58% of the customers believe great customer experience is more important than price. You know, again, very, very provocative, but a reality probably over a period of time. Customer experience is the new differentiator. How then how do we then optimize this new differentiator? How do we deliver consistently, giving great customer experience? Because it's not about giving them once or twice, it's about giving them again and again when they come to you. How do we take advantage of technology? How do we identify the moments that matter for them? And how do we be clear of our brand values? I spoke about meaningful brands and the brand values. So my first question to each one of you is again about, you know, technology, because that's what is important in delivering customer experiences. How have you deployed technology to elevate customer experiences in your respective businesses? And if you could give me specific examples of what has been done or what is being done. So Rajesh ji, aapse start karenge.
Thank you, Mohit. Good afternoon, ladies and before I answer your question, Mohit, I would like to say, when you talk about the price part, I think price cannot be seen independently. It's a very relative term. So if you're a mass customer, you would like to see the price and other things. Also, if you're a premium customer, you would see the product in sync with the pricing that the premium product has to offer. In fact, especially for Indian customers, what we have experienced is that it's value for money delivered. It's not the price independently that you can look at it. Now, coming to your question, Mohit, about the technology and technology, normally most of us think in terms of digital technology. But I would like to go beyond that. In fact, I would like to start with saying that why do the customers come to you again and again, and what role technology plays there? Today's customer, in my opinion, and I'm talking about the fashion industry, especially because I come from that industry, they normally come back to you predominantly for three things. There are several things in retail that you have to do, because retail is not one thing or the other thing. It's this, and several other things. But there are three main things that I could take out from retail industry to bring the customer back to you again and again, and that's collection, care, and convenience. Now, when I talk about these three things, I'll just elaborate on each of these things linked with technology. So first of all, I'll start with collection. Collection doesn't mean only products. It also means that you refresh those products, refresh that line of products every now and then, plus the type of products that come into that store or the online environment that you're selling on. Now, if I give you an example on this collection part, that how technology plays a role, and as I said, that it's not only digital technology that we should look at the complete technology. For example, our best-selling garment is our classic polo. That constitutes almost about 25 to 30% of our total sales in India and globally also. And the yarn that goes into it, that goes through so much of technological research and development, that yarn has been proved to be one of the most comfortable yarn. The fabric made out of that yarn has been proved to be one of the most comfortable fabric on human body. That's technology. That's not digital technology, but that's technology. Similarly, the kind of polo I am wearing today, it has certain mix of lycra in it. So it gives an stretchability. So the proportion of that yarn or proportion of that lycra that should go into that yarn, that's also technology. And collection, because of that, plays a humongous role in bringing the customer back. Second is care. Today's customer is genuinely caring about the environment. So the brands, the retailers, they have to ensure that their products, the way they present it to the customer, they have to be careful about the entire environment. To give you an example about the technology here also, in case of care, the products need to be produced in such a manner that we keep on reducing our carbon footprint. In this scenario, we have to take care of the product that the product should be either recycled or recyclable. Here also, again, the technology plays an important role. That how do you first of all make the product which is recycled? Then secondly, that product should also be recyclable. A huge amount of technology goes into it. The third part, convenience. And this is where our normal understanding of digital technology comes and plays a very, very important role. When we talk about convenience, today's customer wants to buy anytime, anywhere. And this is where we have to see that on the supply side and on the demand side, on both the sides, the digital technology has to play a very big role. So on the supply side, when we look at, to give example as you asked for it, when we look at the supply side, so our supply chain is geared in such a manner that we have to predict the demand. We have to forecast the demand in such a manner that which store or which online channel would need that kind of garment or that kind of product at what time and at what pricing also. All these things are driven by the technology, which we call digital technology. Even an online platform, we have to ensure that the user interface is such that the customer feels very comfortable using that user interface. On the other hand, when we talk about the demand side of the customer, when the customer comes to the store or he or she buys it online, they need to have a beautiful, convenient, seamless experience of walking through the stores, then buying the product in such a manner that the billing should be very, very good. The CRM that most of us have started using now. Omni-channel is one important thing that actually has mapped the entire inventory of all the retailers. More in case of modern retail, if you see, most retailers are using omni-channel as a day-to-day technology. Now this technology, especially in the convenience part of the customer, it's not a big breakthrough anymore. We use it so much in our common day-to-day life that we don't even realize the technology is supporting us in executing our entire retail or the entire supply chain solution also. So in my view, technology plays an extremely important role in entire life chain or entire life cycle of the product and the retail, and to reach out to the customer and beyond that also.
Great. The 3 C's, I'm a textile engineer, so I can, understand a lot of what you said, but 3 C's and technology playing role everywhere is fabulous. So Rajesh ji, how do you see the role of technology in your industry, in your category, and how do you see it enhancing the customer experience for you and your brands?
So I will first give introduction about the product which I represent. So I represent Ardenox. We manufacture premium luxury category of the home space solutions, which is kitchens, wardrobe, vanities as one of the portfolio which we have. And just taking a point from where Mr. Rajesh Jain has just mentioned, in fact, we also work on the similar thing. Obviously, the environmental challenges which are there today, sustainability is one of the major concept which is there. We produce stainless steel kitchens, and the perception which we create in the mind of our customer is that it is recyclable, reusable and refurbishable. So it is not that you are buying a kitchen today and you have to continue with the same kitchen with the same finish for multiple years. You can get it changed, you can get it finished differently, and you can create a new experience in your life by just giving that back to us, and we can change it, because stainless steel doesn't get damaged or it doesn't get rusted, or so these are the advantages which is there. when we talk about it, then we also give them a lot of flexibility with respect to our customers, that in case they want to create a different experience of the different finishes, like the stone finishes or the leather finishes or anything, which can be done. This all while we talk about the physical part of it, there is a new concept which has started coming after the post COVID. People have started using kitchen not only for the cooking, but they sometimes do the working along with the cooking or cooking along with the working. And so we have started looking into it, what are the convenience which are there. So designing also is getting changed, that you can have a mobile stand or you can have a TV stand along with that, where you can watch the TV while cooking, or you can see the, talk to the people while cooking. And there is a working benches which can also be done looking into this. So these are the new design technologies which getting incorporated into the systems. The last point from the digital side which is there is that people usually now have started looking into it. They want to, cannot visit so many places because it becoming difficult. And I will give you a typical example. We have a store in Bangalore, but the commuting in the city itself is becoming too much difficult. Like if you want to go and visit multiple stores, it becomes difficult. And so what we have started working on it, that we have started giving them a store filling in their houses itself through the VR technologies. And that's where we have created the system. Our team goes there, they just take a photograph, send it back to our office. We do the designing and we show it to them through the VR technology. And then they're able to see in different finishes, different styles, they can pick and choose. And this we learned actually from the automobile industry, because they create the similar type of experience on their website. And we thought, why can't we create a similar experience where a person at the home can itself feel that they are in a kitchen, this is how this is going to be their new kitchen, and they can have this experience. So this is the technology we have started working onto it, and we have experimented into the Bangalore, and we got a very, very good result out of this. That's all.
So AR, we are basically getting into
this is now becoming in fact, it is one of the advantages which people are facing, because the whole family can do this thing. Otherwise, earlier there were two people coming to the store, then they were going back, then they were coming back for another with the architect or interior designer were also coming along with them. So there were 2 or 3 visits before the kitchens were getting finalized. And one sitting, everybody can understand, they can look into different things, and they can close the design, interior finishes, everything in one sitting itself.
Great. Coming to you, Rakesh, how do you see technology playing a role in enhancing CX in your category?
Yeah, thanks, Mohit. So I think I'll go a little bit 5 years down the line. So I represent a company which is basically, we call ourselves a specialist in water science, air science, and sleep science. So, even sleep is a science now. So I'll go a little bit about water science. So the core of technology should be used in problem identification and solution of that. And so I'll go to one of the biggest problems which our country is facing is the availability of pure water across the country, right? And so much so, let me tell you that India has 17% of world's population, and we have just 3% of world's water resources. And out of that 3%, 92% of the water is not even potable. So we are actually staring at a water crisis as we say by. And I can tell you one of the major cities in India, Chennai, was out of water for many days just recently. So I think we went back into a solution way back in 2018, and we said that water purification as a category is so much in need, yet its penetration levels is abysmal. People are just not buying water purifiers. Why is it so? Why are people buying these bottles? Why people are buying these, having those big fuddy-duddy 20-liter, 40-liter water bottles, and some of them not even taking from a tap water as such. So the identification was the cost of acquisition and the cost of maintaining a water purifier is absolutely high. So you buy a water purifier 15,000, every year you give 5,000-6,000 rupees for an annual maintenance contract. So virtually in 3 years, you're again repeating your buying pattern, and that's what is leading to the cost of ownership phenomenally high. So we identified it and we said that what is the best possible solution which we can integrate with technology and leading to a great consumer experience and leading to affordability, which can only increase penetration. And we created a fantastic tech stack and we worked on it in 2018. And we were the first in the country, not in the world for sure, to launch a business called Water as a Service. So which was basically that, we are going to install water purifiers across the country to people as a rental machine, and we take care of all your problems, whether it is maintenance, whether it's changing the filters, air in, air out, and you have an option of changing the water purifier after 3 years, getting a new one also. So, and this was all built on a very, very strong technology platform as such. So today, on a monthly basis, we acquire more than 15 to 16,000 consumers, and the entire experience is seamlessly through a tech. He logs onto our website, leopio.com. He buys from that. The machine gets installed. There are various subscription plans like a 599, 799, or an alkaline water for someone as such. And the diagnosis happens in such a way that the tech stack and the diagnostic ability of our tech stack is so strong that we can tell the consumers beforehand that his filters are going bad. He doesn't need to say suddenly, oh, suddenly the water is not tasting good. So we are able to diagnose the problems, the possible filter going bad or the RO membrane going bad, the quality of the water not being bad. So the technician calls before and tells the consumers, look, this filter is about going to go bad. It's not prudent to drink this water. So we go ahead and replace the filters, replace the membranes, and all this the consumer is experiencing seamlessly. So we have installed now, we have an installed base of more than 200,000 consumers, and we anticipate through this technology and experience seamlessly, which is getting integrated, we will have more than 2 million consumers in the next 3 years. And there's an industry of bottled waters of almost $2.5–3 billion, and you have so much of challenges getting those water bottles into your homes, the lifts, and with so much of security around the apartments, you don't really get an access as such. So we are resolving the problem of billions of Indians to give them access to safe and pure drinking water, and even diagnosing their health. I think through the AI now we are even moving a step ahead and telling them of the quality of the water and what possible diseases this area of water with certain TDS or highly dissolved solvents could do it. So I think it's a brilliant experience. The consumer is getting seamlessly. He is not even bothered to pay for it. And we're having a phenomenal coverage in the major urban markets. And I could not think of a brilliant, I had thought of a different example when I ventured out here, but the moment I entered, somebody said, you just shook my hands. He said, I gave him my card. He said, oh, sir, I'm using your rental service. Then I decided I'll talk about this example today. I think it's one of the brilliant examples of how you can seamlessly, integrate tech with experience and solve real consumer problems as such.
Great. I never knew about this, and I'm going to definitely change my my water
For,
filter.
for you, we have a very good one called an alkaline water, basically, because alkalinity of the water also leads to a lot of fundamental improvement in your health patterns. And you have I don't want to name the brand. They sell that machine for 3.5 lakh rupees, and there are consumers who are buying that machine. So we'll give you 1,000 rupees a month. Don't worry.
Wow. So I have a deal. But amazing, water technology, how technology is being used to improve consumer experience in your category, all three categories. I think amazing examples. Now while I was talking about meaningful brands before this, we also delved into something called a CX study at Avas, and we deployed it across many countries like USA, UK, France, China. India was also part of it. Close to about 50,000 adults were interviewed on 500 plus brands. And these brands operated in various categories, from fast food to fashion to transportation, technology, finance, everything. And what it came out with is an X index. An X index was an index of how good the experience of that brand was, right? And again, more about it, you can go out to the Havas stall and download the study from the website. So 3 key things came out from that study, and I want to have your point of view on whether you agree with that or not. So what came out was that you cannot make any compromise between efficiency and pleasure. That's one thing that the consumers said. Again, they said achieving personalization in the era of algorithms. While we all talked about technology and in his case, and practically all the cases, and specifically yours, personalization became very important, where you said in a specific area, if the water quality goes bad, then there are AI solutions to tell you how to change it. And third, a shift from customer to community experience. So, I just want to ask each one of you to give your perspective on whether you agree with this or not, or how do you see this, panning in future? Because consumer experiences are only becoming more and more complex. Technology is making it more complex, or more easy for them and more complex for us to enable them for them. Complex, or rather, we have to essentially put more effort towards it. I want your honest reactions on what I just said. Making no compromise between efficiency and pleasure, achieving personalization in the era of algorithms, and a shift from customer to community service. So, Rajesh ji, if you could start.
I think a beautiful study. I would like to compliment Havas for this. If I take the first one, when you said the efficiency and pleasure, I don't think these can be ever compromised, or these can be seen as something which are antonyms to each other, which are actually synonyms to each other. See, if you look at the customer, and I'm talking about again about the fashion industry. So there was a time when the customer would consider shopping as almost like a mini vacations. They would go out with their family to, let's say, a mall where there is a parking available, there's an air conditioned environment. They would have kids play area, they would have entertainment, they would have F&B, and they would have shopping. So it was like a mini vacation of 4 to 5 hours for customers at that time. But however, after the advent of this e-commerce and online shopping, etc., it has become anytime, anywhere shopping. It's not a particular 10 to 12 hours time slot that they get when they can visit the mall or visit the shopping destination where they can shop. Today, even from their bed right in the morning, while coming back from the office or while going to the bed at night, they can do their shopping very easily. In fact, you would be surprised to know perhaps that our own website, lacoste.in, we see a decent amount of customers, decent number of customers who visit our website and do shopping between 12 a.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning. So that clearly tells us that the customers want their products or their shopping to be done anytime, anywhere at their convenience. Now that's very easy from the customer's perspective. But for a retailer or for the brand, they have to be very, very efficient for this. So when you talk about efficiency brings pleasure, or efficiency and pleasure in the same breath, it is actually true. Unless and until the retailer, the brand are very efficient, they can't bring that pleasure to the customer. So they are quite interlinked to each other. So I completely agree with the finding of this study that efficiency and pleasures have to coexist, and they go hand in hand in any case. The second point was, if you could kindly repeat that.
So it was achieving personalization in the era of algorithms.
Here, I think there is, I would like to look at it a little differently. Achieving personalization, if again you look at it from the fashion industry perspective, if we go back in early 90s, when there was very little advent of ready-made garments or ready-made products, we would go and buy fabric from somewhere, go to a trustworthy nearby tailor and ask him to prepare a personalized stitched garment for me. But in today's environment, getting a personalized product is not easy. So there, I think there are certain restrictions involved where you can't really personalize the products per se, barring, let's say, if you want to go and buy a suit and there's some personalization required, that is done. However, the convenience and the shopping experience can perhaps be customized there, and online companies are really doing great job there. If you look at the marketplaces, and if you visit those online sites which are big size there, they do give you a personalized, convenient experience. If you're looking for a product, they would give you the ensemble of the entire product range, that this, apart from this product, you can look at this product also. Or if you want to look at the complete ensemble, how it will look on you, those things are really working out very well. So personalization from that perspective is really, really a true thing, and no two thoughts about that. Third point was
a shift from customer to community experience.
Shift from customer to community is extremely important, and I again agree with your study there. See, what really happens when you are targeting a community instead of just an individual there is that a lot of cross pollination happens. So if you are reaching out to a community and that community by word of a mouth, it keeps on spreading a lot of good things or even bad things about your brand or about your product. So it really drives your sale, and a lot of customers come only because of that community targeting. So that's a great point. In fact, community can be in different forms. So for example, we have a loyalty program called Club Lacoste. That's also a community. We have built a very big community base there, and we reach out to them and we see that a lot of new customers also come because of them. So that community based reach out to the customers is a great thought, I would say.
Great. Thank you so much. Rajesh ji, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so on the first part, when we talk about the comfort and what
Efficiency
was
and
efficiency
pleasure.
and
Making no compromise between efficiency
yeah,
and pleasure.
yeah. So I will put it because I come from a different industry altogether, and we usually work on the customized products.
Absolutely.
But the most important, and I agree with the study. In fact, I have gone through the report as well. So I'm agreeing to the study which is there. The people are actually nowhere compromising on any of them. They want value for money. That is the mantra which is there, and they are looking for the comfort is coming first, and then obviously the efficiency is also important. So first they try to choose which are the efficient companies, which are the efficient products which are there, and then they start looking into what will be for my personal choice, how they will be able to do the customization. And this is how usually our type of business works. In fact, we have another product range which is a homeware and home decor product, again in the Ardenox, and we do a lot of gifting during the weddings, during the festive seasons and all. People usually pick up the product and they want it to be customized for their different choices, colors. In fact, sometimes they want it to be engraved with the name of their loved ones and so on and so forth. And sometimes we get designs on the they take it out from somewhere, Pinterest or somewhere, and they'll just send it. I want copy of this to be done on my artifacts, which whatever they are trying to do it. So people are selecting both the things together, and then that is where they are looking for someone who can give them both the things simultaneously, and that is where the shift happens from one company to another company. The second point which was there was about the algo and the personalization which was there. So I will put it this way, how we use it. We have Google and the meta ads which we keep running because we have to do a lot of marketing and advertising in our efforts, but we do the backward algo working, that what are the customer segments, what are their choices and all, and then we start creating personalization within that algo itself. So we use algo to create an experience for our customers, and then we create a personalized gift. When you start knowing that this, say usually my customers are of 25 to 40 years of range, these are my customer segments, then we start finding out what are the things which they are looking for. So coffee mug is one of the very high selling product for us. Then we started looking into it, what are the things which people are actually looking for, and then we started finding out that the most of the people who are buying coffee mugs are office goers. And then we started finding out what are the problems they are facing, and then we created personalized, that if you are having a tea bag, how, where you will put it in case you are in a meeting and you are far away from the dustbin, where you will put it. So we started creating that there is a cup along with the plate where you can immediately put it, and after drinking you can put it back. So these are the things which comes from the algos, and then you start creating a personalized experience out of it. The last one, we talk about the community to the customer, right?
Yes, shift from customer to community.
Customer to community. So I will put it this way: there are a lot of gyan which is now available on the YouTube and the Google and everywhere, and people are started understanding the things which is there. And while we do not create a community, but the community automatically becomes when the people started looking into it and they started asking for a shift from one product to another product. We have seen this thing, and while we were trying to communicate it to the people that cooking in aluminum is not good, and you should use stainless steel cookwares, but it was more from the people were thinking that because they are manufacturing stainless steel, hence they are talking about it. But when they start, this becomes a general knowledge which is available now on the YouTube or the Google and everywhere. So automatically a shift is happening. We did a recent study about the market dynamics of how the people are changing their buying patterns and all with respect to the homeware and cookware categories. We found that people have started shifting into it. and they are saying that we are looking for induction free or induction friendly cookwares. They are looking for they are looking for stainless steel cookwares. They do not want a coating nowadays. So these are the things which is changing, and the communities are creating around it, because the people are started looking into the hygiene and the health as a most important part post COVID. So this is how it happens.
Great thoughts. Rakesh ji.
Yes, thanks. So I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that, experience, if personalization has to seamlessly melt into the experience, and technology can play a very, very good role in that. But when personalization gets actually overbearing, that's where the marketers lose the plot actually. So if you see the entire algorithm based, I think we have to be very cognizant of the fact that where it should end actually, and that's where personalization should give into a seamless experience. So I give you a couple of examples, some related with us and some not related with us. So for example, in our air science, we have an air conditioner. So if you go to your bedroom, and that air conditioner will sense how many people are in the room, what is the ambient temperature outside, and basis that it will regulate the temperature within the room for your comfort. And then through technology, every day, whoever of those three people is inside the room, basis that it will regulate the temperature to its liking. It's like your wife likes at 16 degrees and I like at 25, and we both keep on fighting over the remote to keep on changing the temperature. So that's no longer the problem. So if you blend the technology stack into seamless experience through the use of AI, and you can actually give a brilliant experience to the consumers around that actually. So we have to be very cognizant of the fact. Now extending this into getting into your personalized spaces, now those consumers, if they go out and I like a 25-degree, and suddenly I get bombarded with from Mr. Rajesh, that you buy a Lacoste which keeps you warm at 25 degrees. So that's getting overbearing in the sense that personalization space gets intruded upon. So I think marketers need to be cognizant of the fact that experience, personalization getting seamlessly integrated into experience is one of the big things as such, and it should stop that rather than getting overbearing. Of course, I mean, communities, I think that's the real thing. I think I'm a great believer in this actually. And if you see, sustainability is one of the most paradigm shifts which is taking place in the world right now. And if you see the the consumers, the new age consumers, they have very, very high on what are those products, what are those brands which are not leading to a degree, increasing the carbon footprint in the country. So we have actually, communities can be created around sustainability, which is really a big thought as such. So whether your water purifiers are high recovery, they're not losing more water while purifying the process. You could create communities of, say, for example, we say that we recover water 80% of the tune. So we're conserving the water resources as such. So communities around a common causes around sustainability is the real thought. And I think I see a lot of shift, a lot of next generation consumers or the millennial consumers who are really looking at brands purely from the experience of delivery, whether they are sustaining the earth, the planet as such or not, and building those case causes into communities. I think you can certainly do a strategy around that. And I think all brands, all companies should look into that piece in a big way, because to me, I think sustainability is going to be an integral DNA of everything, whatever any company does in the next 15, 20 odd years. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have 3 minutes, and I want to ask one last fireside question to you. As a consumer, not as a marketer, so you cannot mention your own brand. What has been your most memorable consumer experience? It could be from today, yesterday, many years back, but anything that still stays with you.
In fact, personally, I would say when you talk about the customer experience, the first industry that comes to mind, and apart from my own brand, I'm talking about, the first thought that comes to mind is about the F&B industry. And I'll, as you said, that I will go far back in the history. Several years ago, when I first visited this place called Chowki Dani in Jaipur. So I had an amazing experience because in the modern era, we had forgotten how to treat your guests and how to give them a good experience. At that time, at least, when I visited there, I was given such a great experience that I still remember that experience even after so many years. One very important thing about experience is that experience has to be consistent. I don't know what is happening with that particular place now. I have not visited there for several years now, but that is one example I could give. And second example, very quickly, I would say that currently the online players give such a great experience to the customers, because even if the customer doesn't know about the type of product or the different type of products or the ingredients in a product, and if you go look for one product, you will get 1,000 options. So that gives a really great experience to the customer. So without naming my brand, I have been able to
But Chokidani, I agree with you. You know, I've also had a great experience many years back over there. Rajesh ji, aap.
So I would like to not to give that my consumer experience, but I will give you one of the experience which I had. In fact, 2 years ago, I went to Varanasi, and then obviously when my wife was there with me, it was obvious to go and buy a Varanasi silk sari. And then we went to a shop, and then the shopkeeper was looking to my wife, and he was thinking that perhaps she will be buying saris, and accordingly he started presenting all the sarees, showcasing the sarees which he felt that will be liking for her. But as soon as my wife said, no, I'm looking for my mother-in-law, he immediately started changing the whole of the sarees. My wife has to ask that why you are doing like this. Then he said that because your taste and your mother-in-law's taste may be different, I cannot show you this. And he brought the another sarees. That is where I started looking into it, that this is what perhaps Algo or any of the e-commerce media will not be able to do, because when they are looking into the person who is buying, they look into the mail ID or the phone number of the person who is buying, and accordingly all the things runs. They do not know for whom it will be purchased. So that is where we started putting into our system as well, that you have to ask who is making for whom and who is buying for whom. So that is one of the experience which I learned there, and then put it into my business.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Rakesh.
Multiple experiences. I really can't stand out with one, but what I strikingly feel is that, you know, with the advent of the new age brands, particularly the disruption caused by the digital part of it, legacy brands are no longer, you know, going to be dependent on their so-called hallowedness of their brand. That's a passe. So I believe the experience which these new age brands are doing, I don't want to name, there are plenty of them. I mean, I've been experiencing them at the home, the way they deliver it, the way they connect with you, even the post delivery, the way they manage the entire process is something which really strikes me. And, you know, it makes me a consumer who you can switch brands with this experience. So I think the experience of delivery from all the major of the new age consumer brands are really disrupting the market. And I believe that's the way to go forward as well.
Great. Thank you very much. The time is up. Thank you, gentlemen, for this fabulous panel. I hope I don't think we have time for questions, but the gentlemen are here. After this, you can reach out to them and ask your questions, and also download the report, as I said. Thanks a lot, sirs.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mohit, for moderating that. Also for constantly looking at the time.
I am always conscious.
Your selfie first.
पहले selfie लेंगे, उसके बाद ये लिख के खाएंगे.
Mohit is giving the Oscar selfie a run for the money.
I will.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. So after almost 1.5 days of yesterday and the half day today, we've heard a lot about many buzzwords, but this one's about making buzzwords actionable, exploring the impact of new tech like AI, AR, VR, and voice in marketing. And to talk about the same, please join me in welcoming a panelist, Agam Chaudhary, CEO, 299 E-commerce Tech Marketing, Aradhika Mehta, ex-head of marketing, Tasva, EBG, Lenskart, Manish Kumar Sinha, Group CMO, Sterlite Technologies, Mukesh Guraya, CMO, Modi Naturals, Priyank Pant, VP and Head, Brand Marketing, Paisa Bazaar. And this session will be chaired by Rohail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Let's please welcome our next panelist with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We had a nice chat outside, and what came out, as the topic suggests, is that marketeers, you guys, you bring in so much of new, vocabulary into this marketing domain. The buzzwords are created by you, fascinates, everybody uses them. But then the bigger part is, are these fads, these terms that look nice, that sound nice, but are they really delivering what they sound like, and how do you make them deliver? That's the idea that we will try to get into and understand from all the thought leaders. And I want to start with you, Agam, that we have seen, I mean, the latest one is Chat GPT. Then we have all those. Of course, a lot of things have happened. We have seen them in action. But what is the right way of converting these high sounding words into actionable insights that deliver on the brand front, on the customer front? What are the right ways of doing that?
Okay, so I'll just take you a step back and make you visualize a thing. Any marketing activity that you do is either going to elevate the experience of customer, form a contributing community, or you are going to get more or more such customers into your business. With AI, yes, I absolutely agree with you that it's evolving with time, but same is with any other industry. Say, for example, you take automobile. Any first car that comes into a category will always have some kind of bugs, and the automobile manufacturer keeps learning from those service centers what are the kind of complaints that are coming in, and therefore delivers the second version almost perfect. Same, in a similar way, AI is also learning with what we all are teaching them, and over a period of time it will become different flavors other than vanilla at this point of time.
Okay, so the scratch version, but also it's about taking customers for granted in the scratch version, or at least it should deliver something for them at least. Radhika, let me come to you with this, that the way brands are using the latest technologies, implementing them, what can improve according to you? How can this be done better, if I may ask you?
I think Agam set a good context. It's a rather wholesome context, I would say, on which we can build on. I think it's a very big question suddenly you're putting forth. I will again say, let's step back. Let's look at it from the perspective of what is it actually going to deliver. I mean, any marketing effort, if I may put it so, either it has to improve something at the front end, the customer facing, closer to the customer, or it has to do something at the back end, Now, at this point of time, and I speak from a fashion and lifestyle background because I've spent 2 decades selling either only fashion or beauty, sleepwear to sportswear, or lip balms to lotions. I don't have too much on the other side. But here, the biggest challenge, therefore, is to improve customer experience. It has to be something fundamental. There has to be a problem that you're solving. It cannot just be, okay, you look at a dress and maybe through a virtual mirror or something like that, which is what is also happening. I'm getting into tech in general, not just AI, which is AR as well, or VR. Until it is going to solve a fundamental problem for the consumer across the pillars of business, I think it is going to be just a short-term tokenism that is all we're going to deliver. And a competitive advantage or a strategic advantage cannot be built in until it solves for that problem. I would say, I think that would be my opinion.
You're giving the example of, Lenskart earlier. I think that was a real problem that got solved. I mean, of course, I think that was one of the use cases where you actually use technology to serve customers in a impactful way, right?
Sure. So if we really have to, so eyewear as a category, it's a high involvement purchase. There are several challenges you need to counter before you can make a purchase. You need to choose your frame, you need to choose your lens, you need to know your power. And the biggest thing or biggest effort that was done at Lenskart, and this is way back 2018. So I'm saying these buzzwords, which are becoming buzzwords today, things were happening back then. And 2018, we developed what we call the 3D try-on, the virtual try-on for the online shopping. It clearly, simply what it did, the app would open up your camera, it would ask you to take a picture of yourself or a video of yourself moving left to right, and then it would show you all the glasses in the selection that you're looking at on your face. Now, there were three problems that were getting solved there. Number one, the looks. How is that pair of glasses going to look on me? That was a fundamental problem that the customer wanted to solve, because offline you can try that glass, but online you can't really see the glass. Second, how will it fit? These two are different problems. The size of the frame is a separate thing, and how it looks, the color, the shape, etc., is a different thing. Both these problems were being solved by that app through something called the size recommendation, and the other was, of course, the
That was a great example of how it could be used in the best possible way.
Sure.
Absolutely. Manish, historically, when marketeers have looked at these buzzwords and tried to apply them to practical use, have they been able to do it right? What is the right way of handling such high sounding words and converting them?
So I want to answer two questions out of those. One is just give you an example of how, say, for example, AI is actually helping companies make money, right? And it might not be the most interesting story to tell, because, you know, stories that are, you know, more visual and more exciting are more fun to tell. But for example, it would be fair to say that about 2-3 years ago, thinking of the word AI was a buzzword. Nowadays, you have to add something to it like Gen AI or LLM. Otherwise, it's not a buzzword, right? So AI was a buzzword, and everyone was struggling. And I think everyone was also doing funny things like, okay, if there is some intelligence and it is artificial, that is AI, right? Which is not really the definition. You know, so one classic example is our company saves tens of millions of dollars, right, between 10 and 20 actually, by using an automated pressure adjusted engine which decides what is the right amount of temperature and fluorine to put in while you make optical fiber. Okay? Every good optical fiber survives 10 more years than bad optical fiber, and it doesn't lose the quality of internet. So huge difference, right, being made. Doesn't it sound like a fun story? Nah, boring, right? So that's why we as marketers come in and we invent all these things. One technologist marketer is the next company's buzzword. So let me explain. It's a cascade method. We are creating buzzwords for the consumers of our company, of our downstream companies, let's say. So if somebody told you that there is a ResNet 36, 62 parallel bits, 64-bit computer working on giving the answer to you when you ask, what is the direction from here to there, right? You'll not get excited. You're like, oh, what are you telling? I can't handle it. So they try first time and they call it large language model. You don't get excited. Still, it's kind of, what is LLM? This is like a bigger or younger brother of LLP, right? And it doesn't work, right? So they wait, they do this, all these things. And finally, one sticks, Chat GPT, right? It's just the only buzzword that stuck. And now we are like, you made this Chat GPT, but it doesn't work for me. Well, this bloody thing went from 0 to 100 million users in less than 5-6 months. It is working somewhere. And the next round is somebody else trying to figure out another buzzword. So I think it's us marketers that generate buzzwords, and those who buy it, they get confused for some time, and then it's just a cycle. And it is making money. Whenever we get another chance, I'll give you more examples of where ChatGPT is actually helping make money.
Dwell into the deeper parts of it. The initial comment from you, Mukesh, around the way we are converting these buzzwords. As you know, Manish said that we have done it right on many occasions, but on many we might not have done. So is there a playbook to converting them in the right, meaningful way, impactful way, according to you?
See, that's again the foundational argument about marketing, is that is marketing a science or an art? And there's honestly no right answer to that. Had it been science, then maybe there would have been a formula to that, that maybe every time we create a buzzword, we make it actionable. But there's also a piece of art to it, right? And hence, maybe not everything that we invent, discover, put out into the picture will succeed. Like metaverse is one of the example. I don't know, metaverse can still bounce back. Maybe the initial verdict on metaverse that maybe it was just a fad and just passed away. However, AI, a lot of us, because of the chat GPT and things, it's still we're saying that okay, maybe that's going to go from. I think there's also a difference between AI and a generative AI, which is chat GPT. AI have been there for the longest time. How they're solving for the consumer experience was from the back, from the backdrop. They're not the forefront. It was used as a backend technology, and all the players, all the maybe social media, all your OTT platform were using to enhance the experience of the consumer who were interacting to the platform. Like next time I go to Netflix and Netflix throws to me the kind of genre of movies I like, I feel, okay, this is a great platform. They know what I like, right? It's like if you go to a coffee shop and sir, I know, how do you like your coffee? Less water or less milk, or more sugar or less sugar? You feel great. Okay, you know me, you know my taste. So that's what AI was doing at the back end. Until the time it was maybe just one of the other technology. I think it became the tipping point for this AI became into the picture is when generative AI came into the picture, when ChatGPT came into the picture, which was actually not just a backend technology used to analyze large set of data, but they were actually creating something out of the thin air, or with a very small prompt. And it became big because now everyone, not just a marketer, but any consumer can just go to a internet and access it and start writing. Kids are using, students are using it to do their assignments today in B schools. People are writing love letter for their girlfriends.
Right?
Yeah, so that's because it has found use cases, multiple touch points. So it's not just a tool of marketeers. It's a tool which anyone can use. As I was talking about, I've seen people writing love letters for their girlfriend. They're writing poetry through chat GPT.
We have to map the impact then, right?
Yeah, so hence
Right,
it became the
right.
buzzer, because suddenly yeah,
Okay.
a lot of chatbots are interacting. So I think that's where it became the buzzword. Moving forward, how to put this into actionable is that, see, again, you have to think technology to only that limit. What technology can do in a marketeer's life is that it can save you some time. It can make your decision making slightly more, I would say, more data led, so that there are less chances or less probability of things going wrong. Eventually, what you create for your consumer is what marketer has to decide. But it's a very interesting and very useful tool, which I, or all of us as a marketer, can use to increase or better the experience of our consumers.
Right. So if used well, and that using well depends on the person who is, actually practicing it, it can deliver a lot. That's what you're trying to say. Priyank, your opening remarks about this relationship between FOMO that is created by marketeers, these buzzwords, and how do you make them really deliver?
So I'll start with I think around 30 minutes back, I got a call from a friend, who said, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm going for a panel discussion." He said, "Don't tell me ChatGPT." I said, "I don't know what I'm going to talk about, but it's a marketing buzzword which which are actionables." So while then talking to Rohel, we in today's era, what we feel, so I'll take you back to around 20 years back, where we all heard something like a ZPTO. Now nobody knew what ZPTO is, but kuch acha hai, kuch karega. Similarly, when it comes to megapixels, the higher is better, we all knew, but still nobody knows ki kya hai. Similarly, in today's world, somewhere we as marketers, maybe it's helping someone, but till the time, this might be very personal, but till the time it's actually making difference in somebody's life, I don't think so. It's like, it's called artificial intelligence. It's actually artificial intelligence is ours. So the day the intelligence is transferred to this AI chat GPT model, things will definitely change. And one more example, I saw a very, very big airline brand responding to someone where it actually, somebody complained that, I'm not happy about your services. I lost my baggage in the transit. and the airline bot, or whoever that person, I mean that AI function, responded by saying, we are glad you had a great experience with us. Thank you for flying with us. So things still are at a very nascent stage. I think it will take some time, and that is the reason I think the topic also, it's still a buzzword. I mean that might be very personal. I mean, I know it might be
No,
changing.
I resonate. I mean, let me go to the chapter 2 of this conversation, which is about use cases. Okay. Now, every brand has a chat bot, and in my personal experience, I have some of the top brands. I won't name them, but when I did that, it did not solve the problem. Though the bot is there, it's meant to solve the problem, but it never went to that extent. What is your view on brands when they do it for, it's a tick mark for most of, in many cases, not most, I'll say in many cases, just a tick mark. Why should brands use it just as a tick mark when it's not really solving the problem? Is it just for, we cannot use, it's an ethic, it's a customer ethic. There's a brand ethic at play. You cannot use it as a scratch model, while as a customer believes that you are actually trying to solve his problem. How can brands stay away, marketers stay away from that, FOMO? Let me put it, whether it will deliver or not, but let me put that.
Okay, so first I'll give you an example where it actually worked pretty well and all of us loved it, is the Tesla call that happened. Yeah. So there is a voice record of customer care from Tesla and a simple normal customer of theirs, where he called the customer care and they talked about for almost 5-10 minutes, and the customer couldn't identify that he is talking to a AI voice. It was absolutely flawless. So at Tesla, that's actually happening as we speak. But in the case of the example that you mentioned just outside, they are learning from it. So I'll take you again. I'm keep taking you back, but you remember at one point of time, 2 Mbps was a luxury in internet speed. A 64 GB hard drive. We used to have pride that I own one. Now these things are gone. These things have evolved over a period of time, and this will also evolve in terms of actual use and how brands can actually avoid that FOMO thing. Is first understand what problem they are going to solve. And Radhika was saying absolutely right, that if it can solve a problem at the customer end or at the business end, either saves the cost at the business side by dropping down the number of calls that are actually getting responded by a normal human being, or it is solving a customer's problem like Lenskart did it, or a complex chemical problem that he just mentioned. If there is a use, and that use can be very, very small, but if there is a use which is giving some advantage to either of the side, it's worth taking a risk.
Absolutely, if there's a use, but then let me go to Aradhika on this front, that in many cases it does not serve the purpose. You gave me the example of AR that did, of course, but here I'm talking of some features that are there, big brands have put in, but they don't really serve the purpose. They're still learning about it, but they have put it there. Is that good thing to do, bad thing to do? What's your view on that? I just want to understand it.
I think like many other things which trend, there are viral trends, and then there are those sustainable trends, etc. And then when trends slowly become fashion, or I mean, I'm speaking from a fashion lens, and they start becoming the regular thing. I think it will take some time, like he's saying, it's evolving. And I don't think we need to discount it completely as far as chatbots. If I were to stick to chatbots as well, there is a journey a lot of brands are taking, which is initially there is a chatbot who's interacting with the customer, and thereafter associate takes over, and it starts becoming more personalized and more individual needs driven. And I think a mixed model can work there as well. And to your question, which is at this point of time, keeping a very hard taking a very hard look at all of this may not be the best thing to do. Frankly, this is not the time when these implementations have started happening. These things have been there for almost last 5-7 years in a very serious manner. all the businesses and all the brands which were looking at solving problems seriously with tech, whether in terms of improving efficiencies or certain fundamentals of business, has been happening for a while. Because this is, I think it sits under tech. It doesn't really sit under these buzzwords. These buzzwords are only for now. So my view would be at the end that right now these buzzwords are good because they're making a whole lot of customers aware as to what is all the effort going on, and the more they use it, probably they get closer to brands. There's also one aspect which is, in today's times, while the number of brands has increased so much, for everything you have so many options. Every little thing that gets added on to a brand adds a layer, a positive or a negative layer to it. Whether say you're eco-conscious, then it adds a positive layer to it. I don't think that is the fundamental reason why a customer buys, but it's an added layer, and maybe among the choices that you have in your consideration set, it can be something that one will take seriously. So this could be one that, oh, this brand, it is, it does things first. It has a natural course where they
Cutting
adopt or
edge,
adapt.
yeah, the so-called, yeah. It has, no, I'm saying that brands want to be
So
known
like
for,
Let's
yes,
Cut is
yeah.
seen in a certain way that a new thing, a new tech will definitely come Let's Cut first. Now this has become a point of differentiation in the whole eyewear industry, and I think it works to its advantage. So therefore, I think we need to look at it in a little bit more. We need to be a little bit more, what should I say?
Less harsh on the
yeah,
brands, okay.
less harsh and more giving.
Right. Manish, while the brand intent is always good, whether it delivers on the promise or not, because they're also trying to understand the technology, is it okay to include it at that point of time?
I don't just think it's okay. I think it is the best way forward. So, you asked a question to, I guess, him a little bit about what is the playbook. So I was thinking, and I wrote something down. There are two ways we improve the world. One is solve a problem, and second is innovate. Innovate is actually a solution looking for the problem it can solve. So for example, let's say, hey, this AR thing works. What can we do with it? Is innovation, right? The stove is very hot and people are getting burned. Let's bring an AC. Is problem solving. Okay, so the buzzword method is actually extremely important for innovation. And the method that I believe it does is it actually, instead of saying, I have a pain, let's solve a problem, it goes like the following way. And this is the playbook. Number one, generate desire, right? So get excited by the buzzword, just want to do something, right? If you don't have desire, you don't do anything with your free time, right? I mean, I don't know how many of you actually see at the end of the day how you spend your day. Whenever I see, it's like 4 more hours of Netflix than I planned and 4 less hours of real work, right? So hopefully you guys are better than me. So the first step is get excited, create desire. Second step is get actioning, try it out, right? Not with a purpose. Like, how many people are just asking silly questions to ChatGPT? Beautiful. Second step. It's actually a part of the playbook. Third is when you say find some value, find a useful use case. Don't start with that. It's just the boring people do that. We are marketers. We are interesting people. And the final step of converting that is put a process if you find a way. Put a process, make it repeatable, scale it. And then finally, because life is never going to end, find a new buzzword. Because very soon, the one that you did was boring, right? So if you really want to innovate, you should actually do it way before anyone else does. And every field, it's the marketers who are making buzzwords up. We shouldn't act like the others are not. Like, who really would have understood the Higgs boson in the Higgs field and the 7th particle in the 12 particle model? We call it God particle. Everyone gets it. So the beauty of marketers is we create desire, and buzzwords is how we do it. We should do it way earlier than we could do. I've been tracking GPT 1, 2, 3 before ChatGPT came. People weren't catching it till it became ChatGPT. So I think they should do it earlier than they do.
Well said. Right. Mukesh, Priyank earlier mentioned that airline, example. Leave, I don't want to go after bots alone. I mean, there's a real case. The emotional part of tech. For example, you're at a funeral but few days back you were looking for a pair of expensive shoes, and then you're at a funeral showing you the shoes. That emotional context that tech is missing, Uh, I mean, this is a marketeer's, of course, a pain point, What is being done? How do you see this getting addressed? Because of course, AI is a big word, but then it fails in many cases. Do you think such pain points can be fed into the AI, that they become emotionally tuned in? I mean, how far have we come on that side of the conversation?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I don't know if I have a very clear, straightforward answer to that, because there is actually no limit to human emotion as well. I mean, there could be some instance you might be excited about that. I would be sad about it. So if if a match between Liverpool and some other maybe two clubs are playing,
My point
you
is
might be
here.
supporting one.
No,
I might
my
be
point is
sad
I
about
am
that.
I am highlighting where the technology, this buzzword, is totally failing. That's my argument. But do you think it can be made more human in that sense in some way?
In some way it can be done, but I think it's more than about the AI. It's about the data collection and the personalization challenge, right? So what at one point of time we are trying to fight the privacy issue. We are saying that maybe the kind of way organizations are collecting data is not done. We are trying to get GDPR compliance and everything. We are trying to limit the usage of personal data. But at the same time, if we want that they should be more emotionally attached to our feeling, sentiment, during the time of the day or the occasion of our life, we need to feed that kind of data. So are we willing to feed that data? I'm okay, for example, same example, if I'm going to a coffee shop, if they know the kind of coffee I drink, I'm happy about that. But if I'm chatting in my living room with my wife that let's plan a vacation, and as soon as I go to internet, they say, I see someone selling me a holiday package, it worries me. They said, okay, I don't want to give out you all the information, right? So to make it ethical, see, AI, as they were mentioning, it's artificial. The intelligence is being fed it to them. It will only throw out the output what we feed into them, right? So are we willing to feed our emotions? Are we willing to feed our lifestyle, our data points, our personal pain points, our personal happiness? Is a different issue to be solved for. So we cannot expect them to be creating those emotions if we are not willing to share that data. But that's a very debatable topic right now.
You wanted to pitch in?
So I'll give you two examples, and probably that will help you understand the kind of dilemma that you are into. One is when you go to a Apple store, and I'm giving that example because everybody understands that. You have an experience. They care about the customer, right from unboxing to the service to everything. Their community, their everything is so well mannered and so well planned that you will get a response as a customer that you are looking at. But then you'll also find different kind of mobile companies where you will say that I'll not buy this brand again in my life. So it's more about the culture that brand is carrying on their shoulder. So different brands are actually using AI for different kind of solutions or automation stuff, but it's the DNA of that organization, whether they are okay giving you some kind of experience or they are only going to settle for the finest thing. That's one. Second, have you tried ever this Google speakers or this Apple speakers? You talk to them and you are talking about that emotional connect. When you start speaking and having start conversations with them, they become more like you. They started using those kind of words which are going to give some kind of emotional trigger to you. Say them that I'm feeling little alone, my son is out, nobody is here to talk to me. Next time when you will be saying this, they'll be knowing, without you say that son is out and wife is out and therefore you are feeling alone, they'll automatically even say that should I ring a bell to your son or your wife. So it's evolving, and several brands have taken that pain to make it emotional, to make it ethical, But yes, there are a lot of brands which will give you some bad tastes, learn from you, and then evolve their products.
Sure.
Just one little data point that you should know, guys. So in terms of how this whole kind of AI thing moves, there is a layer of, and I'm using the word AI because everyone's just talking about that one right now. It works hell well. Number one is that, it solves a problem, right? Number two is this new one that is called generative adversarial network, which creates new things. And then there is two more levels. One is empathy and the other is sentience, right? So empathy is that one that you're talking about. Can I feel your pain and respond appropriately? Even humans actually don't, so that's not equal to soul. Soul is at the sentience level. So even humans, we feel pain, joy, etc., because of a bunch of serotonin and oxytocin moving through our body. And it has been clearly established in large language models that generative AI can respond empathetically. All of the ones that we use are because of laws shut down. Okay, the one at your home is not talking to you like your girlfriend when your son and wife are out, because it is illegal. Okay, so that's one thing. It is not a technology issue. It is a legal regulatory issue that has stopped it. The second one is 2 Google engineers quit in November of last year. So almost a year ago, because they said Bard has gone sentient, right? And that meant they said that Bard is actually feeling, what does sentience mean? I know I exist. Like, that's us, right? So Bard has gone sentient, and they revolted against Google because they said, you cannot do an experiment on Bard without its, and it wasn't called Bard at that time, without its permission, just like you can't do an experiment on Manish without Manish's permission. So it is a AI rights debate. Okay, it's like human rights debate. So the world's kind of weirdly out there. A lot of these things don't come to us because we aren't ready for those buzzwords yet. That's just, I want to throw that in the mix.
No, let me go to you, Priyank. The previous question, which was when brands use it, but it's serving less, it's not serving the purpose it's meant to be. Is it ethically right? Should it be done? Or there's no way out of that?
So, we somewhere as marketers, we want to do certain things in certain ways. If it's adding to the brand, it's great. Now, I'll give you, so I have 2 examples here when it comes to, the usage part. If it's serving something, like for example, I have not seen really good examples other than when the COVID helpline was generated by the government of India, which actually still exists. When you have to download your reports, you just have to, on WhatsApp, you just have to send, hi, and rest everything is like on the bot journey. And it's a fantastic journey which they have created. Everything, right from the appointments of your vaccine to downloading your vaccination reports. I mean, it's really a commendable job which the government did. In parallel, when it comes to, actually as marketers, it's our job is to build the brand also, right? Is it adding to the brand? I'll give you Cadbury's example, where Shah Rukh Khan was actually, talking about the world. I mean, in last Diwali, I don't know how many of you have seen that campaign, where small retailers, I mean, were, brand, I mean, Shah Rukh became the brand ambassador for every small, retailer, where he was actually selling that, if you want to buy mithai, just go to the next shop. So imagine, so that's something which is adding, that's something which is actually adding to my life, which is actually solving a purpose. After COVID, I mean, it crippled all of these people, I mean, the small retailers. And they, if I'm not wrong, the data was around 85,000 retailers, across India actually made their own commercials with Shah Rukh Khan. Now, that is something which is actually changing my life, changing someone's life somewhere. Till the time, I mean, ChatGPT or any other actionable buzzword comes and changes my life, I mean, I think, I mean, it will always help me.
Agam, I'll also ask if there are any questions after this round. When new buzzwords come around, let's say ChatGPT is the latest one here. Marketers have to dissect, make sense of it, and the pressure of turning it around first in a meaningful way. How do you really practice that?
So one thing that marketers have in DNA is handling this pressure. Okay, they find funny ways to do that. And I'll give you an example of it.
Yeah, use case.
So as we speak about AI, etc., and there are hundreds of different type of AI tools available, and one can help you make a video, one can help you make an image, one can help you. There are n number of use cases that you can actually use and make some money, make your business grow, etc. And since we come from an agency background, and we proudly say that, our team is AI enabled. We don't say that we don't use ChatGPT, but we say that we know how to use it. And we are actually training couple of clients team on the other side to actually understand this and make it more fast, make that work happen quickly. So there's no harm in having a speed on your on the favorable side of yours. It always helps. So if you are actually seeing it from that point of view, that you are actually evolving the businesses and you are actually making an impact, as Pan said, yes, that pressure goes away. And when you see these young kids coming out of their colleges, believe me, they know AI tools better than anybody sitting out in an organization, because they're open to learn from it. And when you see this kind of culture in the system, it gives you a good feeling.
That's absolutely the right approach. Radhika, how do you, I mean, when a FOMO is created out there and everybody wants to understand and have a piece of it, how does it actually turn out at your end? I mean, how do you kind of try to make sense of it and turn it around? What all happens during that process, the brainstormings and all? I mean, a little bit of that, if you could share with us.
I'm not very sure if I understood the question, but if you're talking about the chaos that exists in marketing, it's an everyday, every minute thing. I think you can experience it by coming to our side. But brands, yeah, I think with every possible year, with every new campaign, the chaos only increases. I think at one point of time when we did not have such interest or such heavy focus on social media, I think life was easier maybe. But today there are too many things that are, like I said, they're adding layers to the brand, the perception of the brand. And forever the marketeer or the chief marketing officer is becoming either the chief reputation officer or becoming the chief. Today it's also the chief revenue officer, because look, let's face it, the way we are running marketing is more for business today than the brand. I mean, there are two parts of what a marketer's job obviously was, and I think brand was the bigger one, building the brand. But building the business is becoming the bigger one, which is why you see this new, the chief growth officer, the chief, the CRO is, I mean, sales and marketing at one point of time was together. I think today marketeers are expected to drive revenues like never ever before, and therefore it has added to the chaos. However, I think what it has also done, I mean, besides the chaos, is it has also given a more business driven view to a lot of, because many times marketing was also seen as this, the set of these dreamy folks who are making these campaigns and God knows what they're doing, and they're making these fun movies, and while we are sitting and doing the dirty work, this is how marketing was seen. Today it's not the case, because you adding to the business, you're fundamentally changing the natural business with all the artificial intelligence and all the artificial buzzwords.
Okay, Manish, say for example, when the chat GPT thing happened, when it became the buzzword recently, all the brands were going out of their way to adopt it, make sense of it, and make it part of their offering. So when it came to you, how did you deal with it? How did you humanize it in a way that it integrated with your brand and you could claim that, yes, we are also part of this? How did that bit happen?
think you made a very good point about there is a need to claim that I'm also on the ship, right? Bas meri chuti nahi, right? I understand that part. So I'll answer this at two levels. One, because I'm a crazy AI loving engineer. So I've been playing with this thing for the last 5 years. And this is not one thing. So personally, when it came, I'm like, ये क्या है ये क्या कर रहे हैं लोग ये तो चलता था पहले से ही, but what's the new thing about it? But all of a sudden the entire team and my IT gang and everyone just got super excited. Oh, we got this new thing. I'm like, I've been talking to you about this for like 4 months, 5 years. Why is nobody listening? Apparently somebody did a great job, made it a buzzword. So that's why I'm very happy that it did become, but otherwise nobody was listening except these 5 or 6 geeks somewhere, right? So they really wanted to just use it, right? Step one, they got excited. Step two, use it for some reason, but I don't know why, right? And then they finally came and said, but somebody should benefit from it. So here's what we did. And this is like actually a extremely boring thing as compared to the lens card and all the beautiful design stuff, which I love, by the way, is that our customers across the world want to know when will they get their shipment, right? When will this optical fiber reels come, because otherwise we can't make money because these houses cannot be served, right? And so we had a bunch of different GPS tracking type of things, right? But different parts of the world have to ask questions in very different ways, and we had 100 countries we are serving. No translation model knew how to do this, right? Here comes in GPT, chat GPT. It's just read the entire internet, right? तो वो हिंदी में भी बात कर लेता है, French में भी बात कर लेता है, it says anything, right? So we had this, all we did is we said, write in any question in any language, it will convert it into one of the, so we were talking about how the chats work, right? The chatbots, right? So we made basically humans talk to the chatbot via ChatGPT. That actually helped out. So now you can ask a French question, where is this shipment of mine? And it converts it into the question that the chatbot knows how to answer. And then it gives the answer, and then it converts it back into French to the French guy. Real use case, right? The French guy is happy. French are very difficult to make happy. I'm very thankful.
Quickly, Mukesh and Priyank, because we're just out of time. Mukesh, use case of when you were thrown that FOMO came to you and you had to make sense of that FOMO and make sure also that it makes sense to your brand. Example of that.
So yeah, so if I answer very honestly, FOMO is real. I mean, I'm a human at the end of the day. I mean, marketing is not something I was born with. I'm born as a human. I do feel FOMO. Platforms like this where you award best marketers every year, I also crave for that, right? And how do I have my place there? I need to get that FOMO. Okay, this guy is using ChatGPT. I should also make my next brand campaign using ChatGPT. So addressing the elephant in the room, is there a FOMO? Yes, there is a FOMO. Sometimes we get swayed away with that FOMO, but I think that's also okay. I mean, you learn in the process, but essentially, I think, see, what happens is that sometimes in the past, over a period of time, we have seen brands fade out just because they could not live up to the changing technology, dynamics, culture. You don't become part of that evolution. So I think that creates that bigger FOMO, that I don't want my brand to be seen as obsolete. That people, if everyone is talking about ChatGPT, and if I'm not talking about ChatGPT, they feel, okay, this brand doesn't know much about it, or maybe this brand doesn't falls into my pop culture, which maybe younger generation would like to have that brand in their conversation, or they want that comment from that conversation. And that's where the second or a bigger debate is that brand should have an opinion about pretty much everything. So that's again a separate topic we can discuss later for forum. But maybe those kind of things bring that FOMO, that yes, I need to be part of it. But I think essentially what marketeers and we at times try to take a step back and see that, is my consumer move to that buzzword? If yes, then there's no harm in trying that buzzword. Yes.
Right.
But if my consumer is still in the newspaper and I'm still trying to talk to him over a thread, I think I'm just trying to make my brownie points in front of my CEO or my boss or my community here, and I'm not doing a service to my customer.
Great. Very quickly, Priyank.
I won't take much time here. So in our case, we are a lending platform. I mean, we are an aggregator, Paisa Bazaar. Now, in that, not exactly artificial intelligence, but we It's more of a in-house technology which we developed, where we actually started matching people to the right credit profiles. Like for example, as a consumer, I can't go to 5 different banks to apply for a loan, but I can always tell this person through the technology. I mean, we call it smart match, which actually tells you the chances of approval you have. And so we tell our consumers that, hey, this bank is ready to give you a loan, just try here. So somewhere that technology part is actually solving the purpose. And when it comes to typical AI world, the GPTs of the world, I mean, we have not experimented much, but to start with, I'm sure we'll start with our, the social media platform where, the business risk is slightly lower, and we are a service company, so we don't want to take chances right there.
Absolutely. So key takeaways that I use that line, just do it. Don't worry. Let it be the scratch version. It will evolve and deliver, but start doing it. That's the moot point of this. Thank you everyone for joining us on this panel. It's been great talking to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That works. Whatever works for you. Okay, for the next panel discussion, I have a question to ask. In technology versus creativity, how many of a technology? Oh, nobody. How many for creativity? Ask how many for both? Precisely who say both are the panelists for this debate, apart from a few there. Okay, the next one's on technology versus creativity. Who takes the leap in a world where AI is already creating disruption? And for this, please join me in welcoming our panelist, Dipali Nair, Group CMO, CK Birla Group, Sumit Mathur, CMO, 197 Communications, Paytm, and this session will be chaired by Noor Fatima Warsia, Group Editorial Director, BW Business World. Sumit is a lucky man. He'll fight for both of them, technology and creativity. Please, all the best.
They're not fighting amongst each other, thank God. Thank you, everyone. Patient delegates today. We have been doing this now for more than 24 hours because of yesterday. Ab to counting bhi khatam ho gayi. I'm Noor Varsia. I'm the Group Editorial Director of Business World. And I have two fantastic marketers, people, and leaders who are discussing a rather discussed subject, but because of all the changes around us, back on the anvil to understand what's going on. So creativity versus technology. The first question I was asked, why creativity versus technology? Didn't we go past this? But we spent time, and I explained what we were trying to understand is that today when designers and artists have access to all these tools that can directly create a lot of final output, what really happens to the creative mind or to creativity or their coexistence? And they had some fantastic point of views. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and begin with that. My first question, of course, it is going to go to Sumit actually, because he has some examples over here that we thought we will try and understand. If you had to just give us a sense, really, how much of a difference is what we are seeing in the form of generative AI, etc., making a difference to you at your workplace today? Anything that you want to share with us?
No, we were discussing this, Noor, and I think for the entire set of audience here, I think the difference is palpable. You can see it in terms of the kind of work that we are doing on a day in, day out basis. To give you a context, at 197 or Paytm, because we are an app-based company, we will have a lot of at a very simple level, banners, WhatsApp messages, text notifications, etc., that we are creating, right, in thousands. Now, those are stuff that you don't necessarily need to be able to require the creative mind, the way we'll talk about it a lot. These are stuff that once you have given it a basic thought, you can just very quickly adapt. And I think that's something that we are seeing with the tools that are there in the market right now. We are able to do a very good job with it. And in two ways. One, to create, and then to adapt as well, because India is a multilingual country, right, at the end of the day. So are you trying to create your customer service videos, for example, right, do not require the most amount of creativity. You are trying to solve a functional problem, and it's a great way of doing that. So I have personally experienced with my team the use of some of the tools that we discussed, Midjourney being one of them, for example.
Yes, of
right? I
course.
think that's been a hot topic through the last 2 days. But I do certainly see a value of being able to leverage such tools with your teams to be able to do either the adapts part of it and equally the creation part of it. I think the what it would not take away from, and I'm sure we'll have that conversation today, is the power of mind and the power of a creative idea, right? I think that's something certainly is, at least in my experience till now, what I've been seeing, not replicable in the work that we have been doing.
Excellent. Midjourney did come up a lot of times today, and one of the reasons for that was two brands that had similar creative, and somebody was quoting that example, but many people were actually seeing this or experiencing this volume of creativity, and therefore technology can assist you, and hence they're still coexisting in some sense. But Diwali, I want to take this to you. You've heard what Sumit had said. From your perspective, do you see the marketing ecosystem realigning because of the way things are changing on this front?
Yes, I clearly do. And I just want to step back for a moment before I answer your question in terms of, how the marketing ecosystem will realign itself. I think if we go back 15 years, first digital marketing happened, and that changed the life of marketers and the marketing ecosystem. In the second wave came the martech tools, which used AI and ML. Okay, not generative AI, that didn't exist, right? And the martech tools once again changed the marketing ecosystem, the way we were using skills inside a marketing organization, and the kind of partners and vendors we had, and the kind of tools we had, right? This is a beginning of the third wave now, where generative AI tools are now going to once again put us on the path of realigning our ecosystem. So let's go back now to the example that Sumit gave, right? His team is doing, let's say, video generation, volumes required, simplistic videos, and that does not necessarily require the services of a very large creative agency or even a creative boutique, and therefore we need to understand who was doing that kind of a job earlier, right? Or for example, you require 2000 banners, or you require product descriptions on an e-commerce site, something that human beings were doing earlier. And there was mushrooming of shops in the last 5 years who offered, for example, content for product description, or the so-called BTL agencies that we had, who would do 20 adaptations for you of the same creative because it needed to be used in 20 different places, right? I think those part of the marketing ecosystem, chances are, will perhaps not exist tomorrow. I think they need to think about their existence to say, okay, if we were a shop basically using human, bodies to do this manual work within the creative function, then I think that's the part that's going to get squeezed, right? However, like we've had in the past, big creative shops, the CMOs, the strategic ability, inside a CMO organization will continue to have a role and will continue to be important, because a generative AI tool cannot be commanded by your CEO. Okay, it does require a CMO and his organization to direct and give them boundaries of which area to operate in. What will be very interesting for us to see is that within the marketing ecosystem, large brands with large appetite for millions of creatives a year will operate differently and may use the whole tool in-house, like Sumit's team does, and we were earlier discussing it, and Sumit was telling us how his team uses it, versus, let's say, I, for example, have 10 different organizations because I'm a group CMO, somewhere, and there are very specific brands who may not have appetite for such large volumes, and therefore we may not use generative AI for production of so many creators because our whole focus is on quality creative, which are very, very differentiated.
Excellent, excellent. Completely got it. Did you want to say something, Sumit? I almost felt you did.
No, I think the point is right. I think it's ultimately going to be a matter of choice. In fact, even at our end, right, not everything would be done through AI. When you get into large scale campaigns, when there's a spark of an idea that is needed, I don't think those are things that are going to get replicated so easily. I think the magic is in the fact that there is just so much available for the design and the creative people to leap from, and that's something I've been noticing with my teams, that suddenly what needed a day to be done can be done in 30 minutes, right? And that's the part of, that's not the interesting part of the work they always enjoyed, right? Because what they enjoyed was cracking the idea, right? That's still did, right? We recently did an Independence Day campaign as well, right, where we created scratch cards which were inspired from leaders of yesteryears, right? But that idea that it has to be done about leaders of yesteryear still needs to come.
Absolutely.
What you're able to create, of course, is then faster. So.
But despite this, one of the underlying point from both of your comments is there will be a part of the creative process where we have human skill sets or human beings operating it right now, which will get replaced. There is still a layer. It could be the layer down there. It could be the less creative thinking, less strategic layer, but it will get replaced.
Yes, and I'm not sure if it is the large or the more important part of the creative process that get replaced.
Right.
I would tend to think it's the less important, routine, burdensome part of the creative process that is going to get replaced.
Excellent. We are dedicating today to young marketers, and that this conversation comes up a lot. They're already in a place where they know that they have to change their skill sets to be relevant in the next 5, 6, 7 years. But I loved it, Dipali, that you mentioned about MarTech before this, right? Because in the case of MarTech, there was some time before marketers started taking MarTech and AdTech seriously. It was still out of the company. It was still handled by, a set of vendors before you took it in-house. But that did not happen with generative AI. That was the change was really fast. So the pace of change, which we have said is really fast, is actually becoming much faster. Now, are the skill sets that we are looking and talking about today, will they still be relevant even from a creative and strategic standpoint, and the upper funnel of the creative process, if I can use that in that sense, for the next, say, 2 years also? Are we saying these jobs are still safe for the next 2 years?
You want me to go first? Okay. So I think next 2 years, I can safely tell you that I think the strategic aspect of doing a creative brief, for example, which happens inside a CMO organization, and then it goes to a large creative agency for them to, let's say, do the shape of a brand. Things such as brand positioning, things such as what a brand book looks like, things such as what is the world of a brand that defines the boundary conditions, for both ATL and BTL, let's say, I'm just taking those as examples to get created, will clearly be part of a strategic process where the current skill sets and, more importantly, the experience, of the team will matter, both on the agency vendor partner side, as well as, on the brand side or the client side, if I may call it. What will matter is that, are you doing experimentation enough inside your organization for you to know what generative AI can do for you? And therefore, are you charting out a path for the future? So that's what's going to happen in the next 2 years, okay? Charting out a path for the future with different experimentations. What we all need to do in the marketing ecosystem is to be ready to learn from each other. It is extremely important for us to not posture, if I may say so, and say we know what it is all about, but it is for us, I think, to have the humility to say, look, Paytm is using it differently, and let's say a Tanishq is using it very differently, and we at, for example, we have fertility and IVF clinics, and we may be using it very differently, to learn from each other and say, okay, what are the use cases? Are we saving cost on account of it? Are we saving, human effort on account of it? Are we making our team's jobs more interesting on account of it? and then say, okay, here's a use case, for either increasing human spirit, if I may use the term, or, saving cost or creating efficiencies in terms of speed, maybe. Right. So I think eventually it will boil down to that. It will not be generative AI for the sake of generative AI.
Excellent. Excellent.
On this, honestly, and this debate is very similar to two more debates which I've sort of, and I think we had on these stages, some of these stages we have done, the modern trade versus general trade debate, right? Will general trade exist? In fact, now there's quick commerce as well. Yeah. The TV versus digital debate, right? And TV is doing pretty fine, by the way, right now as well. Yeah, it's growing. I think and the same thing will hold, right? There will be a coexistence that will always happen. What's important for every marketeer, as senior or as junior for that matter, is to be able to have the humility to unlearn and learn. That is the only thing that is necessary to stay relevant in some of these, right? I think for me, that's probably the only mantra I would ask people to do, that accept it, understand it, and then use it where you think it's relevant.
Perfect.
I just want to mention here, so therefore, I think going back to what Subhita said, which is unlearn and learn, I think that's required at every level in the marketing team. So whether you are a 5-year-old in the system, 10-year-old in the system, or 25-year-old in the system, I think it's very important to learn what's happening, because the world is changing around you. No book is going to get written about it. No article is going to, accelerate your education after 2 years. So it's very important that you live through it and then, learn and utilize it.
All right, Sumit, I still want you to weigh in my next question. The problem about we want the youngcomers and we want the younger minds, and they also want to experiment and explore. But fact is that, once something goes wrong, which it can in something like generative AI, which is so new, somebody will be held accountable. So how can marketers or senior leaders build the right kind of, or advise on the right kind of guardrails, so that you at least know that you're safely, I know this is the worst way to put it, but you're safely experimenting and still trying to push the envelope?
I would say there's a hard part and there's a soft part to this, right? I think as leaders, it's important that we foster in our own teams the ability to experiment. And sometimes there are risks, and sometimes you have to take it on your shoulders to help them, so that you don't want to kill experimentation before something starts, right? I think that's one point. Having said that, this whole and we were talking about this example of because of AI, because of generative AI, the fact that especially on visuals there can be infringement issues. I think that's a basic check that people need to be able to develop in their organizations, whether it is internally, whether it is with the agencies that you are working with. To be honest, these issues of plagiarism, etc., have happened before generative AI as well. I don't think it's a new challenge. Sometimes with intent, a lot of times without intent as well. But I think there should be a robustness of every creative person. There should be a system in place, and in some cases there is, and some companies do it better than others, but we need to be able to put that system in place, so that before you are taking a creative output in the market, you're doing some gross check on whether it's something very similar has been done or not.
Absolutely correct. A basic kind of you're absolutely right. There has to be some kind of a code of conduct in place, since we now know that this change is happening. But it does lead us to the question of ethics in this. Your agency, whatever work they're doing, the marketer is expecting that the agency has put their mind, their brain behind it, right? If I'm writing a story and I've put it out there for my reader is hoping that a human being has written the story. But actually, ChatGPT can write an excellent story for you. Unfortunately, sometimes better than some of our young writers. This is unfortunate, and I'm hoping none of my young writers are in the room.
English and the grammar is for sure better.
Yeah, I'm hoping none of my young writers are in the room, and hopefully I can only see one of them, unfortunately, but she's a good writer. Coming back to how do we look at ethics, the question of ethics in this, while we still encourage this? I'll go for it.
I think there's two parts of the ethics question. Sumit used the words intent versus, let's say, coincidence, right? I think if the intention is to be unethical, then generative AI or not, you will be, right? And we can't help it and prevent it. But I think what you need to do is to create processes and systems as a marketing organization, as well as an agency, to ensure that you do not end up looking similar
to something else or somebody else. What does that mean? I mean, today, the use cases that we've seen and heard about today are all about either generative AI producing written content or producing visual content, right? Whether still pictures, still images or videos, right? And that requires, let's say, human imagery or, other kinds of imagery, right? Now, just as an example, and this is just an example that I want to share, if you decide in a systemic way inside your organization that we will never use the generative AI content as is, but we will make, let's say, 20% changes to it, because we want to use a stamp of our brand. The human imagery produced by the generative AI may be similar to something else they've done. So therefore, we're going to change it in some manner, right? Now, if you have that process, and second, what Sumit said, I think your teams, your agencies should be knowing what competition's doing and, what has already been used. They need to be on the ball, for that. And the third very important thing, according to me, from a systemic perspective is that we must look for generative AI tools who hold themselves responsible. Ideally, I do not want to be querying on a generative AI and my competition also to be querying on the generative AI and them producing similar results. And the generative AI is learned by the benefit of my queries, because today what is going to be gold in future is going to be the queries and the way you query. By the way, there are certificate courses now on how to do queries on generative AI. Okay. Yeah. Because I mean, I was on Tome the other day and I had to write it 10 times in terms of, what I really wanted. And so there are people who are going to become experts in terms of how to do querying, on generative AI. So coming back to my point, the tools themselves need to hold themselves responsible to say they don't give the same image to, let's say, 2 different queries. And I think we marketers, should demand that, out of the tools, if there is a tool which is servicing the needs only of, let's say, of the marketers or the, creative output.
Excellent. We're on the last 5 minutes amazingly, but I still have questions. So I'm not going to open it to the floor. I'm sorry, but I wanted to understand the marketer partner relationship, and the partner could be anybody, your creative agency, your design agency, anybody. Now that we are saying that a part of your creative process is going to be automated, for want of a better word right now, that's going to happen. Or do you expect marketers to then start questioning how will it change their relationship with their partner? There was a certain time limit that you would not allow actually ever. The briefs are always as of yesterday, but for those who did, the expectation of what you were doing so far and what you should or would be doing now because of technology, do you see some kind of a change in that partnership?
Oh, absolutely. And I think the best example, I mean, this is still early, right? But if you think about it, the best example could be traditional TV agencies versus digital agencies. Why did the mushrooming of so many agencies happen? Because some of the traditional agencies were not able to adapt as fast, right? And now they have been doing it, right? So now a lot of the all the 3 big agencies in the country, they have very quickly tried to adapt now. Yeah. Correct, right? And I think that's how it will progress. And that it goes back to the point on, even from our partners' perspective, that they need to quickly unlearn and learn. This is here to stay, right? So speed will go up, expectations will be high in terms of what needs to be done. And therefore, for our agencies to be able to be on with us in terms of the learning curve, and I guess it will be a co-learning in this case, because it's going so fast between the clients and the agencies. But yes, the short answer to your question is it will dramatically change. And if the agencies that are able to adapt will win the race.
Excellent. Dipal, you wanted to put a sense on that? You see the relationship changing?
No, I think I'll go with what Sumita said, but what I also want to say is that inside the CMO organization, the relationship and the authority and the approval process will change, along with this. Because as you go on to the path of needing more and more creatives, newer and newer creatives, and the speed and personalization and everything, higher usage of both generative AI and MarTech tools, let me give an example of what I mean. I think 20 years ago, I was the marketing head of a brand where no creative went out without me seeing it. Right? As a CMO, even 10 years ago, every creative that went out, I would see it. Right? Today, it is just not physically possible for me to do it with the amount of content that gets out. And therefore, I need to train the team, We need to have the guardrails in place. We need to have a process in place. And I also need to therefore train the team and delegate, some of it, which is delegation with responsibility, not abdication of authority, right? Not abdication of responsibility. I think that is going to be a very different relationship within the team also.
No, I love you said that. Did you want to add something, Sumit? I love you said that because both of these are also our top marketers this year. And I am feeling very proud of that right now. They both have talked about co-learning. They've talked about humility. They have talked about how you must set a process before you start actually judging people on it, and how you can work together or grow together. So that anybody, any agency, any partner who's working with those kind of leaders, it's their good luck, right? There is just time for one question. I'm looking at everybody if anybody has one. Otherwise, last final advice from you to young marketers. Dipali, you can take a look at it first. How should young marketers look at their own careers when disruption is happening at the pace that it is happening?
I think not just young marketers, even the older marketers. I think don't be shy to learn. And I think the younger ones, the importance of learning marketing history. I think what has happened to the world of marketing today is that each domain has become very specialized. So young marketers are entering the space of the brand world either through content or through social media or through campaign management or just being SEO specialists or just being in performance marketing or just doing brand management. I think the opportunity that the older set of marketers had of being generalist within marketing is why they can manage strategy, much better. I think my advice to the younger one would be get the opportunity, take the opportunity of learning all functions within marketing if you want to have a career which spans 30 years, because a specialist function and learning about a specialist function may get you fast money in the next 10 years, but you may also reach a plateau within that specialist function in the next 10 years.
Thank you so much, Dipali.
I think not very different from what Dipali said, but the pace of change will always be there. So learn, unlearn will happen. But the fundamentals of marketing won't change. So your Porters and the Akers of the world will always remain. And therefore, it is very important to get your basics always right. Do not get carried away very early in your career on a very, very specialist track, which is also important to get that expertise. But really, it goes back to the same conversation, right? Did the principles of good creative fundamentally change between TV and digital, right? And I think that's the key in my mind, that do not undermine the importance of what the core basic principles of marketing are. They will always hold test of time.
Hello, all right, excellent. Please join me in applauding my two fantastic panelists. Thank you so much. Great comments, both of you. Thank you. You want to sit down? No, don't do that. No, it's fine. Apparently there are two of them. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And also thank you, Noor, for moderating that. With that, we move to our last leg of panel discussions, which is on the future ready track. How are the future masters looking at marketing in India? Our first in this segment is a time to change. Tech, shorter marketing stints, industry churn, and economic uncertainties. How markets in 2023 need a different lens to grow the business. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Aditya Basu, Director and Global Head, Strategy Advisor and Marketing, Tech Mahindra XTS, Bond Group. Deepak Tolani, General Manager, Reliance Retail. Dipender Singh, VP, Marketing, Pristine Care. Sana Macha, Marketing Head, Bosch & Lomb, India. And this session will be chaired by Rima Baduri, editorial lead, BW Marketing World. Everybody, let's please welcome all of them.
So hello, good evening. I think everyone looks a little tired, but I think we can have some energy in the room. So our topic for today is a time to change. How 2023 marketing aspects need to change, and we can see from a different lens altogether. So firstly, thank you, Mr. Sana, Mr. Dipinder, Mr. Aditya, and Mr. I'm sorry, Deepak, to join us for our wonderful discussion. So, firstly, what I would like to know from you is that marketers have been, marketing has been an extraordinary field altogether, and it has proved itself over the years. What difference or what do you find different in 2023 that needs to take place? If you can start with one person, with Mr. Sana.
Hi everyone. I think it's definitely a time for change, right? So we are in a world which is post-COVID, and in this world, a lot of things have changed. The last 3 years have been very different, and the way, I mean, we have our lives, right? The way we work, there's work from home, there's work from office, hybrid. So a lot of disruption has happened, which has changed the way essentially we spend our time. There's a lot more digital activity happening with people spending more time at home on digital devices. And now, I mean, with the onset of AI is the other buzzword that we're hearing, right? So I think, but having said that, these are, I would say, uh, you know, something which is happening new, but at the same time, as a marketer, I think what I look at is, that we have to be very clear with the basics. I think that's where I kind of pivot myself, because times will keep on changing. There will be some disruption or the other happening, but how I work as a marketer is to pivot it on the understanding of the consumer, the basic human behavior, right? So anything we do in terms of creating something valuable stems from how I think a consumer would see things. So I think that's the the first instinctive I think.
So we'll come to more discussions further. So, Mr. Dipinder, what would be your opening comments on how do you find marketing has changed over the years?
See, I think how it changed over the year was that how we would first reach out to people and tell them more about the product, and it was more around branding, that who can brand the product better, and how can you get your message across to people. And then there came a time of digital where people were looking for a question, and the person who could answer it the best was the one who was grabbing everything out there in the digital world. Now there is a third wave which is coming, which is of AI, where uh, to be honest, my time spent on Google has now shifted more towards chat GPT for getting answers. It's not that I'm any longer dependent on Google. So the requirement right now is to adapt to where the consumer is going. The consumer went from a TV and outdoors to a Google search engine. Now he's going towards an AI engine. How do you ensure that you are part of that search which is happening? How are you part of that space that is available to convey your message? I think that is very critical, and that's how we need to change and adapt towards it to be successful in today's world.
Mr. Deepak, your opening comments?
I think in 2023, what has changed fundamentally is that we have Gen Z marketers now in our offices, and the way they look at marketing is quite evolved, and we need to be ready for that. Earlier, we had people who wanted to become like a brand marketer or say I wanted to become a digital marketer. There were social media community managers. But now we have marketing talent who has a more nuanced outlook towards their career. Like I have some team members who are primarily from a design background, but they also want to understand how does CLM work, and they also want to look at the data behind how their creatives are actually performing, because that is going to act as an input for them how they look at their entire set of creatives. So I think this is one change which has come in, and I think a lot of marketers are now realizing that gone are the days where there were silos, where you had a traditional brand marketer, a digital marketer, and a media manager separately. All these roles are coming together, and the expectation is that a marketer, irrespective of what his specialization is, should be empathetic to understand what are the other specializations and how do they add value to the table. I think that's another evolution that you see across in these days in your organizations, actually.
Lovely. Mr. Aditya?
Now, you asked a pretty relevant question, right? And my fellow panelists have covered a lot of things. Now, to summarize this, right? I mean, when we look towards the future, the answers lie in the history. Now, talk about Web 1.0. The competitive advantage was having information. Web 2.0 was having intelligence over that information. Now we are moving to a world where we need to decouple intelligence and consciousness now, and that's where the marketing job is really, really important. Because what is consciousness? Consciousness is talking purpose. Consciousness is understanding your consumer, whatever channel they are in, what are jobs to be done for whatever brand, whatever industry, and then activate your brand accordingly, be it messaging, be it the transact phase, or be it the post service phase, right? So I personally believe, while we are in pretty interesting times, right? I mean, the messaging is critical. Technology advancement has happened, but the key is now how to realize value out of that technology, right? Because you cannot, I mean, there is platforms available, but can you contextualize your brand purpose to the platform? And that's where the real uh, uh, game of marketers are today.
So, Aditya, I want you to speak on this. So, since you spoke about technology, and we were on the topic of consumers as well. Our topic is how marketing in 2023 needs a different lens altogether. So, how has technology evolved, and how can we enable it to attract consumers, customers with new tech that has come up in order to enhance engagement and drive growth for your brand and businesses?
Right. So, so whenever we talk about marketeers, right, I mean, we need to define where the value is. And the value typically would be towards the growth side or the efficiency side, right? Either the top line or the bottom line. Now, on the top line, you need to understand what drives growth. I'll just quote some numbers, and I'll try to make a point out here, right? 3 out of 4 consumers today will use digital channels to really do a purchase. Back 5 years down, when I was consulting few companies, the digital share of the overall revenue was hardly 2%. Today, the benchmark is 25%, right? Uh, in terms of efficiency, there is a lot of technology which has come in. We are talking about marketing automation. We are talking about robot automation. We are talking about GPT, AI, and whatnot, right? The key is to really understand the pulse. I'll take some examples here, right? When you talk about, let's say, a leading fashion brand, they are not selling the product, they're selling a message. A leading telecom company today is really not about selling the services. They want to be a lifestyle partner for their consumers. A F&B brand today are selling a lifestyle choice for the consumer, right? When you are truly invested in a consumer experience so that you push the consumer to drive the envelope on themselves, they feel engaged. And then you tie back what is a total experience. There is a customer experience on digital channel, there is a physical experience, then there is operational experience, and then there is data experience, right? So when you tie all of this together with the right technology, there are millions of platforms today doing that, right? That makes the pulse moving. So
So, Deepak, the same for you. So, with technology coming up in marketing, so there's AI, AR, VR, voice messaging, the last session that we were covering on this only. So, how is it helping to attract customers in order to engage more with them and drive growth and make them loyal to themselves?
I think the buzzwords might have caught in right now, but AR, VR is something that has been happening across different different platforms. You can see a lot of e-commerce platforms actually have a VR experience of how you can actually have your product in your specific room. How will that be available? Similarly, if you have to understand, there are actually gaming zones in Bombay where called zero latency, where you're actually wearing up the entire uh, Oculus and you're actually playing gun battles out over there. And this is an experience that I got to know because of the team, the young team that I have in my company. So there are people who are going for those kind of evolved experiences. And but what I wanted to get everyone's attention is that let's not actually be too focused on buzzword like chat gpt. Let's understand that in the last 3 months there is the highest amount of Google searches that have ever happened, which has not happened in the last 4 years. So Google search is not going anywhere. We should try and get the real, not get too hyped about the buzzwords, but also focused on how things that we need to do for the customers that are really relevant for them. For example, if you are a brand, a retail brand, the focus needs to be of how you make that experience superlative. For that, it means that you don't need to again and again send him messages of, listen, this is the sale that is there for you. You need to understand and build a CDP platform such that you understand what are the buying patterns of the customer, what would be the right messaging that should go to the customer, and it's not just spray and pray. I think these nuances as marketers is something that is essential for us to make sure that we are using technology to enhance the customer experience and stop this spray and pray that has been happening till now.
So, Mr. Singh, how do you think that technology has come up in new ways, and how is it enabling businesses to connect, again, to drive growth?
See, I believe technology is I think one thing is very clear with the entire panel is that it is focused on the consumer, and everything that we do is to enhance the experience. So it could be, let's say, in our case, where it's a journey of a person recovery from suffering from a disease to a stage where he's completely healed. There are multiple touch points required. His interaction with the doctor, his uh, uh, he coming to know about his pre-auth. So at every point, technology has to be used. So be it WhatsApp, be it SMS, be it your site's push notifications. Although people believe it is dead, but there are certain times people go on the website, try to look for, have I got an approval? So we send them across these messages. And if you're not utilizing all the touch points, and if you're not utilizing the technology to its core, then there is no point. There are people who are calling you up who want to understand. Uh, just to give you an example, uh, people talk a lot about generative AI. There are also conversational AIs which are there. Now we are trying to leverage conversational AIs because a lot of people who are going through the process have certain number of queries which come to us, which require them to be answered. Now 90% of these queries are the same, and we already have answer in our databases, that what is the answer will need to be given to the person. And you can always utilize that generative AI to give that answer, conversational AI to give that answer, rather than a team of 50 people sitting there just attending to those calls and giving out. It's not only about uh, the reduction of a cost as a marketer, it's also about the answer that person can get quickly. So let's say if you call up a call center, what happens in most of the cases is a person picks up the call, he says, give me 5 minutes to get back to you. Now they are going to go back and search in the database. Now your AI already has the access to it. If you're not using that technology, you are spoiling their experience. And the worst thing I have is waiting for 5 to 10 minutes to get an answer from a customer experience team that, what has happened to it, be it an order from Swiggy, be it a issue with my Amazon package or anything. And if there is an answer which is coming instantly, I am delighted. And that's what how you can leverage technology to deliver better results.
So in your words, technology is enabling us.
Sure.
Okay, so Mr. Sana, in your industry, what are the new ways that you look forward to in interacting with your consumers, in driving growth, when it comes to generative AI, when it comes to ChatGPT? How are you leveraging technology in your industry?
Technology where it has helped, if I just cover that part, so it's helped in two things, right? First is giving more touch points. I think today more than ever we have so many different touch points where we can interact with the consumer. That's one. I think the other point which technology has enabled us in terms of and which we could not do before is in terms of giving personalized content. Now see, personalization is not easy. It has to be targeted to either a cohort of people. I mean, earlier it was a cohort because one could only have so many personalized cohorts. But today with the advent of technology and data behind it, we have so much data, we can actually, theoretically it's possible to give personalized content to every single individual, right? So it's about mass personalization. I think that's what tech gives us today. Uh, However, what tech cannot do is in terms of giving the final delivery, that emotional message that converts the consumer's behavior to be loyal or to start adopting your brand. I think that's where that's where at least what I'm trying to do. I mean, in my industry is to add that. We have data, we know so much about the consumer, right? But what's important is, I mean, it's gone beyond that level that, we know so much, let's show how much you know to the consumer. I think it's gone a step beyond that. The ideal state is that when the consumer sees our communication, he or she should feel this brand knows me. I think that's the kind of holy grail if you can touch that. I mean, a few examples, right? Recently, I came through this, offering by IKEA. I think I saw it in a reel or something. So IKEA has come up with this university student box, for people who are getting into university for the first time, stepping away from home. It was just simple premise, right? It had all the necessities: notebooks, cooking utensils, spoons, for the guy who's going out of out of their house for the first time. So I think that's where our job comes in as a marketer, to give that human appeal. Now coming specifically to our industry, that's what we've been trying to do, and I'll give an example. So I represent Bosch and Lomb, and we work in the contact lens industry. And how we're trying to do is, let's say, 3D movies, right? It's something new. It's some movies that get released, the big news around it. And but the problem with 3D movies is that people who wear spectacles, they have a problem watching those movies, right? So what we do is we kind of combined human need with that new tech, and we put up stalls in PVRs, and we looked at anyone coming in with spectacles, and we had a team of promoters and trained, let's say, optometrists who could fit the contact lens. And I said, hey sir, you seem to be wearing spectacles. Would you want to enjoy this movie without spectacles? And then yeah, they were very keen. So then we kind of took his power on the spot, fit a contact lens, and then they went in and watched the movie, and it was a great experience, right? So I think it's about, I mean, going beyond tech. Tech will give you that data, the information to really leverage on things, but the delivery has to be that the recipient, which is our consumer, should feel that the brand knows me. I think that would be my take.
So as you touched on the point, it's okay. So Aditya, in your industry, as per se, as he connected to a point where customers need emotional resonance in their campaigns. So in the era where economic uncertainties are there, how can marketeers leverage their creativity, which marketeers are known for, in order to connect with their audience? Because they need, in today's days, they need a purpose. They're very woke. They know what they're doing. So how would you say marketers leverage their creativity in order to make those purposeful campaigns in today's date?
Now, marketers is an industry which is a marriage of art and science, right? So the left side and the right side of the brain should work equally efficiently to deliver the right purpose. Now, the key, and you asked a pretty relevant question, right? I think while you draft a purposeful brand message, there are three key aspects you need to look at. The first is storytelling. For different target segment, for different channels, for different engagements, the storytelling will be different, but the brand messaging will be consistent. The second is omni-channel or multi-channel, right? While you're delivering the customer 360-degree or the interaction, the experience across channel has to be same. For example, if I'm buying a shoe from a marketplace and I want to return it on a physical store, not on the same region but a different region, and I call a call center, that the person should have the integration to know the entire consumer journey, and that will create the experience.
How would you showcase it in a campaign?
Yeah. So now the thing is, the campaigns are evolving, right? So for example, earlier the TV campaigns or the traditional media campaigns were having a buzzword or was catching on the product or the value proposition you're delivering, right? Now we have evolved over time. Now we see campaigns where we're just not talking about products, right? We're talking about a higher brand purpose, like say fast fashion. They're talking about sustainability now. Telecom, they're talking about lifestyle. How can they impact their consumers' lifestyle? Let's talk about B2B. The companies are talking about thought leadership through their ABM campaigns. They're not talking about the services. They're talking about how, as a thought leader, we can impact and what is the future and how does it look like, right? So the context, the fundamentals remains the same. How you reach out is changing and evolving, and that has to do with a lot of things, from your brand ad strategist to the copywriters to the one who is implementing it across channels. That would change.
Lovely. So Mr. Singh, on the same note, because see, as I mentioned, that marketeers today have how can they leverage creativity in their campaigns, in their thought process, because consumers are very selective. How can you foster brand loyalty in order to gain their confidence?
So if you look at it, because I spend a lot of time running digital, and we know that in every case scenario, when a consumer comes to you or reaches out to you, even if it is for the same problem, it's a different consumer from a different age segment. Because unfortunately or fortunately, when in a healthcare space, you do not choose the age in which you're diagnosed. But in every case, your expectations are different. For someone to be loyal to my brand, for a guy who is working in let's say a corporate who has an insurance, who wants that I should get a coverage of my insurance in wherever hospital I go, I don't have to run around and fill my forms. There is a person who is looking for that, who can provide me with most amount of convenience that I'm looking for. And we are leveraging that in terms of our communication. So our communication, when goes to a corporate, goes differently, and to a guy who's let's say running an odd job and who's still suffering, my pitch would be no cost EMI versus an insurance coverage. So how you are using it, your creativity, it's actually because your customers differ so much that to communicate, although you're providing them the solution, your communication keeps on changing as and when that is required. So your creatives, your communication, everything changes.
Okay. So, Mr. Deepak, so coming on to you, so what I would like to know from you is that today marketeers are present everywhere. So brands also prefer that they go for a mix of traditional as well as digital media. So we have a dominance of digital media in today's date with Gen Z and Gen Alpha coming up, but people are still, consumers are still very much intact to traditional media. So how as a marketer would you put up that how can a blend of the two of them help you in gaining more audience, a wider reach?
I think there is no one size fit all solution actually. Brands need to understand what is their objective. In case you're looking for a more city specific campaign, for example, right now there's Onam that is gonna come in, right? You are not going to be actually doing an all out Onam campaign across the country through ATL. But on the traditional media, what you will do is actually you will target all the Malayalam media across the offline medium, and on the digital medium you will be targeting people who are Kerala, who are from Kerala, or are speaking Malayali, or are consuming Malayalam content. Now, this is a mix. If you are trying to target people who are going to do maximum transactions during Onam, Onam is actually the onset of consumer buying across India. So that is what you will be doing in case that is what your focus is. But if your focus is to do a large burst campaign, in that scenario, what you will be doing is you will be doing a 360-degree marketing. But nowadays, you have to work with your partners. You can actually use cross media planning. I think you should be actually doing Kantar research to understand the effectiveness of which medium is influencing what impact on your target segment, and basis that you can decide on the weights of media that you're actually investing in. One of the things that I would like to share over here is that we've understood that the frequency of 3 can actually do the job for us, but an additional frequency on a YouTube could help the customer actually influence and visit to the offline store, because that YouTube is served while the customer is on the move. Now, these kind of nuances can come through via research. So I would really request all marketers to focus on research, get the learnings, build the insights, and don't try one size fit all kind of solutions. Work with your partners and your media agencies to get the most nuanced solution such that there is a better ROAS versus the dollar spend that you do.
Perfect. So I also believe that regional marketing is something, I think it's growing tremendously day by day. Tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities are all becoming a part of the bigger spectrum. So Mr. Sana, on the same note, so as an what are the benefits do you feel that an omni-channel presence has in today's date when you are targeting a wider audience with a mix of traditional? Because a lot of, I think Bosch and Norm especially has a lot of audience that comes from social media marketing as well, because the young audience are more inclined towards wearing lens. I earlier when I was younger, so I also used to come across lens. So how would you say, how does it increases, or what are the benefits of omni-channel marketing in your case?
I think omnichannel is extremely important because everyone has multiple screens, right, these days. So whether it's a television which is on, but at the same time you have an iPad or a phone with you which you're browsing through. So at any point of time, there's so many touch points that one is going through. So it's important that you are present. Now the caveat here is, or the catch here is that we discussed, right, one size doesn't fit all. So it also stands true for the kind of content we put. So it has to be, I would say, catered to the media vehicle that we're using, right? So for example, if I give the example of Bosch and Lomb also, we are predominantly present on digital because the fact that our audience has that we need audience who need vision correction. So it's not just everyone that we need to advertise to. Now within vision correction, since we are going digital, so we have the ability to, let's say, do targets, right? Now, if you look at, let's say, YouTube, or if you look at an OTT platform, there the kind of content that is consumed is very different. So of course I have to be present on YouTube, I have to present on OTT platforms. At the same time, we have the young audience, so I have to be present on Instagram. But the content that has to be present on these two platforms have to be very different. So gone are the days where you make one film and then you make, different snippets out of it. You shoot a 9:16, or sorry, 16:9 film, and then you cut it and crop it and paste it across different media platforms. Gone are those days. In fact, these days we plan the shoot that way. So in some of our campaigns of Boston, what we've done is we had the shoot plan for the main film, but we also had a shoot planned separately for all the snippets that we were going to put on Instagram. So we had a full plan of, okay, this is the hero content. For to support this, we'll have 5 reels. Now these reels have to be shot differently in a different setup. And these reels were not shot by the main video camera, which is being used for the main film. They're actually shot with an iPhone in 9:16 format, to give that authenticity. So I think omni-channel presence is very important given today's day and age, and people being present across different media. But what is important is to make sure that your content is made for that medium. So it has to be medium out rather than content out.
So, Aditya, so when we look at marketing from a different lens altogether, so in that scenario, how do you go through with the ongoing process of learning? Because marketing is something which changes every 6 months. So how do you stay updated with the latest trends, with the new technologies coming in? How do you leverage the entire marketing landscape with using those?
Yep. So ongoing learning is part of, I mean, professional or personal, right? I think the key is to really look at the headwinds and the tailwinds, right? And to understand what trend makes sense for my business, my context, and then really get down onto the implementation, right? So the so what analysis is very important. How do we really do this for the clients I have worked on? I could tell you that, as you mentioned, omni-channel is important, but what does that really mean? That really means that storytelling across multiple channels lead to sales, right? So any channel which doesn't generate uh, dollars or commerce is good for engagement, but is not solving a business problem, right? Now you look into what is the backend doing in here, right? So there is system of engagements where your customers are engaging with you on a day-to-day basis. Then there are system of records, which are the CRMs and the ERPs of the world, where you are making sense of that data. You are building that customer 360 degree. And then there is this privacy, analytics, and a few other layers, right? You need to really understand that while we are leveraging technology, what are the use cases we are solving for? And I'll just double click on the point gentleman mentioned, that omni-channel helps us get the right consumers, because I'll just talk about few data points, which is across 3 or 4 client implementation. When you get a digital customer, the return rates are much, the repeat visits and the frequency is higher, so the LTV gets affected, right? Second, the cost to acquire a digital customer over a traditional media is 1/5. These are stats, but I'm making a point that consistently the top line and the bottom line impacts, right? And how do you really leverage it is by having a measurement framework, choosing the right KPIs, tracking them on a good cadence, and making some relevant conversations internally and with the client, with the customers.
So, Mr. Singh, on the same note, how do you, in your industry, how do you stay relevant and updated with the latest industry trends? How do you leverage technology in that scenarios? How do you cope up with it? I know we are a little short on time, but if we can quickly wrap it up.
So it's very important that digitally everything changes. There's a new format which will come out. There'll be a new advertising space which will come out. So taking an example, a few days back there was Threads which was launched, and the first thing was that how are we going to leverage it? And a week later we are talking about why were we thinking about it. So the world is changing very quickly, and also how you communicate also changes. We went WhatsApp was launched, that you can take directly from ads people to WhatsApp. Now we knew that Facebook for a very long time has been a source where if you're in a lead gen kind of a business where you are attracting customers not for sales and for a longer duration cycles, there is qualification issues, and that gets solved by WhatsApp. Now if you're not using that and you're not adopting it, you're going to be left behind. So it's very important to learn what is new that has come out and how can you leverage it. It's very critical for your business and its growth.
Perfect. So, Mr. Deepak, same question to you. How do you stay updated with the trends? And as he mentioned, social media marketing, as he mentioned, threads. Twitter also turned into X. Their WhatsApp is continuously bringing on new updates. How do you, similarly, how do you stay relevant and how do you stay updated with the industry trends to connect with your consumers?
Firstly, I think everyone as a marketer needs to always remember we are in the business of learning, unlearning, and relearning. As long as you're doing that, you will stay relevant. And there are mediums how a marketer can get all the information. We all have smartphones. You all can subscribe to your RSS feeds of what is happening on digital marketing or say CLM. Whatever is your area of specialization, I think you should have those interests in your flipboards and your fiddlies and stuff. Those tools give you information right and then when they happen. You need to also read them and make sure that that information is shared across. Like the Google I/O happened, that has introduced a lot of new tools in performance marketing. You need to be ready to go and adapt those kind of things right away. For example, the Google Merchant Center is going to see a complete new rehaul. You need to make sure that you're reaching out to your IT team, telling them that this is the kind of an update, and therefore the mechanism of how the feed is populated for your performance ads, they need to now go and adapt a new mechanism altogether. Similarly, how your SEO algorithms keep on updating, you need to also make sure that you're in touch with your SEO partner to ensure that you are making updates on your website basis that. So I think it's a constant process and we should keep going on it.
Great. So, Mr. Sana, so on any last thoughts that how do you stay relevant and updated in the industry to cater to your audience?
Yeah, I think, of course, at a personal front, I mean, things like in shorts, Mado marketing, these help. I mean, they give you the daily kind of, updates on what's happening. But I think, at least for me, a very strong source of something new is actually my agency partner. So because they work with so many other clients, right? They work with so many other clients. They are in tune with what's happening in the industry. So I think in practice, that's also a very key source of information in terms of what's happening, because they see how things are going on. They work with many clients. They work on multiple campaigns. So how we do is we have a system of competition updates coming to us where we see what our competition is doing, what the industry is doing, and what in general is a trend. These are kind of three things we kind of cover in our regular updates with the agency. And I mean, by design, we will get to know something which is coming new, be it topical or be it a major radical change. And then it's up to us whether it's relevant for our industry or not. But the important fact is that I think the agency partners, be it your media agency, creative agency, digital marketing agency, I think they're also key source of information, at least for brands.
To keep you updated.
Yes.
So wonderful. So
I
think
just want to add one more plug over here. You can also read Business World to keep yourself
every
updated.
day. Every day you should read Business World and BW Marketing World, please. So yes, on the last thought. So definitely as we in 2023, we need marketing from a different lens. We talked about technology. We talked about consumer insights. We talked about how to leverage and stay updated in the recent times. I think thank you for being so insightful in the session, in the panel discussion. And please give a round of applause for all our panelists. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you also. Thank you so much, Rima, for moderating that and for constantly looking here. A picture, please. Thank you. And with that, we move on to our next and the last panel discussion for this day, which is on privacy and measurement, the new marketing age. With privacy and data control becoming an important discussion in India, how will precision marketing and experiences at scale shape up in the future? Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Kapil Parab, Marketing Manager, Mars Wrigley; Mayank Prabhakar, Head of Digital GM, Marketing, Vivo India; Nikhil Davda, Senior General Manager, Mahindra Life Spaces; Shweta Kumar, Head, Marketing, Crazy Owl; Siddharth Kadri, GM, Group Digital Marketing, Thomas Cook India; Swarna Thavle, Head, Organic and Social Marketing, Amazon Mini TV. And this session will be chaired by Savi Khanna, Correspondent, BW People, BW Business World. Let's please welcome all of them, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Firstly, thank you everybody for sitting so patiently since morning. I know it's late in the evening, but we've had some great panel discussions today, some great keynote addresses as well. Welcome to all the panelists. Thank you for being here and joining us on stage at the Festival of Marketing. So today we're going to discuss about the topic privacy and measurement in the new marketing age. The new marketing age, we're witnessing that it is an era of empowerment for both businesses as well as consumers. We're also seeing that these concepts of privacy and measurement, they've taken new dimensions. They're also changing how businesses are approaching their marketing campaigns as well, and also the consumers. So we're also seeing that the need for data control, it's gaining a lot of prominence within India as well as across the globe. While talking about data control, recently a bill has been passed earlier this month called the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill. I'll just highlight a few features of the bill. So the data that the organizations are acquiring or gathering from the consumers, it should have the consent of the consumers. Then once the purpose of the data is fulfilled, the organization is required to delete the data, erase the data from their database. And also there has been a hefty amount of fine that will be charged, which is around 250 crores. It's unbelievable. So in case of any data breach, in case of any confidentiality leak or privacy concerns, they'll have to pay this amount. So what are your thoughts? I'll start from it open to all the panelists. What are your thoughts on the regulatory changes that are coming in the marketing landscape, and the strict frameworks that are coming? How is it changing the game for marketing?
I think it's a good question. I'll take a step back. I mean, what is marketing after all? Marketing is rooted in consumer behavior, right? And as the world is changing at a fast pace, consumer behavior also changes. Now, earlier generational gaps used to be a 10-year gap, a 20-year gap. Today, generational gaps are 4 years, 5 years. And with this fleeting consumer behavior, there is also the adoption of digital, which is scaled up. AI has come into picture, and what it has led to is an arms race to capture more data, understand consumers better, and therefore devise your marketing plans, your communication plans accordingly. And it becomes even more important in this day and age, therefore, to have something that protects consumers, something that protects their right to sharing data as well as the data being utilized. And I think we, as responsible marketeers, and I think at Mars Wrigley, we are very passionate about responsible marketing. We as responsible marketers should encourage and therefore it's good. It's something that we need to work around with, but from my end, it would be a great move to protect my data privacy.
Right. Thank you, Kapil. Mayank, what are your thoughts on this?
So I think though it's thanks to the government, then they have signed the DPA now, and it's a legal document happening, and the brands will follow. But if we just go back in the history, and if we see all MNCs working on, and they see this is there in Europe and other markets since 2017 or earlier also, right? And it was obvious that it will come to India really soon, right? If we were just waiting for this to happen. So coming from my experience, because from Vivo India, we are the manufacturer, we are the OEMs, right? So any application, any consumer, what they behave, though being on an Android platform, we are exposed to it, right? Though it's came as a government law as of now, but for Vivo India, it's I think since 2018-19, we have been signing such documents with the government wherein these DPA data is being available. Why? Because all global companies are supposed to follow those norms. Given that the data protection, definitely it is a law being passed as of now, but I think there are more, you can say there's a huge penalty, but I think there is a lot and lot of audit which has to go in terms of how brands are following it, because ultimately brands is supposed to do marketing, and at the same time they might take IT on a toss. Why? Because anytime a consumer comes, right, you have to have an opt-in from him. At that scale, consumer will give you an opt-in. How you are going to cap that data and how going to use that data is something which is the ethics of the brand.
So what could be some metrics or let's say indicators that the organizations can use to see that the regulatory frameworks are actually followed and they're aligned with the government regulations?
See, just before this panel discussion, I hear about getting those WhatsApp bot and other things happening, right? So it's important because if you have done an opt-in with a consumer, it's more important that you get more frequent to it rather being every time going for a market update or a push. At times you can say, hey, hi, hello, this is what you opt for it. If you are not interested, you can opt out. That is how you stay updated on the data. So there are few brands, few products which are more like a FMCG, which is more consumable, more frequent, but there are some consumer electronics or longer format data wherein in terms of the purchase could be a year, a 2 year, or 3 year. Consumer is not going to remember in terms of whether he signed it or not. What if you go after him after a year or two and then you say, oh, hey, hi, you sign in? He say no. Who is going to debate it? And that's what, and no brand wants to go into that discussion. Hence, I think consumer is king. He will definitely say, I have never opted in. But again, it's brand responsibility to keep going, reminding to it. It's not about pushing the product. It at the same time say, give those services if they want to opt out. So those, I think those, if those communication channels are open, consumer will definitely opt in. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayank. Nikhil, what are your thoughts on this? How important are these regulatory frameworks today?
See, I think like Mayank said, it was about time. These are regulations that are across the globe. It was about time it came to India. And just going by the penetration that we have in terms of UPI usage, right? That just tells us how digitally penetrated India as a country is, which is, if not already far ahead than most countries, it will be soon. So it was about time that it came. So that's no surprise. To my mind, these policies are going to be ever evolving. They are not going to, so they are constantly going to get evolved. What you read today, what you see today, how quickly digital is changing, the policies will have to keep adapting to it. Thankfully, for a lot of organized or formally, professionally run organizations, these are something that we used to already follow. So the baton is actually on all the other organizations who are not following it till now to then ramp up and come to speed and follow these kind of policies. But all in all, from an organization point of view, from a governance point of view, from a data security point of view, from a consumer point of view, from all angles, these are welcome policies and we should grab them with both hands and move ahead much more positively.
Shweta, what are your thoughts?
Right. So I think it's important to talk about. I'm going to answer it in two silos. So, like initially, as a marketer, like a decade back, there's a whole piece of transformation, right? So decade back, as marketers, we felt really happy sending out offers, promotions, about new launches, information to consumers with third-party data, thinking, wow, we are doing a fat job. Now, that's where my brand is going to have the top of the mind recall, top of the mind share, and that's the best ROI I can deliver for my brand. From that, and I'm a guilty marketer, I felt like that a decade back too. And, that's where now, after a decade, we see a lot has changed with the policy coming in. And of course, places like Mayank said, America, Europe, the policies are much stringent there and it's much more advanced there. But here in India, we still have a long way to go, long haul. But as a marketer, now is when you understand the relevance of data and data-driven marketing. We are sitting in a data-driven era where data is the goal, right? For any marketer, and to understand, you can't just go behind third-party cookies, and it's important to empower the customer. It's really about empowering the customer about the privacy choices that they are opting in for. And at every point of time, you need to remind them to ensure that they are buying in and they want your brand to be seen, and you want to show the offers to them. So it's no longer about going behind them and bombarding them with promotional offers and new launches, blah blah blah. But it's now all about understanding and personalizing the brand to ensure that you're sending relevant communication to them, something they want to engage with, and something that they feel that they are connected to the brand with. So I think it's time that it was high time that these policies came in, and I think now the customers will feel that it's only a brand that are giving and helping them make the perfect choices about their privacy, will have that foster a long-term relationship with them. So
Thank you,
Thank you.
Shweta. So I think you've mentioned a very great point about precision marketing that marketers are doing today. We'll come back to that. But Siddharth, what are your thoughts on the regulatory frameworks in place?
The regulatory frameworks in place, I mean, data protection as a policy has always been there in our business. At Thomas Cook India and SOTC, we've been following these policies, these reforms for almost a decade now. We have data protection officers in place. For multinational companies, it's not going to be a big change for us because we've been doing this, practicing this on a daily basis. It's like save, respond, and repeat. But in my view, for SMEs and small micro companies, as one of my colleagues just mentioned, it will be a change because the way post-pandemic, the audience behavior and customer persona has changed. Now what will happen is, first you need to have a robust data protection policy within the organization. Secondly, forget third-party data, forget cookies. Your business and your lead generation and demand generation is completely going to be dependent on first-party data. That is going to be your Bible because one, it has recency, second, it has intent, and it is data backed. So I'm happy that this policy has come in place and we've practiced it for so many years. But yeah, tata bye-bye to third-party data.
Thank you, Siddharth. So Varna, what are your thoughts on this?
I think a lot of colleagues have mentioned a bunch of things, but this empowers customers and it makes sure that there is whatever offering is being made based on customer data is hinging more on delighting the customers and not misabuse. I mean, it shouldn't get abused to the level that it starts creeping people out. So I think in that sense, it enforces not just as per regulation, but even in spirit, how customers are or the brands are being more responsible, the companies are being responsible. And I think in a sense, if we look at it in spirit, brands and services should look at ways to serve the customers better, because now those who are opting in for the data, we are even more responsible towards them. So I think the onus is on us to make the best use out of it.
Thank you, Suvarna. So Shweta, we'll come back to the point that you mentioned about precision marketing. So just explaining the concept a little bit, precision marketing is basically the idea of delivering highly targeted, personalized, and creating meaningful interactions between the business as well as the consumer. So Kapil, we'll start with you. How do you think organizations today are leveraging the first party data, and how can it prove to be a valuable asset for utilizing it for precise targeting, for creating these meaningful interactions and personalizing the content for the consumers?
See, I think at the heart of collecting any data is how do you personalize experiences, and it starts with content. Because we see, dynamic content optimization today is a big lever which organizations are flirting with. You recently saw, it was only last year you saw Mondelez with their creative Cadbury ad, Cadbury celebrations, which talks directly to consumers with the purpose of selling the retailer in their neighborhood, right? So I think that's a great example of how you personalize communication to consumers, and The second bit is obviously when you are aware a little bit more about consumers, where they are from, their buying behaviors and their location especially, it also makes for a better media plan, a far more efficient media plan. I think these are the two benefits. And I think the last bit would be with e-commerce really making big waves. How do you make your content and media plans sweat harder? And what do I mean is, how do you get the consumer to journey across the funnel? While most of our ATL is top of the funnel, how do you then handhold consumer, get them engaged on your campaigns, and therefore on certain e-commerce platforms? If you have one, that's great. Then how do you get them engaged on those e-commerce platforms and then actually drive conversion? I think these are powerful tools, and if utilized well, if given the right assurance to consumers in terms of their data privacy, I think it definitely helps in driving conversions for any brand.
Thank you, Kapil. Mayank, what are your thoughts on this?
The first party data?
Yes, yes.
Honestly speaking, I think first party data as of now is unknown to many brands. Okay. If I say there's an evolved brand, definitely they are having a first party data, they are collecting it, they are connecting with their CRMs, they're collecting with the database, and hence they do the full loyalty and the full funnel marketing, replugging deck for the remarketing purpose, right? But for many of the brands, right, wherein I think they struggle as of now for get their own first party data collected properly. See, understand, it's important that how you collect the first party data and how you cohort it, right? So it's a user behavior, it's more personalized to you. Ultimately, you will have a cookie, you will have a first party data, but you don't know what he was supposed to do, what he was doing, when you are supposed to go back to him. So until unless you have this proper cohorting of the data, you cannot go back to the consumer with those right audiences. Hence, cohorting it properly and doing the right communications going back to him is very important. Coming back to first party again, thanks to e-commerce, I think many of the brands as of now, they land their entire digital traffic to e-commerce, right? And therein they lose that first party data. Again, coming DPA, once you say it's okay, a DPA where somebody has to opt in, then at the same time we talk about first party data and more personalization. So that means I think these are two contradictory statements. Why? Because we go more and more personalized. At the same time, we talk about more data privacy also. So it's a very thin line to be managed in between, but at the same time, first party data is king for sure. The earlier, the sooner the brands understand it, it's good for them. Otherwise, we'll land up just an awareness funnel, the lower funnel, the purchase or the loyalty will be on a toss. So it has to be taken more seriously with the brand. They have to understand what is first party data all about. More important, once they understand how to collect that data and preserve that data so that they can use that data at the right format with the right communication. I think that's more important.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayank. So I think Siddharth was really keen on answering this question we were discussing outside. What are your thoughts on this, Siddharth?
Firstly, let's break down how first party data looks like. So for me, as a travel operator comes from India, name, email ID, your contact number, and to a certain extent, the destination where you wish to travel to and where you're going to travel from. Use these 4 touch points, put it in your digital framework, leave aside the entire digital framework, just put it on GA4, Google Analytics 4, earlier Google 360. Run DV360 ads, run programmatic, then you see the magic happen, because you will find assistance at each and every touch point. You will be able to target your customer so precisely because you already know where he belongs to, what is their spending capacity, because the one email ID is synced to what they've bought in the last 60 days or so. If he's bought an iPhone, if he's bought Levi's denim jeans, you kind of figure out where they fall in the spending bucket. And then top it up with performance max campaigns, wherein you have customized and personalized communication going to that precise consumer, not pushing him. I would like to use a softer word, persuading him to, why don't you try this once? Why don't you speak to our expert? Would you like to not travel to Kashmir, maybe try a Bhutan or try a short trip to UK, a short haul or a long haul? So your upsell and your direct sell also comes into the picture. So I hope I do not confuse people, but yeah, first party is that significant in the future for marketers like us.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. So speaking along the lines of precision marketing, Nikhil, I'll start with you. So what do you think is the potential of precision marketing in creating hyper local campaigns wherein they're resonating with specific communities and regions within the country? And also, how can organizations leverage the location data in building these hyper local campaigns? What are your thoughts?
Sure. So see, today hyperlocalization and personalization is extremely easy, right? Because you have all the tools, resources available. There's cuts that you have available of data, which you can check via pin code, via a particular location, where a person is staying. All kinds of customization, localization is possible. I would actually like to highlight the issues that are not being addressed in this today. So, you have a digital performance team today who's working on the data part, but there is very few organizations who actually have a qualitative business layer on top of that. Today, you can get thousands of different kinds of cuts, but as long if you don't put a qualitative business layer on it of how to use that for your localization, it is going to fall flat. Right? It won't add value to it, right? Because so that's where the role, there are two very distinct roles which most organizations, barring say FMCG, BFSI, have not adopted. So there's a role for data scientist. Right? Today, a lot of us believe that if we know Excel, we are 50% data scientists. That's an extremely wrong way to look at it. We are underestimating the role of a data scientist here. So the kind of intelligence they bring in, that's not whole and soul. They need a business anchor to be able to make sense out of the data and how to use it. So I don't think there's a limitation of system technology. It's about how you marry the business side of it to be able to use that data to be able to target well. Everything else is available.
Thank you.
I think since he added FMCG, I think it is about, see, localization and personalization are they kind of go hand in hand, but not always related. And I think organizations can really use, and he's right, we do not, and in FMCG use first party data a lot, because, and why? Because our brands are mass brands. We want to talk to everyone. We don't want to really localize ourselves. But there are, like, for example, in the chocolate category, there are events like Halloween, for example. It's a very urban centric, metro only kind, and if we are doing something around that, localization becomes a big event. And today personalization can be perceived as creepy. So I think that's thin line there, and then therefore localization can be smartly done by planning media accordingly for specific occasions where you really want to drive that traffic. But personalization, I think, is a tightrope these days, and I think with the new bill coming in, people are only going to be more aware and therefore more alert, and as a result, a little less perceptive to personalized content, I think.
Thank you. So Siddharth wants to add something, please.
Just a small example on one localized targeting and personalized, a small case study within our organization. Pre-pandemic, Thomas Cook India and STC, the entire Fairfax group, our bread and butter was short haul and long haul, Dubai, Europe travel, because the ATVs are higher. Post-pandemic, the entire audience persona changed. We do not know what to do, what to target, where is our bread butter now. But the new audience behavior gave us such insights that at one point in time, we were focusing 70% targets on long haul, Europe, UK. Today, we have a 55% of share in the revenue from domestic travel. And the insight there is every potential traveler out there wants personalized telecallers to call them. They want to be a part of a video chat wherein somebody talks to them in Tamil, maybe a Kannada, and using regional targeted with regional language ads have worked wonders for me. My conversion rates have gone from about 12% just on regional to close to 23%.
Definitely, regional content is very important today to resonate with the customers. Shweta, yes, please.
I had a fab example of one of my favorite brands, and as a customer, I have this example of hyper personalization and hyper local campaigns. I think Zomato does a great job. They have the AI tools. They have the perfect way of targeting and personalizing it for each and every consumer. So hats off to the entire team of Zomato marketing team there. So as a consumer, I'm talking about zero party data here, not even first party, because I opt in on certain things. Like I have ordered something from Zomato, it's a salad. And next thing I know is when I open the Zomato app again, they're going to show me 5 radius of within 5 kilometer radius of restaurants that will give me a salad deal at a certain price points and an offer running there with a 40% off or a 60% off. So that is the kind of hyper localization we're talking about. And not even first party data, I'm talking about zero party data. Because I as a customer am going and signing in saying, this is my location, this is where I want my offers, this is my liking. And like for FMCG, I sit far behind because we still, refer to third party and slightly move to first party data, where we are trying to opt in and send communication out to the consumers basis their, basis what they opt in for the offers and stuff. But I think brands like these where, you sign in and they have all your information, that's where the fab job of hyper localization and personalization is happening. And I had to bring this to Zomato team there though.
Definitely. I think Zomato has some amazing prompts that they use. Definitely on, I just saw one on Valentine's Day and other festivals as well. They're just amazing. So Varna, you have anything to add on this?
Yeah, I think both terms are being used quite widely in terms of hyper local and personalization. I work with Amazon Mini TV, right? So in content, all of us are consumers there, right? I am Maharashtrian, so I may watch a Marathi film, but I prefer English shows, and I stay in Bangalore. So it's not going to be always easy for every signal to be personalized. So I think somewhere as marketers, when we do build campaigns, somewhere we don't, I think someone mentioned about the business part tying back to personalization. Unless that's done, it's still not going to help. So it's a tougher task, especially when you have data, to still make sense out of it for the right campaigns and train it again and again over a window of time.
Thank you, Suvarna. So we'll quickly move on to Kapil. So Kapil, today, especially post-pandemic or during the pandemic, we're seeing a significant change in terms of how consumers are now willing to share their information, their credentials, their personal information with the brands, so that they can receive an enhanced experience for themselves, right? So this concept is now termed as privacy as a service. What are your thoughts on this concept?
I think the consumer is more aware. The digital as a platform is quite penetrated now. 50% of India's population is on digital, and it's safe to say that consumers today want to engage with brands and therefore enjoy the entire consumption experience. All that said, with first party data available, brands are already trying to do that. Within FMCG, it becomes a little tough because the communication is more broad based, more generic, more mass appealing, and our ticket values are quite small. And as a result, for us, it makes far more sense to broad base. But especially in the service industry, in high involvement goods, consumer durables, definitely this helps. Consumers are willing to share that data when they know that it is in the right spirit, where they are going to get back a better experience, where the organization is going to use that data to tailor a certain experience for them. For example, Zomato, a very relevant example. You're okay to give your data to Zomato, right? Because you know they are going to really enhance your consumption experience when it comes to dining out, when it comes to ordering in, when it comes to managing your nutrition, etc. And as a result, and I read somewhere, one way that Zomato really engages you with the kind of content that it creates. And it creates that content because it understands people. It understands people because people consciously share data, and they share data because they trust. And I think that's the entire circle which really needs to come through for this, the entire term of privacy or the service, privacy as a service, the way you call it.
Thank you, Mayank. Your thoughts?
I think privacy as a service, I'll just tweak it more of like privacy is a right of a consumer, and I think it's a responsibility of a brand, right? Because whenever you're interacting with a consumer and he is willing to have a transaction with you and trying to know about your brand, right? At times, brands try to get the maximum opt-in possible. Okay. Fortunately or unfortunately, consumer will give you those opt-ins. Take. I don't have any other option to take out. The moment I say take out, no, you say, okay, start again. I can't go, right? But that's what it's something, it's being desperate, deliberate happening, right? Consumer doesn't know in terms of what is going to be used, how is data, that data is going to be used. So he takes that faith in the brand or in the transaction which he is doing, given that, okay, I am opting for it. Whatever is being given stays as a private, as a privacy itself, right? So that's goes more responsibility with the brand side. As you rightly said, like a Zomato, I mean, I say Zomato is a digital first brand. Similarly, the many brands like a Mama Earth or a Country Bean, these are born by digital. Hence, if you say that again, the first party data and the cohort and the privacy, they know your transaction and everything, and hence they use it. Somehow consumer is known to it. Now, given that banking, anybody calls you from a bank and they say, okay, because RBI and Amitabh Bachchan have give lot of things not to share a UPI and ATM pin, so anybody knows nahi dena. But what happened when somebody calls you and asks you for not the pin but something else? But they again tell you, sir, we are not going to use it. We are not going to record it. Why? Because that faith has to come. But it will take some time. Why? Because authorized authority should take it. It should be captured digitally and should be controlled digitally. That is more important because it stays within the IT environment. And that's what the auditors have to make sure that whatever APIs, whatever data is being written is being there, okay, taken to be erased within X amount of time, as the DPA Act says. Okay, if you have captured, if not opt in again, it should be out within a specific time of a 48 hours to a 6 month, depending upon the nature of business you have. So hence, I think that's more a consumer right, but a brand responsibility. Yeah.
Thank you. Very well said, Mayank. So Nikhil, what are some of the challenges or let's say pros that come along? Can you mention a few that come along with the concept of privacy as a service?
Sure. So see, privacy as a service, to my mind, it is basically us as brands and organizations acknowledging that data has value, and now we are willing to share it with you. Right. So till now, we always heard, right, that if something is free, you are the price. So today, consumers, as you rightly mentioned, are aware. So we have now agreed and acknowledged that we are going to share value with you. Now, what happens is when they share data, it helps us. So the positives are definitely that it helps us with entire bit of personalization that we spoke about. We are legally tick marked because they've opted in, essentially. They've given data themselves. They've shared their preferences, their needs, etc. So from a legal standpoint, you're covered. There is a proper value exchange that you're doing because you're collecting a certain amount of data and you're giving back in equal proportion. There is a lot of use of privacy enhancing technologies like anonymization, which come into play because of these kind of policies, because of privacy as a service. One thing, if you've noticed, a lot of younger brands are doing today, which is not mandated by law. But for instance, whenever you sign up or subscribe to something, it will say, we promise you only 1 email a day, or we promise no spam, right? These are kind of things which are not mandated by law, but they're doing it to build that long-term relationship with consumers. Because they've realized that people are a lot more aware and sensitive today in sharing data. So when you do these kind of little steps, these build in a lot of confidence in consumers. And it's not just about holding the letter of the law, it is about the spirit of the law, which you need to exhibit in your behavior as brands.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to add to that? Shweta, your thoughts?
I think very well said. It's about the value exchange that, you were taking the data, but what is the value that you're giving out to the customer, and the customer can opt out anytime when they feel that the value they're getting for the exchange of their data is not relevant. So at every interaction, every touch point, you have to give that choice to the consumer that here you can opt out, whether it's an emailer with an unsubscribe, whether it's a WhatsApp with an unsubscribe. So I think those are the little things as we marketer really have to make sure that at every point of time, the privacy control needs to be given to the customer. They should have the choice to step out if they don't wish to engage with your brand or with your content at any given point of time. So that's, I think, is the key for any brand to have to foster a long-term relationship with the consumers.
Right. Thank you, Shweta. So definitely the consumers should have the choice to opt out at any time. And speaking about that, Siddharth, I want to ask you, how can organizations balance between personalization and privacy to deliver tailored experiences without compromising the data that consumers are willingly sharing with the organizations?
There's actually a one-word answer to it: transparency, which we follow, which I think most of the MNCs today follow. If you are taking the responsibility of the customers, both PII, personally identifiable information, and sensitive data as well, in case you're collecting it, I think if you keep your policies transparent, if you keep your customer rather informed of what, where, and how your data is going to be used, I think that is the basis of a long-term relationship. If you follow that thumb rule, life is good.
Thank you. Suvarna, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I would just like to share an interesting article, one of which had come up in some B school case studies. So this is 2012, Florida. There was one of the retail chains actually over relied on data and personalization in a way where they predicted someone who was expecting and there was a due date, and accordingly started sending coupons by mail, physical email to that person. And her dad found out and he got angry and he basically immediately sued. Now imagine the situation, because the girl has not opted in to use this level of data. Obviously Target did not know, they noticed patterns. So um, the part about balancing comes also about ethical and being responsible with data, also to the level of encryption of data even once you collect it, because it shouldn't be easily accessible for every small task for everyone in the company. It should be at a need to know level for the right use case. So I think with the combination of those two, brands and services should be good at.
Right, definitely. I think ethics, we lead to ethics now. We are short on time. Kapil, can you quickly tell us, in case of any data breach, if an organization goes through such a challenging situation, because when it should be an obligation of organizations to respect the boundaries in order to build a trust between the consumer and the organization. In case of any such data breach, what should be the necessary steps that the organizations should start by taking, and how it should be followed?
I think the first step starts with being responsible about the data. Data breaches, it's a very tough question because, any responsible organization would not let a data breach happen. So I think, I think the buck stops there. And consumers are smart today. I think, Nikhil made a fantastic point that if something is for free, you are the product. As simple as that. And I think people are aware, people are smart when it comes to sharing their data, and organizations are equally smart when it comes to protecting it. And you just mentioned that the bill has a fine of 250 crores, right? If you do not manage data properly. Imagine the loss that will happen, because personalization tends to get creepy. That's a great example of how you kind of invade a consumer's life way too much, and it only will give further right to consumers to have stronger litigation against you. And then I think the cost there is endless then. I think and Johnson & Johnson is a prime example of how litigation costs someone. So I really don't want to get to that place.
Thank you,
paying
thank you.
around the 250
All
crores.
right, Mayank, we'll start with the closing remarks. We are very short on time now. We only have a minute. What would be your closing remarks?
I think we discussed this a lot, starting from the DPA part. I wish it just started the DPA was, and then this balance should have happened, because I think we are contradicting our own statements. But I think let's respect the consumer, his data, his privacy, and be more responsible for it. And trust me, the more relevant communication, more personalized communication in a right way being used, consumer is all yours, because he has opted for it. He is looking to talk to you. But at the same time, don't spam it. Otherwise, now the DPA Act is here. Fortunately, unfortunately, it will be a penalized for sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Nikhil, your closing remarks.
So I think the biggest thing is to be consumer centric and think long term. Don't think short term कि आज मैं इसको ये बेच दूंगा, ये हो जाएगा. Just think long term, build a long term relationship with consumers, and always remember that prevention is better than cure in this case, because the kind of repercussions that you have in by
250
breach,
crores.
it's probably better to be in the preventive stage.
Thank you. Shweta, your thoughts?
I think all of them have covered my pointers, but one thing very important that we didn't discuss was education for your employees. I think it needs to be at grassroots level for everyone, because at any point of time, every individual in your organization will come in touch with some data, customer data, and you all have to be responsible employees. So that education in your organization is very important. And in my past organization, we used to have assessments on privacy policies. So I think those are the steps that organization needs to take as the laws are becoming more stringent, so that every employee knows that this is a breach that I'm going to make. Otherwise, they'll be paying a hefty fine soon. Thanks.
Thank you, Siddharth.
Very quickly, one sentence. If you love your business and you want to safeguard your business, you safeguard your customers' data. That's all.
Thank you. Short and sweet. Very rightly said. So, Varna, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think while the fine is 250 crores, loss in customers' trust long term for a brand will be worse. So I think keeping that in mind, we need to do everything possible to comply with the regulations, and while in spirit implement everything needed to build customer trust.
I think the conversation about 250 crores is going to still continue after this panel. Well, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. We loved having you here. Thank you once again. Our time's up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. For also finishing on time with, with 6 panels becomes pretty difficult. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. And with that, we come to an end of the panel discussions for day 2 as well. We have one keynote address, a very special one before we begin with the awards ceremony. And while they clear that, then I shall introduce a speaker for the same. So the keynote address is on finding your niche, why marketing must speak business language. Marketing as a function has gained more significance in business building, especially in a digital and data-driven world, where consumer experience is a decisive battleground. Hello. Okay, sorry for that. Marketers must understand their role in working with all disciplines in a company to orchestrate company growth. And to speak on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. K.J. Java, Chairman and MD, Daikon India, and member of board, DIL Japan.
Namaskar and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know why I'm here. Anurag is a good friend and I can never say no to him. I must confess that I don't consider me as a marketing expert like him. For me, I understand simple theory that marketing is BUSINESS. And I think Bhuvnesh also knows that, I have managed businesses. I have not managed marketing. But yes, any talk that does not talk about business is not marketing. He and I think, have been in consumer durables for the last many, many decades. And for me, marketing is business and business is marketing. As in revenue growth, share of markets, I only understand margins. I understand pricing power, brand resilience, and repeat purchases, cost efficiencies, profits, and customer satisfaction. That is what is marketing. That is what I have learned and executed over the years. I hope that this esteemed audience will indulge me and give me a patient hearing that I have learned, and if I can share the many marketing practices which I have learned over 4 decades in white goods industry. Well, I have worked in US headquartered company, which is UTC, United Technologies Carrier. And then I also worked with Tata's, owned Voltas. I used to head Voltas. And then I worked with European companies, which is Uniflair, now Schneider. And now last 14 years, I have been working with Japanese, which is the world's biggest AC brand with about $31 billion company. And I was associated with them. I mean, when I started seeing this company, I've seen going from $6 billion to $31 billion company. And my own experience that, in every organization, one learns which part of business takes supremacy. Financial stability, market share, or product supremacy. Fortunately, my presence has coincided with growth and prosperity of the company which I worked for. Carrier became #1 company in 1991. Voltas became #1 company in 2001. And Daikin became #1 company in India this year with over $1 billion turnover. When I joined the company, it was about 292 crore company. I'm not a marketer, but let me tell you that, my experience that every organization has a different marketing approach as to how to solve customer's problem or get to the target audience. Every touch point is a customer and every stakeholder is a human first, be it channel partners, be it your partnership with the government or be it with the NGOs. My experience of over 43 years is that people do business with people, and human angle and relationships are the most important part of marketing. I've been seeing this, and we have been changing also with the time, embracing digitization, but we are not fighting with it. At Daikin, we have updated our channel marketing and service delivery processes through constant upgradation. We have close to about 5.5 million customers who are well connected through our air command centers and all. Our go-to-market strategy is very simple, actually meant going to the channel partners, understanding their pain and taking an honest and useful feedback. Our Gemba approach is basically Japanese philosophy: be at the place of action, observe employees, ask about their tasks, and identify productivity gains. We call it management by walking around in the plant or in the field, or always going close to the customer. Of course, I mean, all of you are wizards in your own field, but I think there is no substitute to people, processes, and product. Profit will follow, revenue will follow if we are all aligned as per our corporate policies. Perfect execution of imperfect marketing strategy yields great results. Even if the strategy is second class, if the execution is first class, that is what my focus has been, the focus on execution. Too much time into building strategies on marketing is sometimes detrimental to business, especially in dynamic and competitive market like India. We have seen that in Harley Davidson, we have seen that in Suzuki, and we have done that even in Daikin also. I can only share honestly my experience of Daikin India when I joined the company in 2010. I understood from day one that Japanese philosophy of product innovation had to be married with the core marketing principles. And I think we transformed the company from an engineering company to a marketing-driven enterprise. Harnessing the power of substantial data, Daikin aimed to secure the numero uno position in India by optimizing the following three aspects. Reputation, which was number one in Japan, number one in Europe, probably they were trying to become number one in Asia at that time. And the focus was quite clear that you can't be world's number one if you are not India's number one. So we nurtured that brand growth and we fostered business expansion. And the biggest gain which they got are from, I think that was enhancing distribution and clients connections, because again, going by people do business with people. If I'm here today, primarily because of Bhuvnesh or for Mr. Anurag Batra, because I firmly believe, for me, relationship is the most important thing in my life. I have more than 12,000 dealers, maybe 120,000 employees of theirs, and what over, I don't know, what over 80,000 employees, direct and indirect. We engaged in aggressive marketing campaigns that showcased our green innovation, technology leadership, winning the trust of customers through billboards across airports, campaign during all major festival seasons, and pan-India residential welfare branding. Our every marketing expenditure at Daikin was meticulously aligned with every significant business decision, again, keeping business in mind, spanning over a decade, leading us to evolve from a prominent brand to an outside dominant force. We did some eruption, we also showed some disruption, and now we are at an explosion stage. The transformation was achieved by seamlessly linking the right customers with appropriate products with affordable premium, all within the framework of business-focused marketing approach. Again, the power of personal relationship as a marketing tool and how it can establish a long-lasting bond. I belong to an era when relationship management had to be followed literally. And I have no reason to believe that this approach and its benefits have changed in the last 4 decades. I have been building relationship with my clients, with my staff, with my dealers, with my technicians, with my in-shop demonstrators. They are all at the end large family for me, my ex-colleagues, my friends, and all other stakeholders. Accessibility to stakeholders has been one of my marketing philosophy. I personally stood during COVID time next to every person possible to, during thick and thin, and provide them with assurances, guidance, comfort, security, and hope. This is marketing for me. Together, we have learned and unlearned many things as we travel through. Marketing is not always with money. I feel it can be delivered with personal efforts, and brands that understand and value of authentic relationship as the strongest marketing act will always solicit loyalty, support, honesty, emotions, and fellowship from its stakeholders. Every marketing expenditure at Daikin is meticulously aligned with every significant business spanning over a decade, leading us to evolve from a prominent brand to an outright dominant force. Well, this transformation was achieved by seamlessly linking the right customers with appropriate products, all within the framework of a business-focused marketing approach. Vital to establish alignment with key executives, starting with your leadership team, it is imperative to grasp the leadership vision and articulate how your strategy aligns with their core business objective. This alignment must permeate through the entire organization. All marketing actions must align corporate social responsibility, corporate affairs, product marketing, digital, regulatory framework. Anything spoken about the business is marketing, because market is business and business is marketing. If your team is not fully attuned to the business imperative, effective executions becomes a challenge. Thank you. This is what I had to say on marketing. Thank you.
Hello. I'm so sorry I took some time. I have to just limp off. I tried the best to reach the fastest I can. May I please request Mr. Bhuvanesh Khanna, CEO, Business World Communities and CEO, BW Hotelier, to please join us on stage and present a token of love and appreciation to Mr. Java. Please, gentlemen. Everybody for them once. Hello. 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 I'm just checking this. Can you? कैमरे वाले भी हैं सर, क्यों नहीं? He's right here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Khanna, as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from the compelling discussions that we witnessed today to the evening celebrations. Wow, मेरी आवाज भी कितनी अच्छी हो गई यार, एकदम से awards आते ही. I welcome all of you to the second edition of VW Marketing World's 40 Under 40. My name is Aditya Malik, and once again, it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you. Today, we gather here to celebrate and honor the marketing mavericks of India, the pioneers who have demonstrated exceptional commitment and dedication towards shaping the future of Indian marketing industry. Once again, I take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our digital transformation partner, HCL Software, our education partner, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad. Our associate partners, Star Sports Ad Solutions, Neil Patel Digital India. Our agency partners, Havas India. Strategic partners, MIQ. Our media partner, Mob Avenue. Our exhibiting partner, Power at Spy. Our data science partner, Chi-Square. Our news partner, Bharat 24, Dainik Bhaskar Group. Our growth partner, 299 Marketing and PTC Network. Our media barter partner, One Up Trade, India's most trusted barter company. Our social impact partner, MASH Project Foundation. Our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. Now, today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwmarketingworld.com. And I request all of you, please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BWMarketing40Under40. And before I invite Dr. Batra to officially open the award ceremony and talk about the process a little, you know, when all of you apply for, or you send in entries, and many of you send, I think we received some hundreds, and of course, Sir can give you the correct number. An entire jury sits through the process, and jury, of course, people who've been very, very, very senior in the industry, know very well versed with what all has happened, is happening, and will happen. तो जब आप जैसे stalwarts entries भेजते हैं, it becomes surely difficult for them to precisely choose as to who should win. Of course, all of you are winners if you've nominated yourself, but still, who should surely make it to the list? So to, of course, show you what the entire process looks like, can we first play the jury AV? Yep. Lots of suspense for it, huh?
It has been an amazing experience for me as a jury member for the BW Marketing World 40 Under 40. Two reasons, most apparent. One is to be on a panel of jury as illustrious as I was, itself for me was a great opportunity. And the second is to hear, see and experience what the 40 Under 40 have done so early in their career and the ambition and the passion they have for the journey ahead. So for me, it was a great experience of listening, learning, and getting inspired. And I congratulate all the winners for the amazing work that they have done. And of course, for those who couldn't make it to this list, remember, next year awaits you. Thank you so much.
It's been a great honor and a delight to be a jury member at Business World 40 Under 40 Marketing Awards 2023. And trust me, it's been a really, really tough fight that you've given to each other without even knowing. But a difficult decision for all of us to choose the best amongst the best lot. So congrats to all the winners. And one thing that stood out is your passion and dedication towards what you do every day. Please continue to do what you do the best, and that is marketing. Keep on creating new benchmarks. And even if the best of the best benchmark that has been created is by you, please break it and create a new one. That's a marketer's job. That's what we are here to do. Congrats to everyone. All the best.
It's been a great experience to meet and understand the vision of the marketing superstars of tomorrow. It's so very heartening to see the great work being done, which is redefining the way marketing is being understood today, and how the nuances are being kind of used and being deployed for business growth across categories. I'm sure I can say this on behalf of the jury that we really had a difficult time to find the top 40 amongst all, as each one of all deserve to be amongst the top 40. So my congratulations to all the winners, and may you rise and shine even more.
It's been a great experience to be a part of the jury at BW Marketing World 40 Under 40. As a part of the jury member, it's been a privilege to witness the power of strategic thinking and creativity that all the participants brought to the table. The participants have been architects of marketing interventions that got our attention and influenced our choices. It was truly remarkable to see how these marketing interventions were transformed into measurable and impactful business outcomes. I would like to congratulate all the winners and others who were part of this event, and wishing them all the best and good luck for the future endeavors. Also, I would like to thank Business World for organizing a platform such as this, which encourages and showcases the young talent in the marketing world that we have in the country. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the winners of the BW Marketing 40 Under 40. It was amazing to hear all of them talk about how they are bringing the power of the real and the virtual together through technology to make real connections with consumers and pushing the bar with their work. Their intelligence and connectivity with the consumers really shone through in the work that they're doing. Here's wishing all of them great success going ahead. Thank you very much.
One of the world's leading producer of optical fibers and network deployment, we actually make the internet happen and happen fast. Before this, I've had a chance to work on brands such as Quicker, Common Floor, WNS, Infosys, McKinsey, and Capital One. So I worked across India and the US for B2B and B2C brands. And I've also had a chance to be an operations leader and a business entrepreneur. So it was great fun to be at the BW 40 Under 40, looking at the new marketers that are coming up and changing the world. I had a great experience interacting with Charu, Jyoti, Rahul, and other leading marketers as my co-jury. And the approach that we followed of looking at people for their concepts and philosophies behind marketing, and also the good work that they have done, whether it is for B2C brands, in the hinterland like a Bhojpuri channel, or for B2B brands like, building a technology tool for the US in spaces of AI and supply chain and all the latest spaces. It was fabulous to see all the people, candidates like Abhilasha and, Jyoti and others. They've just blown our mind out. And I really, really feel that the future is bright with such leaders that are just reaching in 40. So congratulations to all the leaders and all the winners of the BW 40 under 40 marketing. I am so proud that I got a chance to interact with you. I look forward to meeting again. And thank you so much, BW, for making this happen. The business world is a better place because of you guys. Thank you.
I think once let's hear it for all the jury members and for the hard work that they've put in helping us arrive at this powerful list, which we shall announce in a while. But before that, to officially open the awards ceremony for this edition, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media.
Please give Mr. Malik a big round of applause. He's been hosting the event for 2 days. Give him a big round of applause. We may not have to pay his fee after the good quality applause you have done, but I hope you heard that, right? No, okay, jokes apart. Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. First of all, my congratulations to Mr. Java for striking such a note. And you stole my presentation, because I always say, when I was growing up, now that I've grown up, loss of hair is no guarantee for growing up. And some of my friends and colleagues ask me, when will you grow up? We figure it out. But I always say, when I was in the business school in MDI in '94, there used to be a magazine called A&M. Mr. Joshi would also have read that. I'm not giving away your age, Mr. Joshi. But its tagline was, marketing is business. Business is marketing. I think yesterday, one of the top 100 marketers said that the role of marketers is to create brand valuation, because that is what rubs off on businesses and then creates value in every part of the enterprise. So thank you for saying that. The second thing you said was relationships are everything. I keep saying, ya to sambandh hai, ya sab bandh hai. So I think it's a very profound statement, and I try and follow that in life. I just want to say that we don't run a 10 under 10, but soon. But someday that. There right now, Mr. Joshi, a lot of requests for 50 above 50, but we will consider that too. But coming back to BW Marketing World 40 under 40, as Mr. Java said, everything that we do is about people. So I want to start by acknowledging my colleagues who are here, who really put this. I've been outside doing things. Most of the day I wasn't here. I went for a holiday just before that, a spiritual journey. So really, I do want to acknowledge my colleagues. First of all, Mr. Hoshi Gaswala, who's our CEO for our custom business. Ms. Noor Fatima Marcia, who's our group editorial director, who's Mr. Chetan Mehra, who's curated the event. You can give them a round of applause. We'll come to, you have interacted with them. Ms. Shruti Arora, who's the business head for BW Marketing World. Yesterday in my speech, I missed some names, so I've written down today. Bani, who's worked in the audience, Ms. Aparna Sen Gupta, who's our Director Revenue, Mr. Rajiv Chauhan, Mr. Ravi Khatri, Prashant, who heads our events ops, Shivam, who's in Chetan's team, Akash in the audience team, Tarun, who's in the audience and activation team, Aditi, Deepshika, Ritika, a marketing head Tanvi, her team Shweta, Karthik, Salman, Ratnesh, Nandini, who's in charge of our hotel sourcing, Aman, who works with me, Sajad, CSR, Kiran, who's back in Bombay, who contributed to the event, Malik, these are people who are in the back end. I hope Hoshi gave me the list, so if I missed out someone, please, Harvinder, you're here, so I thank you for being here and being contributed to this. Now, I must tell you, my journey with media started long time back, but I used to, after MD, I used to work in a job. I worked for 5 years, and then my first brush with media was I was featured in a section. I don't know the name of the, but it was like young inspiring leader, something like that. Not sure that I qualified, but for a business editorial product, I qualified. There was no 40 under 40 when I was growing up, not that I've grown up. So today, when you are here, I must tell you, you saw the jury process, everything we do except two things, like our top 100 marketers list, we do through an editorial process. Noor runs it. And those of you who have been in marketing for a while, you know Noor and helped us build Exchange for Media, which is India's go-to platform for advertising, marketing, media. In business world, we're a B2C product, but we built many 24 communities, some of them leaders like our BW hotelier, Mr. Khanna was there, BW Legal World. So we are a CXO community. So the CMO community is very important. So in some way, uh, the recognition that we do under BW Marketing World 40 under 40 is a recognition of the contribution that the CMOs, brand leaders, brand managers, brand custodians do to building the business, as Mr. Java said. I also want to use this opportunity to say that when it comes to marketing, as he said, business is marketing, marketing is business. But I want to give you three key messages. I said yesterday that the biggest leap forward for CMOs is a leap to becoming CEOs. And that has started to happen. I can give you many examples from my friends. And whenever young CMOs come to me for advice, or if they're my friends, they're talking to me. Advice is a strong word, but they're discussing with me. And I tell them, if you want to be a CEO, take a revenue responsibility in your company. Start small, and that will be your path to becoming a CMO, CXO, CEO. Second is we are in the midst of a entrepreneurial revolution in India, and a lot of my CMO friends, I can give examples, but I don't want to, who have turned entrepreneurs, who built businesses. They were CMOs who became head of businesses, and they've raised a lot of money. More importantly, they've built businesses that have value. When you are inside an enterprise, you can still be very intrapreneurial. So today we recognize you as intrapreneurs too, who have contributed to the growth of their balance sheets through contribution to the businesses. Last but not the least, I always say that, and it is very important for me, though last night I slept a little late, but sleep is everything. We lost a friend of ours, Mr. Murthy, who built a fantastic company, but had a heart failure at 51. Sometimes in our work, we neglect our sleep. That's one. I can do a lot of things better, but I mostly sleep on time and sleep enough, which is 8-9 hours every night. So I think I do want to emphasize that every time I speak. Now, you are marketing geniuses. I also want to say, when we shortlisted a 79 people, I looked at the list. I looked at who were not shortlisted. I had a point of view on everything. And because I've been part of the Exchange for Media journey, I do have a locus standi. And then I looked at the list of people selected by the jury, the 40, and I looked at the 39 not selected. I was confused which was the list that was selected, because the 39 that haven't been selected, Chetan and Noor know, are as good. And I must tell you, we do our awards honestly. You don't have to reach out to us. It's through a jury process. Sometimes I'm part of it. Sometimes I'm not part of it. I just want to say, I want to give you an instance and I have some friends in those 39 who didn't make it. And they're very good. But awards process like ours is a very honest process. And it's close to perfect. Last year, a friend of mine's son, is large industrialist, applied for a 30 under 30. He was shortlisted, presented to the jury, but didn't win. And I wrote a long mail. I called Chetan to ask if he's won or not won. Chetan told me he's not won. So I wrote a long mail. The gist of it was that Sachin Tendulkar is a great batsman, possibly the greatest batsman and the greatest cricketer of all time. But some days he gets out on 0 or 10 or 20. He doesn't score a century. He didn't play well on that day. So some of you who didn't make it to the list, who are watching this podcast or will watch it later, that day you didn't play well, you can apply next year. That doesn't take away from the brilliance of what you do. Awards are naturally about elimination. So at that day, some jury member appreciated your work and batted for you to be in the list. That's how awards are done. When I'm speaking to 40 under 40 marketers, what do I want to say? First of all, marketing is all about purpose. It's about creating a pull. And again, these are yesterday a lot of top 100 marketers said things. I was taking notes on my phone. I can only say that you know all this, but sometimes in our jobs, uh, I'm sure you focus on this innovation and the 4 Ps. Some of that may be still true, but it is, marketing is a lot about knowing what the customer's latent needs are. It is our task to read the things that are not yet on the page. Who's my customer? Who's my competition? Why me? These are very basic. Creating brand awareness, creating brand affinity, uh, making sure you're in the brand consideration set, and how do you beware a temptation of doing too many things, being everything to everyone? And that creates, in my view, an identity crisis. Also, there is too much pressure on CMOs to be CTOs, to be CDOs, to be CFOs. You deal with money, you invest money. But the role of a CMO is to be the CMO. Because if you, yes, you can collaborate with them. And the other pressure on marketing these days is to showcase whether the marketing activity resulted in sales or not. Marketing's job is to create growth, but sales is a different job. So you have to, so should you be leading, should you be partnering, should you be following? All three. You have to partner internally, you have to collaborate internally. And as I said yesterday, India is making irreversible non-linear changes. Each change is acting as an input to the next, leading to innovation which is combined. And from online cash informal low productivity economy, we are becoming to an online cashless formal high productivity economy. So these are very exciting times for India. India will grow. You're in a very exciting domain. As my friend Mr. Karthi Martian said, I do recommend a book every time I speak. Ms. Nair is here. I keep gifting her books. Diwali, you must also gift me some more books, right? I just want to say that today, when you are being selected as 40 under 40, you have a responsibility of making sure that you stay on purpose, making sure that you create more leaders, you mentor more younger people, and make sure that you create more agile, humble, responsive, and inclusive leaders. As uh, as uh, as I always say, when you turn 40, I know some of you are not there close to 40, some of the winners, but some of the winners are very close to 40. Um, you should embrace the 3 Cs of not embracing them, but embracing the 3 Hs. For the 3 Cs that you must throw away and not embrace is comparison. Your business, your brand is unique. You are unique as a leader, as a professional. So don't compare yourself with someone's journey. Second is complaining. I think after COVID, if we are alive, we are doing well, that itself is a big thing. So we have nothing to complain. And third is criticize. Sometimes we criticize people, businesses, ideas, even without getting to know them fully. I always say, embrace the 3 Hs. First is hope. I always believe that tomorrow will be better than today while I enjoy the today. Second is humility. As you grow, some of you are already in very big jobs, leading very big brands. You have a huge influence. That influence gets multiplied and gets appreciated if you're humble. And you'll learn as a marketer, the biggest thing is to throw away your ego. I think I know enough marketers to be, because you get very pampered. I know this. I have lots and lots of CMO friends. And my last word is life is about trade-offs. So work hard. In 2023, the word hard work may not have too much meaning, but I still believe life is about where you put your focus, where you put your hard work. I just want to end by saying that these are the 3 books that I want to recommend. This is a book by a young Dutch philosopher called Utopia by Rutger Bergman. This is his first book, and it has lovely ideas. Then he wrote his second book, which is the book I read first. And basically, Mr. Java, I'm going to give this to you. I don't know when you'll get time to build businesses. You keep building new factories and past $1 billion. But it basically says human beings are very kind. And it does give you a lot of stories, empirical research. It's a beautiful book to read in a world where a lot of people believe people are evil, competition, people will claw, they'll get to the. You must read this book because I've met more kind people, while 99.99% in my life, than unkind people. And sometimes about circumstances, people are fundamentally kind. And the last book, which I recommended to Mr. Martian, I don't know if he's there, to Karthi, and he yesterday plugged that in his address, is a book called Life Force, which is about health tech and how you can benefit from it. Of course, Tony plugs all his investing companies in that, but it's still a fantastic read. I know marketers read a lot of books on businesses, but life is about inspiration. I'm sure when we chronicle the stories of all the winners, you'll be inspired by the cohort of 40 under 40. I want to end by saying and give you an example. My friend Mr. Raman Gupta was a winner. His first award in life was a Business World Award, 40 under 40. And he always tells me he cherishes that because he was coming up. I believe that the leaders that we've chosen today are on the cusp of discovering bigger roles, doing more impactful work, and meaningfully contributing to the purpose of being in their roles. So I wish you luck, and I hope we'll engage with you to be able to do good work in a collaborative manner and be able to mentor a new breed of marketeers who are not afraid to experiment and also innovate in a way that's not been done. Marketing is always about doing new things in a new way with little money. Frugal marketing is the order of the day, and more and more microscopic inquiry of what we spend on marketing is happening. So clearly, the way forward is doing frugal marketing and making sure that the consumers talk about your brands than you talking about brands. That is already happening in most product categories. More and more trends showcase the fact that brands that are loved by consumers, Mr. Joshi made a beautiful presentation yesterday, do well in terms of marketing share. And also, while his brand index had 5 top brands as technology brands, I must say, and I wrote this point space, the more the value of tech, the more technology grows in the world of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, the value of physical things face to face grows. So I'm sure next time you do a study, I'm sure some brands that embrace technology but are not technology brands also feature in your study, which is it's a pity that we gave you less time because it was just before the award. It was a beautiful presentation. I wish you luck in your journey, and I hope you applaud for all the winners that come on stage, because clapping is karmic and it is good for your health. So applaud louder when people come. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And now, before we start with the awards ceremony, I request all the winners to please step down from stage left, from the center, of course, and then move towards stage left after you receive the award for a picture for the magazine. And also, I request all the winners to please stay back in the end for a group picture as well. The group pictures for the Business World magazines, of course, and along with that, very importantly, they're also for our digital platforms like businessworld.in and bwmarketingworld.com. They really help you and promote yourselves as well. And now it's time to reveal the winners of the second edition of the BW Marketing World's 40 Under 40 2023. To felicitate the first set of winners, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media, Mr. KJ Java, Chairman and MD, Daikun Air Conditioning India Private Limited and member of board, DIL Japan. Joining them is Mr. Mohit Joshi, CEO, Hawas Media Network, India. And of course, please. And also joining them is Ms. Dipali Nair, Group CMO, CK Birla Group. Okay, so the first person to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 Under 40 this year is Aditya Basu, Director and Global Head, Strategy Advisor and Marketing, Tech Mahindra, XTS, One Group. Yeah, please give. Hello. Hello. Yes. Come on for Aditya, everybody. Namesake. The first one. Congratulations. Done with the picture, sir. Picture ho gaya. A few words from you. How do you feel?
Well, thank you, PW and this team jury. It feels absolutely overwhelming, humbling, and honored to be part of this list. As Dr. Anurag said, just not the 40 who have made this year, but all the participants, we all are winners here. Moments like this are moments where we really appreciate and validate who we are and where we come from. And this award is not about me. It's about parents, my friends, my mentors, my clients, the organizations I have worked with to really make me believe who I am, dare to achieve, and then obviously giving back to the society, right? So just some parting words here. Community like this gives us the responsibility for really build for the future. Some experts have really done that for us, and emerging business leaders like us should really inspire the next generation and add to the community. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. And the next person to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 for this year is Akanksha Bhel, Marketing Manager, PepsiCo India Holdings Private Limited. For Akanksha, everybody, please.
Thank you. It's a great honor. It's an acknowledgement of all the work that marketers like us have done over the last few years. I would like to thank PepsiCo for sure for nurturing a marketer like me. And to all the mentors, to all my marketing mentors, I think this is just the start. There's so much to do, there's so much to learn, and so much to get to being inspired and inspiring other people. I've actually taken copious notes of what Anurag Batra just said. I hope to continue building brand purpose. I hope I'll find more time to mentor young breed, and I hope to stay humble. Thank you.
Congratulations. And the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Ankita Chaudhary, Chief Operating Officer, Pavagami. For Ankita, everybody.
Uh, Thank you, BW Marketing, for this award. This award is not just a recognition of my accomplishment, but yes, it is a celebration of the bond that we have forged, the learning we have learned, and the moment we have created. So, Pavagami's team, this is for you guys. So, Gunjan, Karan, so this is for you. And uh, thank you, Ankit, my husband, who is always supporting me a lot. जब हम लोग 11 बजे घर जाते हैं 1 बजे घर जाते हैं तो वो डिनर बना करके रेडी रखते हैं सो आई थिंक दिस इज द सपोर्ट हम लोग जैसे लोगों को चाहिए कपिल सर हु इज माय मेंटोर एंड थैंक यू कपिल सर कि आज ये प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है थैंक यू देवित सर फॉर अनवेवरिंग बिलीव इन मी and thank you Pavagamis and for building me such a great you can say the person the human and what I said thank you so much
Congratulations. You know, I love this entire 1 minute speech. सबको मजा वो husband cooking पे ही आया.
I don't know if you filled the form. There was a set. Every winner, the team members get a 50% hike if they win. So your team is getting a 50% hike, right?
But congratulations to you and to your husband and your team as well. Of course. The next winner to join the list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Aparna Krishnamurthy, Senior Manager and Head of Marketing India Region, Akamai Technologies.
I think first off, thank you Business World for creating this platform, for tracking all the marketing innovations that are happening in the industry. And this just feels like a great platform to share that and to meet with peers and other marketing minds in the industry. Second, I would like to thank all the organizations and all the marketing mentors that I've had along the journey. I stand on the shoulder of giants, as they say. So I'm here only because of all the mentoring, coaching, and the opportunities I've got along the way. And third, like Mr. Anurag, sorry, like Mr. Anurag said before, home is definitely number one. My husband is supremely, I'm missing him here, honestly. He's a super supporter, just like the previous winner. Without his support, I wouldn't be here. Also to parents and other members of my family, I think behind every woman leader, there's a whole bunch of people behind us who are really helping us and supporting us to be here. And my son, by the way, is managing my 5-year-old as well. So thank you again to all the people who have made this success possible. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. So, Dr. Bhatter, we should do a 40 under 40 supporting husband and wives as well. Yeah. And sir, मैं तो देखो पक्का नहीं हूँ, उस समय तो शादी नहीं हुई, आप भी उसमें से लग रहा नहीं हो. But of course not. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Arnav Sharma, Global Head, Brand Marketing, Tech Mahindra.
It's a great honor to be here. I think so. I need to start by thanking my wife, of course.
right? She's been an amazing support. In fact, I wasn't here. She pushed me to come. I was traveling and she pushed me to come here and take this award. So, starting with my wife, thanks to the Business World marketing team. I think, it's a great platform. Dr. Rag, thank you so much for setting up this platform. To the esteemed jury members, for your time and effort, and adding so much of gravitas to the, to the entire selection process. I said this before as well, our careers are like a journey, and, stops like these really get you motivated, get you pumped up for the road ahead. To the Tech Mahindra leadership team, they have been amazingly supportive, given us freedom to be creative, to do more. And I think my marketing team, of course, I think it's because of my marketing team that I stand here. So thank you guys. Congratulations to all the winners here. It's amazing to be part of such a wonderfully talented cohort. I look forward to catching up with you in the evening. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Arnav. Thank you so much, Mohit ji and Dipali ji. Thank you so much for helping us, everybody. I mean, both of you with your words. Thank you. I love how they're continuously on and then. Sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियां डॉक्टर बजा दो ऐसी. You know why? I think, you know what? May I please request Mr. Ved Shukla, advisor, BW Retail World, to join us on stage and help us present awards to next set of winners. Ved, sir. Once for Ved, everybody. Moving ahead, the next person to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Deepak Tolani, General Manager, Reliance Retail Limited.
Thank you, Business World. I just wanted to say one thing. Right from as a marketer, I started my journey by reading the White Book of Marketing.
He's there.
Thanks for getting that edition year on year. It's a great book. I think shout out to that. And from reading that book as a student to being over here today, it feels really great. So thank you. I want to also talk about our partners. As marketers, we often forget our agencies who actually get the campaign done. So I would like to thank all my agency partners till now. Havis Media, Mohit, thank you. You've been really great. Then Pivot Roots, Initiative, Mindshare, Divio, all the agency partners who have helped us in our campaigns. Thank you. It's because of you and also the publishers who help us with all the innovations. Thank you for being there and helping us marketers do the great things that we are doing right now. I also like to thank my wife, my parents, who without their support, this would have not happened. Thank you for being there while we are not coming to home sometimes and still not saying anything and just telling, keep going at it. I think without our family support, we would not be over here as marketers. So thank you, family, for being there. And thanks to the jury for taking out time and helping us, get recognized for the work that we do. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Deepak told me to make 3 announcements. The agency partners fees are 25% from now on. Second, the bar is not yet open. And then a 30% discount for all winners of 40 under 40 at Reliance Retail. I'm making it so that you're not held to it.
Congratulations. Also winners,
All
a
the winners
reminder-
are free to send hampers to all the other winners of their products and services. We'll only encourage that.
Winners, a reminder, once you receive the award, please, after you step down, stage left, a group picture, a picture, and also step back in the end for a group picture for the magazine and also for our digital platforms like businessworld.in and marketingworld.com as well. That's pwmarketingworld.com. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Deepinder Singh, VP Marketing, Pristine Care. Once for Deepinder, everybody for all the hard work that he puts in along with his team.
Firstly, thank you, BW Word, for recognizing the work that I've done. And along the way, it's a journey, and everyone who's been a part of this journey, be it the founders of the companies, be it my team, be it the guys on the business side who are supporting us, it's been, and specifically my wife and mothers who've been supportive enough that, it's okay to be late. It's okay not to be home at a certain time. So my father passed away when I was 3. So mother has always been supportive. Wife has always been supportive, and so has my pet. It doesn't matter when I come; he's always there to welcome me. And as Sir just had mentioned, that it's not just an award; it's a responsibility to pass on the baton to the future, and I hope I can pass it on. I hope I can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepinder, to you, your wife, and your family back home, professional and personal. Thank you so much, Ved San, Dipali ma'am. Thank you for helping us with the awards. Thank you once for them, everybody. May I please request Rohel Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World, to join us on stage and help us present awards and extra winners. So, moving ahead, the next person to join the list of powerful BW marketeers this year, 40 under 40, is Neha Beriwal, Chief Marketing Officer, Vadam, India. Ahoy, everybody, for Sneha, please.
Good evening, everyone. This award has a bit of a dichotomy built in, right? It's business world. So it actually makes you feel like, oh, you've killed it. And then you remember it's 40 under 40. So you still just hit midlife and there's a long way to go, right? But I think getting this from such a prestigious name is extremely humbling. This is one of those few moments where you just pause and think that, while you were living your own journey, suddenly so many people sort of started getting behind you, started cheering for you, started supporting you. A jury that saw your journey, right, and felt that it was worth something. So I think I want to take this moment to really feel a lot of gratitude for where I am today. And I think it just makes me so much more hungry to keep going and keep doing the best I can. And like Dr. Batra said, right, stay humble, keep on purpose, and keep training the next generation. So thanks a lot.
Thank you and congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is the Single Chief Marketing Officer, Vega. Please, everybody.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, it's of course an absolute honor. Thank you, Dr. Batra. I think it feels, the first question I asked him when I saw him in the aisle today standing, I said, how do you manage to do so much? And I think it's a lot to sort of learn, understand, take, converse, discuss, connect, and really see to be able to build, platforms as big as these, right? Of course, we as marketers, starting from the humble journey of a brand manager to then moving up the ladder, the trajectory is very, very different, right? It is actually these events, these platforms, these IPs, which is what creates, a certain brand perception, value, and, everything else in the market, what you stand for. So I think, first of all, I'd like to thank you for such an amazing platform. While I've been part of a lot of jury, I've been part of a lot of events and forums as jury, like 30 under 30 last week for real-time programmatic awards. And today to be at this side of the table is fantastic, I must say, because, at any point of time, no matter how big you become, what your title is, how many years you've served, always challenging yourself and being in that, moment or a stage of something as short as an elevator pitch is amazing, right? That's when I think you feel that you have to be competitive enough all the time when you are as part of, your career, as part of the organizations you are in. It is absolutely thrilling and amazing. And of course, I'd like to, extend thanks and heartfelt gratitude to my teams, the agency partners, of course, the mentors who've helped me come to this journey and the stage where I am today. Of course, my family support is the biggest. And it's very, very special, this award, because it's just in time, right? 40 under 40. So I don't know for how many of you it feels like that. Does make me feel old as well, but thank you so much. I think it is a start of the new journey for me as a professional. And now I start looking for the next 40 years. Thank you so much once again. Yeah.
Congratulations and all the very best. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Gargi Bhatt, Vice President, Marketing India First Life. Gargi, everybody.
Okay, so as marketeers, we are supposed to have the gift of the gab, but suddenly today I am at loss of words. So I'm overwhelmed to say the least. Thank you so much, Anurag, and thank you so much, Java sir, for giving this opportunity to me, and thank you, Business World. I just want to say one thing that, marketing as a function is, I think, one of the most collaborative functions ever. We, as a function, we need to work together with a lot of different types of functions. And I think that's where our strength lies. And like you rightly said, it's all about working with people. And to grow in marketing also, I think you need that support. So all through my journey, my mentors, my bosses, my team members, and of course my family have played a huge role. I would also like to mention, while we are talking about our partners and our parents, I just want to specially mention one thing. In the past 5 years, if there is one person who's played a huge role and changed my perspective about everything, including work, including how to even see the next gen customer, it's my daughter. So I actually want to say that, she has brought in this world of change in me. And I think I have stepped up in my career as well as my personal life because she has given me the courage to do so. So yeah, thanks to her. And yeah, thank you so much again for the opportunity.
Thank you and
I just want to say,
congratulations.
first of all, this single, Iti, 40 is the new 30. Okay. I mean, we coined it for our age. I won't tell you what my age or Mr. Java's age is. Second thing is, I genuinely yesterday, Dipali made this appeal and then she said to me privately, one, she's looking for a CMO and she's looking for 2 team members. And she said, I'd prefer women who took a break because they had a baby and they want to come back. So on behalf of Dipali, I'd like to make that pass it on to your friends. Dipali, who's the group CMO at the CK Birla Group, is looking for a CMO and is looking for 2 marketing leaders below that, and preferably women. She's biased who want to come back to work after they've had a baby or for whatever reason they took a break. So I just wanted to plug that. I hope I get my check after this.
Congratulations to you, Gargi. And thank you, Dr. Batra, for doing that. For echoing that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Java and Rohil, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants for them. May I please request Hoshi Gaswala, CEO of PW Engage, and Anand Parashar, DGM, Dainik Bhaskar, to please join us on stage and help us present our awards and extra winners. Aye. पोडियम पे रहने की सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि आपको दिखता है कि कौन ताली बजा रहा है और कौन नहीं. Just saying. Just saying. Thank you for getting the cue. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Gaurav Chopra, Deputy General Manager, Marketing and Communications, D.V. Shankar. Gaurav, everybody. Please a big round of applause. Thoda aur josh and love. Come on, yaar.
Good evening, everyone. I'm honored to receive this award. And first of all, thank you to BW and also to the jury members for selecting me into this impaneled elite list of 40 under 40. Most important mention to my company, DB Shankar, and my mentors for their unwavering support and guidance and for implementing innovative marketing strategies all across. I've been into the marketing field since spending my entire career into it. And at the end, the spinal cord support is my family, my beautiful wife, and my twin daughters. Thank you very much, BW. Once again, thank you.
Congratulations, Gaurav.
BW, and some people say BW World, and I must tell you, I acquired Business World 9.5 years back, and I was at a social gathering, and I met a lady, and she said to me, "What do you do?" I said, "I'm at BW." "Oh, you're at BW. I come to BW very often." So I said, "I'm mostly in the office, but I've never seen you." I mean, I didn't tell him that, who I am and her. And then I said, "But I've never seen you." But she said, "I've also never seen you." So I inquired. I said, "But where is our office? Have you been to our office?" "Yeah, it's in New Friends Colony, BW, Black and White, the nightclub." So we are BW Business World. And we are BW. This is a real story. I'm not making this up. My colleague, somehow, Rohel knows it. And I think I've told it to Noor. So it's BW Business World. BW is also good. But sometimes BW, I mean, those who from Delhi know the nightclub in Friends Colony, Black and White, right? Clearly, Dipali, I wasn't there. So, you know, so it's BW Business World. I just wanted to use this opportunity. With some people say B World, you know. So I just want to kind of, it is a brand close to my heart. I read it for 22 years before I acquired it. So, you know, I do want to get this right. That is BW Business World. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Gaurav. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for that story. The next person to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Jeet Gupta, VP Marketing, Z Enterprise Limited. Jeet, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. It's a privilege to share stage with the best marketing minds of India. This is an absolute honor. I would just like to say that, you know, Z Biscope started off its award journey with 2 goals at E4M's Indian Content Marketing Awards. And that journey led to, I mean, in the last financial year, we've won over 200 marketing awards. And our hope is that this journey goes onwards and upwards. Thank you so much, Business World, for this opportunity. This is a great platform, and this is a great honor. Thank you, Dr. Batra. You've been doing such a wonderful job recognizing talents across through multiple initiatives. And definitely a big thank you to my team at Z Biscope, especially Amar and Samrat. And like everyone said, to the family, my parents and my wife. Thank you, everyone. This is lovely. Power to Bhojpuri, power to Z Biscope. Aatho Pehriya, Luta Laheriya.
I love the promotion also, sir. Congratulations to you. Okay, quickly moving on. The next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Kapil Bora, Marketing Manager, Mars Wrigley.
Okay, so I haven't read Business World for 22 years, like Mr. Batra, but I think it's a privilege standing here. It's an honor because it's a magazine that I grew up reading as an aspiring MBA student. And I would like to start by thanking my wife, Gauri. I think she's been my rock of Gibraltar, and not to mention my parents, all the leaders, mentors, my team at Mars Wrigley. And I think it gives me immense joy, immense pleasure to be part of this elite group, and it only inspires me to go to greater heights. So thank you for everything. Thank you.
Congratulations. There's another please note added for all the winners. We request you to try and keep your winning thank you speech to 30 seconds. We want everyone to get their share of celebrations. Yeah. Moving ahead. The next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is
Karthik Hariharan, Senior Vice President, Axio. Everybody for Karthik.
First off, I'd like to congratulate everybody, my fellow winners. I'm so honored and I'm so happy to be here. I'd like to thank my wife. I mean, everybody's done that. And I think it's due diligence that I do this as well. She's a fellow marketer. I hope to see her on the stage sometime soon. And my kids as well. Hopefully they become marketeers too. I'm assuming they're watching this show. Before I sign off, I'd like to say one of the things that possibly got me here was some time ago I met, actually, I don't know if he remembers, but I met Mr. Batra in Bangalore in one of the CMO conferences. And he made like a great speech. And one of the key points that he made was, you don't need to use PowerPoint. If you use PowerPoint, you either don't have power and you don't have a point to make. So ever since I delegated PowerPoint presentations, I think I've reached here. So thank you for that.
Congratulations. You know, Karthik, I love the bit you mentioned. I'd like to thank my wife because everybody also said so. But congratulations to you and to ma'am as well. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Karthik Gangwani, Head Marketing Services, the GOBP, Reliance BP Mobility Limited. So Karthik, everybody, let's please show him our love.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noor. Thank you, Chetan, entire team for last 2 days. I think it has been a very, very well organized conference. I have done so many conferences and I can say that the rigor, the hard work which has gone through organizing this would be immense. And hats off to you guys for making this. Really happy that some of my mentors were there yesterday receiving the award. I was with them yesterday and really happy that I'm receiving this today. I would like to thank a lot of people, but I'll not take names, but all my organizations whom I've worked for, all the agency partners, because the final product is critical. And as a marketer, you will empathize that there are a lot of players and a lot of things which go into make that final product. My family, obviously, my parents who have been a constant support, and my wife who has been a constant cheerleader for me. I know that you guys are seeing, and thanks a lot for making this possible. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Karthik. All the very best. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Bandar Bharat Patil, Head Brand and Product Marketing, Tata Business Hub. Welcome everybody, please.
So thank you, BW and everyone, jury as well. I wanted to thank my wife, so I've got her here. It's a birthday today, so what a day to get this award. And so Mansi and Nirvi, if you could just come for 2 minutes. My daughter, who is just asking me for last 1 hour, are you really going to get an award? So please. So marketing is a very, closely knitted community. Really tough questions to answer. Why do you shoot over weekends? Why do artwork release at 2 a.m.? So, so many iterations happening over midnight. So a lot of energy that goes in, and this award is to them who have been very supportive.
For them, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
What's your name? Congratulations. You can all hold it. You can hold it.
Yeah, another picture. We can do that.
Give
Sir,
them a big round of applause, yeah.
sir, thoda certificate. I mean, let's also get a limelight, no? No, no.
All the best.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Anandji and Hoshichi, for helping us with the awards. Once for them, please, for the lovely gentlemen. For a next set of winners, may I please request the presence of Noor Fatima Varsia, CEO, BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World, Karthi Marshan, a jury member, and Bhim Negiji, National Head Revenue, Bharat 24, to please join us on stage. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Mayank Prabhakar, Head of Digital GM Marketing, Vivo India. Mayank, everybody, please.
Thank you. Thanks all of you. Honestly speaking, it's a great honor. Thanks to Dr. Batra, thanks to Business World specifically to bringing this award, this ceremony. Honestly speaking, I have been following it for long, at that side, clapping for long years. Wish I could be here once. So thanks a lot, and feel really proud about myself, for the team, for the mentors, for the family who have made me a person who can come here, stand here, talk in front of you, and receive the award on behalf of all. Thank you always. Thanks.
Congratulations, Mayank. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Mayank Raizada, General Manager, Brand Marketing Trucks, Tata Motors Limited. एक बार मयंक के लिए जोरदार तालियां for all the hard work.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a privilege to be here, being recognized. The journey has been long. I would like to thank, first of all, my beautiful wife who is present here with me. My father, who is also present here. He has been an inspiration for me. I would like to thank all my mentors who have guided me across my professional journey and my organization to have given me the opportunity to develop and to do things independently with responsibility and accountability because of which I am here. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations to you, Mayank, and to ma'am as well.
Women who are winning, husbands can also be beautiful. So you can acknowledge your husband beautiful, both outer beauty and inner beauty. Okay.
Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Nikhil Davda, Senior General Manager, Mahindra Life Spaces.
Thank you so much. Like Mr. Batra had mentioned, I'm one of those just shy of turning 40. So it's quite eventful for me. I'm torn between celebrating this milestone and stocking up on anti-aging creams. Uh, but jokes aside, these kind of milestones are not solitary endeavors. These are something that a lot of people in the background, obviously, organizations and individuals, without their support, we can't do this. Talking about success, one person, one of my favorite cricketers comes to my mind, Rahul Dravid. He had once said that, he's played 604 matches for India. Sorry, he's went out to bat 604 times, out of which 410 times he didn't even cross the score of 50. So that's a staggering failure rate for Rahul Dravid of 67%. So if Rahul Dravid, one of the best batsmen for us, has a success rate of 33%, we are nowhere close. So I am taking this honor for all my collective failures over the last 17 years, more than my successes. And to all my fellow winners, may joy and well-being always be with you. Thank you so much once again.
Congratulations, Nikhil. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Anupam Tripathi, Media Lead, Lenskart.
Thank you, guys. So now that it's trending, I'll start by thanking my wife, Preeti. So check, that's done. As one of my fellow colleagues said, that marketing is the most collaborative departments or teams. Often we, coming at this stage and getting awards, be it on the agency side or the brand side or creative or whatsoever. But the distribution of credit is not that fair often. So I'll take this opportunity and this stage to thank all the agency partners, not only the planners and buyers, but even the guy who's sitting late in the night and doing ad ops. And of course, thanks to Lenskart. And thanks again, Preeti, my wife, not forced. Thank you.
Sir, I love on both the times you mentioned wife and looked at me. But congratulations to ma'am and to you and your hard work as well. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Pardeep Kaur, AVP Marketing, Sony Pictures Network. Everybody for Parneet, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm absolutely overwhelmed. And as per the brief, I'll keep it brief. Thank you, everyone who's joined me in this journey. Thank you, everyone who believed in me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next winner is on the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Priya Chandani, AVP Brand and Marketing Communications, Future Generali India Insurance Company Limited. Priya, everybody, please.
Suddenly inching towards 40 doesn't look that bad. Thank you, Business World Marketing. Thank you, the jury members, for thinking that I'm deserving of this award. But most importantly, I'd like to thank my mentor and my boss, Ruchika Verma. I'd like to thank my company, Future Generali, and my team. You know, insurance marketing is usually driven on fear, and therefore it becomes very boring. I'm super proud of the work that I've done for my company, right from talking about mental health initiatives, including the LGBTQ community in our products. Sir mentioned about being purpose-driven, right? So I'm very, very happy and proud to be working for a company who's, you know, objective or is a purpose-driven brand. Lastly, you know, like Seth Godin once said that marketing is not about selling products anymore. It's about the stories you tell. And I hope everyone over here continues to tell the stories. And congratulations to all the winners over here. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. With that, thank you so much. Noor, everybody once for as well. This is her baby, so to say, along with, of course, others as well. Iba Noor ke liye zordar taaliyan. Also for doing this, Noor. Thank you. And may I please request Ashish Birki, founder and CEO, MASH Foundation, to please join us on stage. Sir, aap ho, sir. Okay, moving ahead. The next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Priyanka Arora, Assistant Vice President, Max Life Insurance. Priyanka, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Business World. It really is an honor to be considered for this prestigious award. I'm sure the process has been very rigorous, as we all saw. It's been a tough time for the jury, and I really feel humbled to be part of sharing this award and the stage with all of you here. I think every woman is a fighter at home as well as at office. And what puts me apart is the belief to dream big and never settle for the ordinary. And as a result, what comes in the ace is the extraordinary, which is this. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, Priyanka. Team, sir, I'm sorry for that short break that you went for. Please, once again for Bhim, sir, everybody. He had an important call to attend. That's how I will try and lie and make up for this. So it's back. Moving ahead. The next winner on the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 is Priyank Pant, VP and Head Brand Marketing, PaisaBazaar.com. Poem everybody for Priyank, please.
Well, I won't take much time here. I'll go with the brief of 30 seconds. I just want to thank everyone. Well, I thank them every day, which is my family, my wife, for whatever I'm here. And this is, this is quite overwhelming for me. I'm happy about one thing here. The last three, Priya, Priyanka, now Priyank, we all are from the fintech world, and so I think the financial space is in the right hands. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Karthi sir. Thank you. Everybody once for him, please. Thank you so much, Bhim sir. Everybody once for him, please. May I please request Mr. Harbinder Narula, the CEO of PW Healthcare World, to please join us on stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. The next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Sachin Saxena, Vice President, Marketing and Founding Team Member, Invoke Analytics Private Limited. For Sachin, everybody. I absolutely love how my entire column here doesn't really want to help us.
Hi, I really want to start to thank you, BW Marketing, and the entire jury group and the entire team to organize this wonderful event. And thanks to Anurag, sir, like I got a 30 under 30 award like 2 months back from him. And now I am here like 40 under 40 with the age of 30. So definitely the journey started like 8-9 years back with just in a basement to build out, like really think about the company when we didn't know even the edge of healthcare. And we build out like the fastest unicorn from India to the globe in the healthcare space. And building out like the entire marketing vertical across the globe, not just in India. I really want to thanks to my parents. They are here, and like more than me, they are waiting for this award. So like I won multiple awards in multiple forums, but this award is always special. Really allow to have the family along with the like the person who is winning this award. Thanks a lot coming here, and I'm not married yet. I'm going to marry this year. So definitely, like I want to thanks to my fiance. Like she's not here right now. She's in Mumbai. Thank you.
Sachin wants to thank his fiance. She's not here. She's in Mumbai. But also congratulations, Sachin, to you and all the very best for your journey ahead, personal and professional. Winners, please don't forget, stage left after receiving your picture. That's, niche wahan pe. The next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Sana Macha Marketing Head, Boston Lom, India.
Good evening, everyone. So I think, we marketers, we build brands, but I think what's also important is building your own personal brand. And this definitely is big when you consider that. So thank you, Business World team, for this honor and recognition. And thank you, jury members. I would also like to thank Team Boston Lom, and starting with our MD, my boss, Mr. Sanjay Bhutani, who made me, I think, one of the younger CMOs. And also our agency partners, Connect, with whom we are creating some really amazing campaigns, my marketing team. And also I would like to thank my family, so my wife, my parents, my wife's parents, and also my 2-year-old daughter, who's always so curious that she's a source of inspiration for me. So thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. I love how with every award you're getting into the family trees as well. But अच्छी बात है ना, more the merrier. The next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Charlene Khanna, CMO, Provi Foods Private Limited. Time, everybody, please.
Good evening. I'd like to thank Business World team and the jury for providing this platform that truly celebrates efforts done towards developing innovation and excellence in the marketing industry. A true privilege to be on the 40/40 list. Very excited to see the kind of boundaries that we'll push going forward. And I thank them in every opportunity, but I'd like to take this opportunity to give a shout out to the home team, the Provi team, and all the mentors out there. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for helping us with the awards. Thank you. Everybody once for them, please. Yeah. Moving ahead, may I please request Saurav Patra, co-founder, Powered by AI-based ad intelligence, to join us on stage. And along with him also, Tanvi Ahuja, Vice President, Marketing, BW Business World. Please. The next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Shweta Kumar, Head Marketing, Crazy Owl. For Shweta, please, everybody.
Very good evening to everyone here. I'm truly honored, loss of word as well, truly honored, humbled, and overwhelmed with this award. It's like a dream come true. So I feel like giving my award speech right now. But thank you so much, Dr. Anurag, Business World entire team, the jury who thought I was deserving for this. And thank you for bringing all the marketing minds in one room where we all can share our learnings and learn from each other. So thank you so much. I share this award with all my team members, my mentor, all the agencies that I've worked with for 2 decades. It wouldn't have been possible. All the learnings would have not been there without them. And of course, my family, my parents, my dashing husband over there, my 2 children who've always been my cheerleader. As I leave the stage, I promise to be more humble, and this only motivates me to create more campaigns which are impactful and purpose driven. So thank you so much, sir, taking out a lot of learnings from here. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am, and to your dashing husband as well. Where is sir? Oh, she's making the video, of course. Congratulations. Moving ahead. The next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Siddharth Kadri, GM, Group Digital Marketing, Thomas Cook India Limited.
I won't take much time. Firstly, thank you, Business World, to give me this opportunity. I would like to thank my team back in Mumbai, who's still working on a campaign for mine and the organization's benefit. I would like to dedicate this award to Amma and Appa, because as Sir said, that humility is everything. Coming from a say government family, Appa was in the Indian Army, and mom, a government school principal. They've taught me 2 things: remember and promise. I would like to share that with you guys. Remember is never forget that you've started from nothing, and promise yourself that you will stop for nothing. Thanks again. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you, Siddharth. All the very best. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Shravani Babu, category lead, Quaker at PepsiCo India Limited, PepsiCo.
you. Thank you all. It's like I'm literally forgetting everything the moment I'm here. Thanks a lot. This is an overwhelming moment, definitely. Firstly, thank you, Business World Marketing, um, and the juries who actually believed in the candidature which we've submitted. Secondly, thanks a lot for my entire family. They're here, my husband Tulsi, my son, my mom, and my dad. I'd request all four of them to join one stand if possible so that everyone can, yeah. And my mom, yeah. Of course, like there's a family, there is always a family in every organization that I've worked. Thanks a lot to all my team members and the partners who've collaborated with me in creating a lot of campaigns, a lot of works, business and otherwise. And a lot of my bosses who've always been, the mentors, shaping me, the person who I am, and probably in a way nudging me to be here today. Uh, and the last, of course, congratulations to all of you here who've been the awardees. More importantly, this is all about, inspiring others and in that process, inspiring ourselves. And I believe definitely I've been inspiring for a couple of more, and this definitely award is putting a lot more responsibility in pushing myself to the next level and in that process, inspiring a lot. Thank you all.
Thank you and congratulations. I think the beauty of it in it for me is that I've had a chance to host for so many of your campaigns here and there. And thank you so much, BW, for also letting me do this, BW Business World, before I get corrected. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Sujay Racha, CMO, Navama Group. For Sujay, everybody, a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Business World, for this honor. I want to put my journey like this. I started off trying to convince my father as a marketing communication specialist कि account executive क्या होता है. उनको लगा कि कुछ accounts में करता है तो बच्चा ठीक कर रहा है. And now today, when I am trying to convince my son कि मैं करता क्या हूँ. But the journey has been that for all this while, I've kind of traveled and become a marketing professional worthy of winning this. So thank you for everyone, and thank you Business World for having, presented this award to me. Thank everyone actually who's actually helped me reach here. Yeah, thanks about it.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Tanvi and sir. Thank you for doing the honors. Once for them, everybody. May I please request Manish Kumar Sinha, a jury member, also from Sterlite, and Shruti Arora, business head, BW Marketing World, BW Business World, to please join us on stage. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of BW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Swarna Thoble, Head, Organic and Social Marketing, Amazon Mini TV.
Thank you, Business World, for recognizing me as a part of this esteemed list. Honestly, I didn't expect it. Um, I think I've had two companies to thank for. One is P&G and all my mentors there, all the team members there who taught me so much about fundamentals of marketing. And now with Amazon Mini TV, in case you all don't know, it's a free video service on your shopping app. Please do watch amazing content there so that my life becomes easier. But I got to be a part of the 0 to 1 journey, so as to say. And I'm super, super lucky for all the learnings and multiple milestones we were able to hit as a team. At the backbone of all of it is my family, my parents, my extended family, all of them, and my husband who is here. Um, Basically, they had to go through every weekend when I launched a new show at midnight, staying away from the family time over the weekends. So all of that I'm super thankful for. Obviously, every agency partner, every person who has helped me look good, really, really, really thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations to you. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Vivek Nair, Head of Brand Strategy and Marketing, Log9 Materials.
Good evening, everyone. First things first, thank you, BW Business World, for this platform and this recognition. A recognition of not just the achievements and great work done so far, but a recognition of also the failures that I have learned from. In fact, that's what led to the achievements the other way around. This award couldn't be better timed as I step out of my current position and I chalk out the next course of action for my career. I do look forward to working with and building brands as I have so far. And Dr. Batra, you spoke of humility. So that's one thing I have strived to learn, still a long journey to go. I'm single. I learned. So yes, trying to be humble should life take you to the top, and trying to be graceful should life go the other way around. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40. Zulkarnain Sheikh, the Head of Marketing, Evocus.
Evocus, I got the bottle then.
For Zulkar, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Business World, for this award and recognition. I'd like to, hello. I'd like to talk about my product. We manufacture black alkaline water, one of a kind water. We launched this product in 2019. The color of the water is completely black. And I had the privilege to launch this water in India. Now it's trending on the internet with 10 million searches on Google. I'd like to thank my team Avokis, the founder, Akash, for trusting me and believing in me. Thank you, Business World.
Thank you and congratulations.
After Business World Awards, parents have started naming their sons and daughters with A. So that you don't have to wait till Z. He was complaining about it. So I said, jokingly complaining, I said, I have no role in your naming.
Yeah, I had to wait, because my name starts with Z.
But that's okay. All the best.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Priyanka Sethi, Director, Head of Marketing, Haya India Appliances. We have with us Kiran Rishikesh, Deputy Manager of Marketing, to receive the award on behalf of Priyanka. For them, please. For Kiran and for Priyanka. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Shruti, for helping us. Everybody wants for Shruti. May I please request Devika Sen Gupta, IP Lead, BW Wellbeing World, to join us on stage and help us with the next set of awards along with Manish, please.
Ms. Devika Sen, Kundu Sen Gupta is the wife of Mr. Somme. She's not the IP of BW Wellbeing World. She is a curator. She curates some of our best events, our Wellbeing Festival, our Emerging Business Awards, our FinTech and IBLF with Priyanshi. So just she does more than one IP. So just then, I just want to make sure it's right. When you mispronounce designations, I have a problem. Okay?
किसने दिया था लिख के मेरे को? पकड़ो उसको. Okay. Moving ahead. The next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Ashray Sachdeva, Senior Manager, Marketing, Amazon Mini TV. We have with us Swarna Dhable, Head Organic and Social Marketing from Amazon Mini TV, to receive the award on behalf of Ashray. Thank you. Thank you so much. And congratulations to Ashray and to you as well. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year. Akriti Thakur, AVP Branding and Communications. Healthians, we have with us Ashray Thakur, Software Developer, Healthians, to receive the award on behalf of Akriti. For Akriti and Ashray, everybody. Congratulations. And the last winner to join the powerful list of PW Marketing World's 40 under 40 this year is Samyukta Ganesh Iyer, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Kaya Limited. Samyukta had to take an early flight, so she had to leave, but there she is. Congratulations to her. It was Zordar Tali for her as well. Oh, photos here. Wow. Lovely. And with that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. Thank you so much, sir, ma'am, and sir. May I please request all the winners of today to join us on stage along with their trophies only for a group picture, and Noor as well, please. All the winners with their trophies only. Also the jury members, please. Jury members, all the winners with their trophies only. Request your presence on the stage for a group picture, for the magazine, and also for our digital platforms. Also, while the winners walk up, our exhibiting partner, Power Ad Spy, an AI-based ad intelligence platform, is excited to announce 3-month subscription of Palladium plan, which is the highest plan, exclusively free to all the winners of PW 40 under 40 marketeers, and a month subscription free to all the event attendees as well. Please visit the Power Ad Spy Expo stall outside to claim a subscription. All the winners with your trophies only, jury members, please. Mr. Martian is here. There he is. Aye, sir. And Dipali, ma'am. Karthi sir, yeah. Okay, let's just focus on the camera. Chetan. Can you please focus on this in the main camera first, and then your individual ones, huh? वरना आंखें इधर उधर आती हैं सबकी. मैं सर हाथ उठा दो एक बार. We've got more photographers than the winners, which is good. देखो सबको tag करना है. You need to use the hashtag. Mainframe, please, first. Yeah, now only. Yeah, here, there, here. The winners only now. also the BW Business World team after this to join us on the stage for a group picture. Also, dinner's served. Please enjoy that. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you so much. 2 days come to a successful end. Business World team, BW Business World team. आइए. Business World, BW Business World, please on the stage, wherever you are. Tanvi, help me with names, no?